Okay, everybody, welcome to the inaugural Australasian Open. I'm gonna have to get used to saying that word. It's me, Josh Sokol, and Scott Chaput.
Chaput.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Chaput.
I'm fine, Josh. I'm looking forward to this. To be honest, I wish I was playing, but just couldn't make it this time.
Yeah, me neither. But hopefully everything looks and sounds good to everybody watching at home. The game has already begun, and we have
Dylan Early.
He's setting everything up. Yeah.
Dylan Early and George Dodd, two New Zealand players. I've played Dylan countless times now, but I've never had to play George yet. Though he's fast rising up in Auckland, so I suspect I'll be facing him eventually.
Yeah, I hear that he's been really kicking into high gear early. He only started playing competitively a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's really cool to see the new blood. And it looks like he's beginning with Opine. Very interesting, a very centered move.
Yes, doesn't want to put
what do you think of this play?
I don't fear putting vowels next to the double letter in the opening move. So I would have pushed it over and picked up a couple of extra, especially in this case, because you'll have the I and the E will both be under double letters. So yes, you can get hit twice, but on average, it's not worth that much for sacrifice. So I'm a bit more aggressive. Actually, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. If you put on the double letter, none of them fall under it.
That's right. The benefit to this move, this placement, the centered placement, is that you're not opening immediate access to those pink squares, the double word scores, excuse me. However, Opine does have a hook, a D hook, an S hook.
The hook.
So it is accessible. But it's a very interesting move. I think the best move is probably impone, putting that M in there and scoring some extra points, but that's maybe not a word that George knew.
No.
But a blank draw early for Dylan, and he's got a couple of playable bonuses here, and he's already spotted one of them. Very nice find of Cowbanes, I presume, through the N or E of Opine. That's an awesome word.
Dylan is very diligent in his study. Though he did take some time off late last year and beginning of this year as he trained and did the half Ironman in New Zealand earlier this year.
Yeah, he's playing Cowbanes. This is a great play. But there is a higher scoring bonus available, actually, of I think I'm pronouncing it right, Sowback, Sowback.
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be correct.
Which is would have been 84 with Opines, and not a huge positional disadvantage. So I think this was a miss, but who thinks of making the blank a K?
Not me most of the time, unless it's something obvious.
Yeah, so it's maybe a small miss, really not much between it. 15 points, but worse positionally to play Sowback. And in terms of what George can do now, he's got a couple of options. He's lined up admirers, which doesn't quite fit on the board.
No. He's got DEIMRRS. So he'd be looking to place that A. No, I don't see anything else in there off the top of my
Yeah, nothing through the A. So admirer and married are the two sevens there. I think admirers is the only 8, but there's a really tough one through the O of Cowbanes.
Actually, isn't marrieds plural acceptable as well?
Oh, wait, you're totally right. Yeah, that is right. That is right.
Which would have been an absolutely beautiful play because most people would not think of putting the S there.
Yeah, marrieds and unmarrieds also valid. Yeah, but unfortunately, again, not fitting through the A, but misorder will fit through the O, which is kind of, usually you hear disorder, but I wonder if it's a word that George is familiar with. Wow, those Christmas lights behind him?
Yeah, they are. We call them fairy lights down here, but yes, those are definitely Christmas lights flashing about.
So for those just joining, this is this is being held in Auckland, right, Scott?
Yes, this is up in Auckland.
And it's the first tournament of its name.
Yep.
And it's got an amazing prize pool. 105% of entry
Entry.
fees are going back into the prize pool.
Mm.
So some money to win in this tournament. Unusual, right?
Yes, that's the biggest prize pool I've seen in New Zealand tournaments, and I've been playing for about 20 years now. So it's quite exciting, and we need to shout out to the donors who gave nice donations for them to make the prize pool as well. So thank you for all those who made donations to the prize pool, because it allows more money to go back to players.
Yeah, lots of very nice donations. We love to see it, and
Yeah.
especially for the first tournament of his name.
Yeah.
So Brim is coming down
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
for George. So the couple bingos that were missed, misorder, a tough one, and smurd, the 7-letter word. But when it comes to people that have just started playing tournament Scrabble, you can miss those words all you want. You're gonna learn them at some point, and you're gonna find them when you learn them. Not a
They
huge
wouldn't be
deal either way.
high in the study list for first timers.
That's right.
Now,
But Dylan's gonna come right back, right?
yeah, Dylan has AEGNRTT, and I gotta get my thinking hat on, but I suspect that there's going to be several opportunities in there to bingo. So there's some pretty good letters. He is looking at tetragon, which I think is going to come down pretty quick.
Yeah, this is a good choice. Tetragon played for one more point through the O of Cowbanes, but a much more dangerous placement opening that top middle triple, etc., etc. I like this choice for sure. 62 points. You could have also played treating and nattier and arretting through the I, but getting a couple extra points using the O and the triple letter scores. So I think this is the right play.
Yeah, I think it also crowds the top a bit now, making it a bit harder to play eights up there.
Definitely.
So George has a dreads, which I think is valid, is it? Or is it
A
just a dread?
dreads.
A dread?
So how are we spelling this?
ADREADS.
Oh,
Need to get my Ziziva open and see if that was right.
yeah, ADR, but there's two R's, right?
Oh, I thought it was two Ds.
So,
Oh, you're right. It was two
there's
R's and two
two
Ds.
R's and two Ds. He played waiter, but actually, dreaders did now fit through the E of tetragon,
Yeah.
which again, it's not necessarily a word you know is valid, right? Dreader, one who dreads. It makes sense, but if you're not sure, not something you want to try against one of the best players in the room, if not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
Dylan early.
I have a general rule. If I'm not sure of something, I usually take the one I am sure of. I'd rather get a certain amount of points than zero.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
And yeah, over back to Dylan now, who's been playing perfectly pretty much. It's been good twice in a row.
Bingo to start is a good way for the game to go.
If that G were an M, he would have had volumize through the I of Opine, but instead he's playing Gov, which is a great play for many reasons. Gets rid of the G, the U, and the V, the worst letters on the rack. Scores well, but also blocks that S hook.
And also leaves a nice sleeve as well with ZOLE. It's probably the best sleeve he would have.
Yeah, it's a very balanced sleeve. You might not bingo much with that. You could bingo, again, through that I and Opine. It's a very interesting board shape, right? It sort of looks like a bridge and maybe some flag coming off the bridge on the right side.
Well, down here in New Zealand, that would look like a pair of rugby goalposts.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, 103-point lead already for Dylan. Exactly how he wants to start here.
Yeah. So George has A, B, D, R, S, S, X, and has racks set up on his rack. But I think, let's see, I think I might have actually taken one of the S's off and used one of my S's and keep a slightly better leave.
Interesting. Yeah, this is sort of the age-old question: how important, how valuable is the information you give in Scrabble? So if you play sax, basically you could have just played axe.
X.
So why would you play that S for 1 point?
That's true.
Well,
In
the
this case,
reason
yeah.
is you would just detect, okay, well, my opponent has another S. And how valuable is that information based on how strong is the play? Do we want to keep RS or SS? It's usually quite close. Yeah.
In fact,
This might be a
AX may
little
be
bit
better.
more defensive, though.
X would have given away too much at the top for the triple. So you definitely
Right.
want to use that up.
Yeah. In this particular instance, the H on Dylan's rack might have given some easy overlaps after sax. So there could have been some defensive merit too. Right now, EHILOUZ for Dylan. I wonder which direction I would go here, or which direction Dylan's going to go. He's the one calling the shots. Maybe just lose LUZ to the left of the TE of tetragon.
Making Uta and Zex.
That's right.
Gets rid of your. I really dislike the L, but I think that comes from my usual playing partner doesn't like them either. And it gets rid of another U, which is always nice to do. Which at our national tournament about 3 weeks ago, every time I seemed to play a U, the Q would come back or another U would come back.
Yeah, that does happen, and we notice the pattern. So when it does happen, we think it's just a spell that has been, laid upon us.
No, but you play long enough, you know it's going to happen, and you just take it and you take it in stride.
Absolutely. But instead we're seeing Riz. This is an interesting choice. It's 2 more points than lose. The leave might be a little bit more balanced. I'm curious. There was tons of plays available in that spot. There was also just EUOI overlapping all of the way. On that top middle triple. Scored pretty nicely and kept very heavy scoring tiles. But I think this makes a lot of sense.
There's not really many places on this board to get to double or quadruple your heavy tiles. So it's not.
Yeah, I think the idea of Riz was to keep HUE to the left of the EX and the T and the R of tetragon.
Yeah.
So
George finds fines on his rack and then keeping it BS. I guess he's looking at playing it, making tetragons and putting the F on the triple. That looks like the best placement for that.
That's got to be right.
He's probably feeling a bit frustrated, thinking, when are my racks going to clean up? He's already bingoed on me twice. When's the next? I need to get moving.
He seems pretty calm, pretty calm to me. But yeah, that's an interesting potential look into the mind of someone who's down 100 points against Dylan early. But yeah, I like the idea of playing fines and tetragons because there's really nothing going on that left side of the board.
No, it opens it up. It keeps probably his best leave because he's gonna, unless for some reason I don't see there's any reason to keep the I. So I think finding fines and putting it down, open to the left side of the board, score a few points, and get moving.
Yeah, you could also leave things open because there is some tension in this position. I wonder if playing divs through the V of Gov on the top right, it keeps pretty poorly, but maybe just scoring something now and just trying to score next turn with the F or the B or both, and then leaving things the way they are. That could be interesting too, but I think this is a standard play.
Yeah. When for someone who's only been playing for about a year, that's a pretty good play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Divs would have been a challenging find because most people wouldn't look in that corner now. I think it's too blocked up.
Speaking of younger players, Dylan can play Youthen, Youthen now,
To
keeping
the
his
end.
lone L to the N. Are
Yeah.
you okay with that play, even though it keeps that dreaded L?
I would, because you're right, because you're gonna hit the double word, so it's gonna score nicely using the Y and the H, and it blocks up a bit of the opening he just created. So it really makes the I a little bit harder to play with, and it just leaves the F on that side. So from a defensive standpoint, it poisoned the board quite nicely from Dylan's view.
Yeah, I wonder if
Yes.
he's gonna spot that. I don't know what he had lined up. Right now he's got Unholy, which is a similar play through the N of Finds, which
It
scores
provides
pretty
ac-
well. It scores
it,
24.
and
But what are you gonna say? Yeah.
I was going to say it provides access to the bottom of the board, and you've got a 70 to 100 point lead. You don't always necessarily want to be giving them free chances at it.
Yeah, I bet you that this play of Unholy was made simply because Dylan didn't see
Yeah,
Youthen. I think this is a great play. It really cleans up the rack, scores nicely, does a little bit of blocking, but also a little bit of opening.
thing.
But ET is a fantastic leave.
So George has ABC, NSY, NOSY.
That's right.
It looks like he's got. The first thing I saw was balconies, but it doesn't plural that way through the L that was
Yes.
just put down.
You could
Oh,
try it at this point.
yeah,
Down by so much.
I don't think it would stay
Nah,
very long.
not happening. Not happening. There are
um,
some crazy words ending in a consonant and a Y that
Y,
do take an S, like
yeah,
bendies.
Dendies and Ys, WHYS.
Yeah. Balcony is not one of those. So
No,
there's
balcony.
actually a couple pretty high scoring plays available here. I mean, balcony is a good play in and of
And,
itself, opening a little
yeah,
bit of the bottom right.
right.
But Boise through the Y,
Yeah,
Boysy, is very nice to try and
yeah,
open a nice spot for a bingo.
yeah. And if George has studied his high fives, he would be familiar with it. I don't know what his study is like, so it's too early to tell.
Hey, if you're going to start playing him, you better start learning what his study habits are, right?
Yeah, I just need to play more. I've only played our nationals in the last year.
Mm.
That's part of the tyranny of distance and part of work. But
But
that's
we thank
that,
you very much
that,
for commentating for
no,
us.
I'm happy to help out. I mean, a big shout out to you, Josh. Probably the global voice of Scrabble, as you do
Whoa.
so many tournaments. I mean, and we down here we appreciate you taking your time to help us out with our broadcasts. So thank you
Hey,
very
no
much.
worries. Yeah, as we get things set up,
Uh,
get all the names down, everything, we see the nice little, what would you call this, turquoisey theme, Australasian
yeah,
theme?
aquamarine possibly.
Yeah, aquamarine. That's good. That's good.
I
Everything's
always
set
think
up
of
for you
turquoise.
guys.
Turquoise is a bit darker.
Mhm.
So George has. I'm not sure what he's looking at right now. He's going to
Just
play
a buy, yeah.
SWI.
That's a good play.
I,
CONS is a good
yeah,
leave. The problem is, where is that going?
yes. I mean, you've got the I from Opine, but you'd to get any decent score, you'd have to start with that to hit the triple.
Yeah.
The F is not the friendliest tile in the world to play through. The R and the A and Tetragon are still available, but for eights, but those have to be in the sixth spot.
Yeah.
So it's a
Yeah, that's the thing. The C is such a strong tile for 7 and 8 letter words, but
yeah.
only on open boards. He has drawn into incomes,
If I
however, which
said
will
that,
fit with SI. Um,
so
so, oh, he
Dylan
also
has
has coal mines. George has coal mines through the AL. More than you
well,
might know. But
uh,
Dylan,
and,
very close himself, right?
yeah,
Actually, no, he does have a playable bingo here. It just barely fits through the R of tetragons.
Lloyd. Oh yeah, I see it. So I start to give it away.
Yeah, you started to, yeah.
Whoop.
Those in the chat, you can maybe find this word. But it doesn't appear to be on Dylan's radar at the moment. I wonder
No.
if he's gonna come to it. I feel like he has some spidey sense here.
Yes. He's got over 5,000 mnemonics. I think it's actually closer to 10,000. He's got tons of mnemonics, so he's probably working through all the blank tiles there, all the extra tiles, and trying to work out what would be. So he's thinking, I've got toiled with an E. What else can I go with?
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna
Yeah.
miss this
Yeah.
somewhat simple. I guess it's just a matter of spatial
I think it'd be
recognition, right?
spatial. You have to realize that your ED will fit just inside. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
you play so many games, but sometimes the spatial stuff just escapes you of like, wow, this actually does fit. It is such a weird board shape.
yeah.
Um, yeah, but loitered does fit. Loitered through the R of tetragons. Sorry for spoiling it,
Yeah.
but if that does
Yeah.
come down, incomes will open
Yeah.
a second triple triple. So actually, George would still have
Yeah.
potential back into this game. But I actually think Dylan's
Yeah.
about to miss this. Very
Yeah.
surprised.
I think it is just a spatial issue. Uh, George has lined up incomes, and he's probably thinking, "Don't play near that S."
Yeah.
Okay.
And the longer someone takes on a turn like this, you might think the more scared you get
I
of it getting blocked. But the more you think about this, like, why would someone take 4 or 5 minutes and then block that random area of the board?
yes, especially because it's just the S there. So Dylan's
Yeah.
dropping down lied, making Lex, it, er, and da, which really does take the triples out in that spot now. I'm sorry, the eights out in that spot.
Yeah, and
Uh,
it's not so much of a worse play simply because Loitered would have scored 40 more points, but opening a triple triple at this score line is definitely not recommended. So his winning chances were definitely higher uh, by playing Loitered, but not by so much.
because he doesn't know that George is sitting on a pretty good rack, and he's going to comes down. Looks like he just did his scoring and tracking, and then whips down incomes.
And that's a great
Yeah.
um, that's a
That will,
great thing to see, like just doing your diligence, doing your paperwork before playing the word you really, really want to put down on the board, right?
yeah. One of the improvements in my game when I started playing early on was taking a minute and instead of just playing my word in the spot I see, is look and see what your opponent leaves for you. What did their play provide you with something new and better?
Mhm. Yeah, and with the play
Yeah,
like
yeah,
lied, when you already
yeah,
have a bingo
yeah,
lined up, there's
yeah.
unless it
Yeah.
plays somehow with 7 overlaps,
That's
you can pretty
yeah,
quickly see, okay, I'm just gonna play my move, but before that, I want to make sure I track your play and track what's
yeah.
happened. So that's great recognition there. And Dylan suddenly not in so great a position. He's up
No,
23 and he has all 1 point tiles, one away from multiple potential 8 letter words, but those double
yeah.
O's are actually just the bane here. So, wow.
Five
Suddenly this
five
game's turned
battles,
around.
and George just picked up a bingo straight out of the bag. I haven't checked to see if it plays yet.
Ooh. Wow.
And
Maybe
he,
there's is
there's
there's
there is 1 8 and that plays as well.
there's Kernites, right? Through the
Yes.
eye?
Yeah.
Wow. Is George gonna see that? Again, it's just like this
Is
board
his
is so bizarre. I've never
it's
seen a
it's
board quite like this.
it's just very vertical.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's one of the beauties about Scrabble is no two boards are the same. I've never played two games that look the same.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, they're always every game is always
Yeah.
different after like 2 or 3 moves, basically. But you see a lot of patterns. There's a lot of pattern recognition, a lot of similar positions, but never two of the same games.
No.
But sometimes things are just very out of the ordinary. I really find like the double posts, as we were talking, like the rugby
Yeah,
posts, followed by
yeah,
another vertical bingo. Just
yeah,
so much open space for 8-letter words right now.
yeah, all through incomes in the eye.
George
And
hasn't lined up Zrak in
Kernite.
a way that would give us some insight.
No, he's just got them in alphagram order.
But I like this decision by Dylan to just say, all right, I don't want these 1-point tiles.
You
I'm
know,
gonna play Atnese.
and I don't want the
Just
triple word. I don't want him tripling.
yeah, I think this is
Yeah,
a great play.
yeah,
Maybe Atios for the same score in the same spot.
yeah.
Or slightly better leave, but this makes perfect sense.
No,
He's
Kernite
up
still
by
fit.
44 now, but Kernites
Yeah,
does fit. Yeah, if
yeah,
George finds this, they'll be taking the lead after Dylan early
yeah.
opening with 2 bonuses.
Bingo, bingo, and you come back. That's the way to do it. There's still a blank to come. There's still reasonable tiles left. There's plenty of and there's
Mm.
so there's plenty of time.
Yeah, Dylan has
Yeah.
not found said blank, and I wonder with
No.
his pull, if
Ugh,
Kernites comes down, I think
he's in trouble.
maybe Dylan will have to play. Oh no, he'll be able to
Yeah.
play WEIL on the top left,
Oh, making
making
eyelets and
ILEX
lit. Oh,
and
yes.
lit. Yeah, that's very nice. I was worried he might have to play Welly through the E of incomes for a very nice score, but opening a triple triple.
Oh,
Wow. All right, we'll see what happens here, George, with 12.5 minutes left. Dylan's 11.
and
I also find
yeah.
Dylan's playing a little bit faster than I'm used to.
Yeah, he's very deliberative, and he and it does get him trouble in the end games at times because he doesn't leave himself enough time. I have poached a couple of wins from him because he was just short on time, including one time where I played wuss and I should have played whiz because I can't remember what the other one was, but whatever it was, the U didn't make a word with it. But
Hmm.
because he was short on time, he didn't catch it.
Okay, this is a
Uh,
great play we're
yeah,
seeing by George. Unfortunately, a miss of
yeah,
Kernites. Again, maybe not a
yeah,
word he's seen yet. He's only
yeah,
started playing
a year.
around a year ago. But still in the game,
Yeah,
he's only down 12.
yeah,
ERST, one of the strongest possible combinations to keep. So this is very interesting. Let's see what he gets.
yeah.
AER. That's
Easter with
pretty
an
good.
R.
It's pretty good. Serrate, he's
Yeah,
already found that. And arteries
yeah.
doesn't fit through the eye.
Serrate retears.
That's a great
Retears.
draw. And it's up to Dylan if he plays his,
Yeah,
I think, still best play
yeah,
of WEIL. He's
yeah,
gonna get hit
yeah,
really hard. Serrate
yeah,
making OKA, MET, and
yeah.
ENE.
Yes.
I think you still have to play that. I mean, you're only up 12 points. WEIL seems so good. 39 on the top left.
Yeah, it's hard to pass. There,
He's thinking
yeah,
about playing it with OKE and Mel. Wow.
which would
WIEL.
he's probably looking and saying, well, that scores. He can score really well there, so let's take that out.
If he does this, it's
Yeah,
actually going to block all of
yeah.
George's
It is.
bonuses.
Oh
Wow. eight
no.
point sacrifice. So we
Yeah,
still have a very, very close game now. This would have
yes.
been a humongous swing. Potentially,
Yeah,
potentially
yeah.
some good timing here for Dylan, or was this a conscious choice? I wonder.
Or is he using his ESP again?
Hey, that's not allowed. Wow. And George probably
That's
doesn't think anything of it. Lots of
yeah.
plays would go down there and score pretty nicely.
Yes.
And wow, that blank coming right out of the bag.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. But still, it's anyone's game. I don't know if there's a playable bonus now for Dylan, so this is interesting. I think the play of Dare, D-A-R-E, keeping that same leave of R-E-S-T from the D and finds vertically, looks quite strong here.
Dylan does have a playable bingo in time, but we gotta wait and see what George says here.
Oh, he does.
Yes, I
Is
don't think it.
it has to be through the eye, right?
Yeah, through the eye.
He hasn't lined it up. Wow, yeah. Well,
Double.
I
I'm not.
don't think it's gonna be blocked.
No, I I I don't think I would find it. Double I double O is I would not be looking for the I would not be looking for a second eye. So George
Oh,
looks like
now I'm
he set up rear.
looking for it. Yeah, rear. I'm not sure where this plays. I hope he's not trying to
No.
play Axel or Alex. I
Hey.
mean, I anagrammed it in my head before saying it.
There are two ways to spell Axel, but no, there's only one way to spell. There are two ways. A-L-E-C, it's A-L-E-C-K, isn't it? And then with the S.
I mean, maybe he's
Okay.
just seeing rearrest as a possibility. But also just
Okay.
play Rev on the top right for 18, keeping extremely strong rates combination.
Or do you play the S? I mean, the S is going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14 more points if you play the S in
Yeah,
this case.
that's a lot of points, but it would still
Eh,
leave George behind. So there's a
eh,
lot to think about here with 9 minutes left. There's a
eh.
Q unseen, a blank unseen. Does the Q have a decent home? It actually does. Through the U of Unholy and the N of Tetragons, you could see something like Quinn be
And
played for almost 50.
with little effort
But
as well, yes.
you need that last I though.
Yeah.
Quena would play though as well.
Kino, Queen,
Yeah,
yeah, she would
wow.
need the eye, but
But
he
other
doesn't know.
than that,
But he doesn't know the eyes on Dylan's rack either.
right, you're right,
Yeah.
right. But there's so much to think about, is what I'm saying. There's just
Yeah.
not much time left in this game, but so much danger. The P also
Yeah.
useful to make Plex. Again, George doesn't know that Dylan has
Yeah.
that.
Something, to be IP or PIP. What would you do?
He's going
He
with
does play
Revs.
revs.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
almost ties the game. Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
He's going to score well. He keeps AERT, which is a good leave. I- I'm not sure if the S actually has much value on this board right now, the way it's configured.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most value is
Yeah.
coming from those potential high-scoring
Okay.
plays, making Ilex
Okay.
or Plex,
Okay.
or even the blank. That J is a
Okay.
useful tile to score
Yeah.
at the bottom left. And yeah, George
Okay.
might be able to come back here. There's 12 tiles in the bag. Dylan, has he spotted Politico? If he finds
Yeah.
Politico through the Eye of Opine, he'll be taking a 70-point lead on a pretty dead board. I think this is a necessary play, even if you see that you can keep your keep your blank, score really
Yeah.
nicely. I think you still want to take 60 here and just
This-
try to run away with it.
That's what I would be. If I saw Politico, I think I would come down pretty quickly and just say I'm going to go up 60 plus and just outrun them. The Q, if you're right, no, the Q becomes a problem then. If
Yeah,
he's
well, once the eye is blocked, but
yeah,
that eye and Atney is still open for the Q. I wouldn't be
eh,
too concerned,
yeah,
especially with the
oh,
70-point lead. I really think this would be the play for Dylan if he sees it, and it just eliminates all of the rest of the space. But all of this coming
yeah,
from, I feel like, the really interesting opening play decision that George made
yeah.
to keep things centered. Leads to some interesting boards. Normally, I say don't try this at home, but I think it's fun. Fun to play a 5-letter word centered, even a 7-letter word. You
Centered.
play it centered, you're missing both of the double letter scores, but it really creates a bizarre looking board.
It does. Well, we've got one, that's for sure. I mean, it's very heavily centered in the middle of the board, to be honest. It's a little bit to the upper right, but not much branching in the corners.
Yeah, there's 5 triples still open. That's a lot of triples.
Yeah.
You can sort of just see how Scrabble games tend to develop spatially, given the English language
Yeah.
tendencies. It's a very, very beautiful spatial game. It's also a mind game, math game, word
Mm,
game. So
yeah.
much going on at once. We'll see if Dylan can find his bingo of Politico.
He's
Johnny's
almost
still in a
got it.
great spot.
I was gonna say he almost had it set up. It wasn't too far from what he did. And instead he plays OP, making open, tripling the P. He's going to take some points. I suspect we'll see J come down pretty quickly from George.
Yeah, the only issue, if you play JAY at the bottom left, you keep 3
Three
E's with that
E's.
RMT. And wow,
Uh,
immediately drawing the Q is
he,
Dylan, but he has Quinn.
yes,
He's
he's gonna.
thought this through and
Yeah,
he's already set it up,
yeah,
so he'll be taking a 50-point lead even after the 40-point J.
yeah.
Looking very good for him still.
He will be very happy that he kept his eye.
Yeah, wow. I don't think, how do you get off of this play of J? Just feels
Yeah,
like you can't score anywhere near as much with another play, but there are some other weird options available here.
yeah.
Hmm, tough position. 7 minutes left for George Dodd, but he's been putting up one heck of a fight against Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan opened. If you're joining us late, Dylan opened with 2 bingos, and George has been fighting back the entire time. And it didn't. He had some pretty ugly looking racks and some bingos that didn't fit. But he's fought back bravely, and he's now well within striking distance. And if he plays Jay for 39, he's going to take the lead. But it won't. It's not going to last long because Dylan's going to play Quinn, and that'll be roughly 45, 50 points to get back into the lead.
That's right. So 335 now,
Uh,
328, but Quinn or Quino, maybe you put the O on just to block that I for most possible bonuses. It looks like Dylan's not going to do that. He's just going to leave the O off. Trust that he's most likely to play through that Eye of Opine, and he wants to keep a vowel for safety.
yeah,
So he's hit the clock,
I mean
and he's up 40.
the O would have added 7 points, but left him in unbalanced. No vowels, but it's not a place you want to be.
All right,
Uh,
and that's a
So,
decent draw for
uh,
Dylan. The consonants, actually a
uh,
consonant and a
yeah,
vowel, the A and the
yeah,
T.
yeah. So George has triple E, HORT. So, and he, uh, and he's kind of paid the price because he's got picked up another vowel to go with those 3 E's. So he's got to figure out what to do now.
Yeah, there's a great suggestion here in the chat of just hope through that P of Opine, which now scores 37, keeping EERT and actually leaving
Yeah,
only a few tiles in the bag. So that play, there is a hope, no pun intended, of maybe drawing that blank and coming out
yeah.
with a small but meaningful victory in the end. I think hope is definitely the play here,
I
almost
would
tying the
say
game up.
don't concede. There's always hope.
But we'll see. Yeah, this is a really tough find making Quine.
And
And only
and
4.5 minutes left for
and
George for the rest of the game. He's gonna have to make a couple more
yeah.
moves. Oh, he's playing
Playing
equine.
equine.
This is a very similar idea. Keeping the H, which actually might be pretty useful for scoring, but this is an
Yeah.
11-point sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, I think he just wanted to untriple the E's more than anything else. And then,
I wonder now, given that there's actually an F unseen to Dylan to make flex. Again, that's a
eh,
huge scoring spot. Is Dylan going to burn his blank and play something like Glit or
eh,
Gate, making Ilex and
eh,
Tit and empty the bag here? That might not always
it,
win the game.
no, but it takes away a big threat. And George has a U for Ulex as well.
Oh, Ulex too. Yeah, that's a huge spot. Didn't
Yeah,
think of
and that
that.
even something like just UH is going to score 8, 9, 10, 11, 30, 22, 23,
Yes,
33
33 or
points. Yeah,
wow.
that's and in this game, that's a lot of points.
I mean, ROUTH is 41, I think. Yeah,
I don't know.
there's a lot
Yeah,
of high
there's
scores there. I think it's probably necessary to
uh,
play
to block
JIT or GLIT.
or gout.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
given what's left in the bag, what could happen if you put the G on the top left, if we play downwards hooking Lex, FAUGH is a high scoring play through the G. And the
rough.
problem is timing, right? There's
Yeah,
3 tiles in the bag, so if Dylan plays 4, he will be taking an almost 40-point lead, but leaving himself vulnerable in the endgame with 6 tiles. Huh. It could be actually
yeah,
closer than we think.
yes.
George also has
Uh,
the H for OKEH on the bottom right,
Well,
which
if there
might
was an
make
open,
some,
if Dylan puts his A out into space, which is unlikely, George would have outheard.
yeah, outheard authored. Wow. Yeah, I don't think this is the time to go aggressive and try to bonus on this pretty dead board. It's a very complicated position, and Dylan
Yeah,
suddenly barely over
yeah,
3 minutes to make his next couple decisions. This is a tough one. Will he just play 2 tiles? He could just play AG, AIT, and
yeah,
GER and leave 1 tile in the bag. Maybe that's the
yeah.
safe option?
Well, I suspect he probably would leave one in the bag, but if he we're on this board, are you going to bingo now that the eye's taken out?
Exactly.
Maybe emptying the bag may not be too dangerous. You,
We could see a
t-
play though, like what if he plays Melt and TO or something and sets up
eh,
his blank as an S? I
eh,
wonder what he's gonna. Oh, he's thinking about a go. Same idea as Ag, but that
eh,
would fully empty the bag and rid him
eh,
of his only 2 vowels.
yeah, and from
Would
his
score an extra
perspective,
6.
from his view, there's 5 vowels to be had. So
Mhm. But 2 of those
eh,
are not vowels you want. If he draws
no,
UU,
eh,
he will
yeah,
not be happy.
you, not for me, me, thank you.
It's a very complicated position.
And
George can rest easy. Whatever happens, I still think Dylan's gonna be able
well,
to just pip this one, but George has played a
eh,
fantastic game against Dylan.
he has. He's done really good coming back. And give him, I will tip my hat to that. He looked a bit frustrated early on after bingo bingo, but he's just fought back, and that's all you can do.
Wow, so we're
Yeah,
just seeing the play of goat.
go.
Interesting. Just
Yeah,
with no time left, I don't understand the reasoning for this play. I mean, it gets rid of the G and the T, the 2 letters you want to
yeah.
get rid of, but
You empty the
is this
bag,
this is fully empty thing? Maybe Dylan thought there were 4 tiles left,
maybe, but we just
but he also just
implemented.
had no time to think.
Yeah, because
Sorry,
I
go
mean
ahead.
he could have reached in and counted the tiles in the bag, and at our last general meeting, we've implemented a rule where you can
Oh no,
estimate
there
it.
is one tile in the bag. What am I talking about?
No, did we
It's the
both get it?
F.
Did I miss? So it is.
Wow.
We both
All right. Well,
miscounted.
sorry, Dylan.
Okay, you're fine. But
Apologies.
you could.
That's
You could.
crazy that he left the F there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's got
So
ovulate.
if Ruth comes down on the top left, RUTH, is that going to be good enough? I think it is. Looking at the end game, if you draw the F, George would actually be in a winning position if he knows this. It's a very obscure 5-letter word, RUTH.
Yeah. Again, if he's worked on the high fives, which are those words ending in the 4-point or 5-point tiles, beginning or ending with 4 or 5-point tiles, he would have at least seen it. But even something as simple as DUH, duh, would score quite nicely there.
It's all about timing here. George needs to threaten something. He's gonna take a small lead, but if he can't go out next turn, Dylan's gonna have too much firepower, I think. Wonder what he's gonna decide on here. It looks like RUTH, the only move that I can come up with that actually wins in this endgame. Yeah, it's just not the first. I remember learning the word Ruth like many, many, many years into my Scrabble playing days. So
Yeah, when I hear Ruth, I just think of the short one, RUTH. But yeah, but ROUTH.
RUTH, DROUTH. So many words to learn. So much time for George. He's just joined the fold.
Yeah.
He's doing so well. He got top 3 at the Nationals in his division.
In his grade, yep. So that's one way to keep moving up is finishing in the top 3 is one way to definitely move up. So it looks like he is looking at duh.
After this move, again, it's a very complicated endgame. If he plays this move, duh, making Ulex and HIT, Dylan, but he's not. He's missed Ulex. Oh, no.
Oh,
That's brutal. Dylan probably thinking, oh, wow. Very lucky. So he's drawn the F now, and yeah, now it's just a matter of any play scoring points on the top left. Dylan just needs to find Ulex. I think he will. Yeah. Oh, and he puts it on first. That is
taunting
mean.
the poor man.
Wow. I wonder if that was intentional. Yeah, okay.
George
Well, this
just
is a
kind of
win.
blinked a little bit. No, I think he's like, oh no. Yeah.
Well, hopefully he can rest easy knowing that even if he found duh and Ulex, it would not have been good enough.
If he had, it might have been a bit tougher for Dylan with the short on time to work out the full endgame, though.
Oh, is he challenging Ulex, or is he? What is he challenging? We'll hear from our producer what's being challenged here. But yeah, that's totally fair. Totally fair. So yeah, no, it would have been very complicated. I actually wonder George might have won after duh and Ulex because Dylan would have to have blocked Forte, which fits with WE.
Yep. So they did.
There were some moves that won, but they were very difficult to find.
George did challenge Ulex, so I'm guessing he didn't know it then.
Yeah. It's also like you have to challenge this word because you had it, right?
That's right. You had it, and yeah. If you know it, you start kicking yourself. But if you didn't know it, well, you now will definitely remember it.
Learn it the hard way. A lot of these words we learn the hard way.
Yep.
15 seconds now for George. He's going to play Trove. He did have his outplay for 25, but with time running out, he's found a nice score.
He's got 9 he has 9 seconds left. Dylan has OL blank. Uh, I there are countless places he can go out now.
But if Dylan messes up and plays a phony, Fur and
Uh,
FE in the top right will tie the game.
no, he's just gonna play lot.
Well, hopefully, yeah, that could be an S, a D, a T, an
Yeah.
O. But if it's any other letter,
Eh,
it looks
8 more for the
looks
F.
like whatever it is, it's a word, and that'll be it.
Eh,
Wow, what a game!
yes, if all the rest are like this, we're in for a good tournament.
454 to 408 total. We're assuming
Eh,
this is just lot. Doesn't really
yeah,
matter what the outplay
no.
is. It's all academic. Crazy game to start the
Eh,
Australasian Open, the inaugural tournament.
yes.
We're gonna get some things in order in production here, and
Eh,
get you guys ready for the next round as soon as possible. But
yeah.
wow, crazy start, Scott.
Crazy start. Dylan opening with 2 bingos and leaving poor George chasing, and he caught up. Good on him. And then he fought to the end. He just missed. It looks like he didn't know Ulex, which would have been a key play for him.
Right. But all right,
Eh,
we'll be back very
eh,
soon, guys. Don't go
eh,
anywhere. More Scrabble coming.
Yep.
All right, welcome back to the inaugural Australasian Open 2026 in Auckland, New Zealand. I'm here with Scott Chaput. How's it going, Scott? You ready for game two?
I'm ready for game two. I'm hoping it's as good a game as we had in game one there, because that ended up being quite an exciting match.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have two pretty strong players
Nice.
as well on this round coming up.
Yep.
Jason Simpson and Adam Kretschmer. Anything you can tell me about either of these guys?
Both. I haven't played Adam in quite a while. I played him a couple of times in the Trans Tasman, and from what I remember, he's quite a deliberate player, very concentrated, and likes to win, as we all do. Jason, I've played a couple times now. I don't because I'm down at the bottom of the South Island and Jason's at the far end of the North Island. We don't get to play very much against each other. But Jason has definitely been improving. He's been around for a few years now, and you can see his rating has increased over time as he's playing more tournaments and better competition. Which is the best way to win, best way to improve. So I think we'll be in for a good match. So if I was a betting man, which I am, I would put my money on Adam just because he's got more experience and he's got a higher rating as well.
Yeah, it looks like he holds some Australian records, high winning streak, 19 games in 2026, and highest non-bonus word 105 points. So yeah, he's got a lot of stuff under his belt.
Yeah,
Um,
and then I know one of the games I defeated Adam, and he was up quite handily to start, just like in our last game, to be honest. And then I played Botanica, and then the next turn I played Diazo down in the bottom left for an equivalent to another bonus, and all of a sudden his 200-point lead was down to about 40.
wow,
So
nice.
you only
So
remember
who
the
is
good
who
ones.
here? Is that Jason on the left?
That's Jason on the left and
Yeah,
Adam on the right.
and he'll be starting.
Yeah,
So yeah,
he's got
that's
the
a
start of
decent.
Gazette. No,
It's a decent
yeah,
start though.
yeah.
'Cause he's one of those that lines up words
As they
before drawing all of his tiles. Yeah,
that's
he's seen Gazette.
yeah, but unfortunately he doesn't have it. That R needs to magically become a T. That's how I pull my tiles out. Is once, especially at the beginning of the game, is that I just start making words as I put them on my rack, and because it just gets me into the mood.
Yeah, just making sure that things are things are
Yeah,
firing in those
get
with
those
those
neurons going.
neurons. Yeah. So Gazer is a
Yeah,
good play, but
right.
Graze
Yes,
to me seems a little bit better
yes.
just in order to be a little bit more defensive. But what if we just played Gaze? ERT is such a strong leave. The problem is if we play Gaze, where do we play it? There's so many hooks. A gaze is a word.
Yeah,
Gazer, gazed, gazes. So yeah, I wonder what we're
yes,
gonna see Jason do.
yes. I don't know his game well enough to take a guess at what it would be. He is going to play Gazer.
So Stargazer is
Yeah.
Sky. No, Sky
I,
Gazer is not. Wondering if there's some extension. Let's see. Yeah, Stargate. Oh, Sungazer. Oh, that would be cool.
that would be very cool.
But in any
Yeah,
case, this is 34
yeah,
to start things off.
yeah.
And Adam
Yeah.
now with
Almost quite has quandary there. He's looking.
yeah, he had
Quaid or Cade.
Quaid lined up. Yeah. That doesn't fit anymore. It would have been great to
Yeah,
start with this rack. Wonder if he's just gonna play Dandy through the A and keep the QUA. Yeah, him
yeah,
too. He's lining
yeah,
up what he almost has.
yeah.
I feel like how long it takes somebody to get off what they almost have is a good trait.
Yeah.
Like he's had this lined up now for what 15 seconds. Okay, he switched it off. What's the use in hoping, you know? Lots of interesting options though. So
Yeah.
you could score 30 points now, play Yad overlapping the AZE.
Yeah, keeping the QU together, which is kind of key at this point. So you're looking at just Aqua?
Aqua, yeah, I mean, that's not a terrible play. I guess the only problem with Aqua is that it takes an E hook. So very likely Jason's going to come back with an easy score there.
But you could put on the other side of the A.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And it opens that side of the board because the upper left is the generally the hardest one to get to. So you could open that, and he does overlap with Yad.
Yeah, this is the engine's first suggestion.
Oh, I thought
So
it was
it
going to
can't
be
be a terrible
your
play.
psychic powers again.
Yeah, maybe that too. And Jason, when we see that F is off to the left, we can't see it on this rack right now, but we just have to use our object permanence here. And did not get an opening play. So it looks like maybe just a short play is what we're going to see. FA, FAA making Fed. Both make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if I would put the A on or not. AEIRT is a strong combination, but runs the risk of 2 vowel draws. So I wonder if I would take 2 points here. I'm not really sure. But either play is very
I think
strong.
he's just going to play just Fa. Keeping irate. I'm not sure if I'd like the third vowel.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. But yeah, it's really a stylistic thing, right? Like some people are a little bit more fishy. This is a more fishy play, just going straight for the bonus. But it could run the risk of some
Another vowel
bad draws.
So it gets tough.
But that's a great draw. That's gonna work. Almost certainly.
3 8s right there.
And now for Adam with his QU, he did draw a couple more vowels, which was necessary for him to be able to make some decent moves here. I wonder if are we gonna see Queen? Yeah, this makes sense with FAA. I think this is probably the best play.
It scores, it gets rid of the Q, which is something you don't want to hold on for too many turns. Scored decently. Can't access the triple as well because nothing's going to go on top of the Q at this point. HD is a pretty good leave.
I think there's 3 steps with the Q when you're a Scrabble player. It's learn to not keep the Q forever.
Yep.
And then the second step is learn that QU actually isn't that great a combination. So holding on to that might not be great either. And the third step is just complete and utter flow state. And I've yet to achieve that one. So the 7s were blocked now.
Yep.
And now it's just a question of can Jason find his lone 8-letter word? So we get that board flipped over, you'll be able to see that there's a couple of possibilities for 8-letter words that Gene Gazer is not going to be able to be of use without an N, most likely. I think the I of Queen would be the nicest. You could maybe play an 8-letter word through that and hit both double word scores.
Yeah.
But look how quickly Jason spotted reticula.
Excellent.
He's got to think. He's shaking his head. Is like,
is that
what does this take? No, I think he's thinking, what are the hooks? What does reticula take? Does it take an S? Does it take an R, an E, an L? I think it just takes an R if I had to guess.
It does just take an R.
When you play a word, you really want to know what hooks it takes.
Especially when you're leaving it just above a double word or triple word score.
You could be right. Maybe he's thinking about reticule, which is also valid.
Yeah.
And retinula is also valid. So many words to get confused by.
Yes. But I'm sure he would know reticula.
He
I'd be
saw it
very
so
surprised if he
fast.
did, but it looks like he has self-doubt. Now he sees clarinet, which isn't gonna play.
Lartier.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we're sitting here. We
Yeah.
can check everything we want. He's over
Yeah.
there just
Sweating it out,
struggling. Yeah.
'cause he has such nice letters.
Yeah. But yeah, if he doesn't end up playing
Mm.
Reticula, he's gonna regret it, I think. But
See,
he's
now
just
he's
double
thinking,
checking. I feel like he's thinking through the eyes or something, but yeah, there we go. I like how
yeah,
emotive he is.
yeah. Well, then you should see me on stream then.
I have.
Yeah. I'm definitely definitely in the mood. I can just swing him out, and then if I'm not in the mood, it's just I'm miserable. Oh, and he's gonna draw a challenge as well.
That's what you do.
Yeah,
You see your
yeah,
play, just wait 2 minutes, and your opponent's
yeah,
like, "Well, what took him so long?"
yeah, yeah,
Challenge. That's how you do
yeah.
it.
No, I'm surprised that Adam doesn't know this one.
He probably does. He's
He
probably just
probably does.
triple
Yeah, yeah.
checking. He'd probably play it too. But now that our hook is
Yeah.
going to loom large,
Yes, if they know it.
although we
Yeah.
might just see Adam inhibit it right now with something like hog and AH
It's-
vertically,
yeah,
keeping land, which is a
making
decent leave. There is a very high scoring overlap available of the RETI 5-letter word ending in H. Not a lot of those. He's already spotted that. Wow,
yeah,
beautiful.
don't yes.
Great recognition. Dona is
Yeah,
41, by far his highest scoring move.
yeah, and LG, probably my two of my least favorite consonants out of the common ones, but 41 points is a lot
Oh,
to pass. Ah,
look at that draw for Jason. I was
yeah,
just thinking of the LG. Well, if I draw an E, I get leg, zag, and AYE potentially.
yeah,
But now Jason's just going to hammer that spot
yeah,
after
if he doesn't
Dona
take
with
it.
Vex. Oh my God. Vex is
Yeah.
70 points? 60
Whoa.
point?
Yeah,
It's 60. Yeah, it's 70, I think. Oh my goodness me. Wow. That's a draw if I've ever seen one.
yeah.
VTEX even more. Oh my God. Wow. Is Does VTEX pluralize like that though? I think it might.
I bet it
Does
maybe
that
if it
fit the right of reticula? Oh my goodness, what is this?
it do
Mad draw
it
for
does play
Jason.
it does plural that way. Oh my goodness.
So Dona will block VTEXs for around 110,
Oh,
but VTEX and Vex will still
yeah,
fit. I mean, you draw like this, you're just like, all right, time for a lottery ticket. Like,
yeah,
what in the
yeah.
world? That's incredible.
I'm not sure if he's gonna play if knows that's how it plurals. As I would have thought it might have been Vitices, but it's not. It's
Vitices, yeah. Oh
Vitices.
my man. Yeah, because Vibex goes to
Uh,
Vibices. So, is this Adam being unsure of Dona? I
yes,
wonder.
it would be.
I mean, this is
Uh,
a strong play in its own
yeah,
right. Keeping the A and
yeah,
the N with the L and G really improves the
yeah,
value, but 12 points probably a little bit too much to pass up.
yeah. Well, you could play. Oh, you can still. Yeah. You could play Vitexes there, but you could play Vitex making AYE and Zax.
Yeah, so do you score 80 with VTEX, Vitex, or 70 with Vex, keeping EIST? I mean,
Oh
just
God.
a ridiculous myriad of amazing plays
Yeah.
here. And how long do you take before you give your opponent the bad news?
Uh,
I think taking a lead like this, I'm happy
uh,
just playing VTEX
yeah.
for 10 more. Oh no! Don't
No, no,
play
no, no, no,
Reticuli!
no, no,
Oh.
no. Oh, Jason.
That's greed. That is so much greed.
A,
This would score, I think, 100 and
a ton.
I can't even count that high.
No. We need Mac Miller to do the
32,
quick
6,
math for us.
114. Oh, this
Oh,
is getting challenged. Do you
yeah.
challenge both? I think you challenge both.
If you know VTexes or Vitexes, you challenge both, leaving a bit of uncertainty
Yeah,
in his mind. Oh,
I think he's going to challenge. We can kind of see the
yeah,
challenge computer.
yeah.
Whatever
It,
it is,
it
it's invalid.
it's
So he at
coming off.
least challenged Reticuli. Oh man. But now what's so crazy is if Adam hasn't drawn. Oh, he's drawn a U. Okay. Thank the Lord. He can play
Uh,
with IU now and block
Adam
Vex Vtex.
Adam did challenge both words.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
you got to
good
like that now.
because you want to challenge both even if you think Vtex is a word.
And
Because if it
that,
does come down next turn somehow, like you give a
yeah,
spot for it, you want your opponent to doubt it.
that's right. When I've
Now,
challenged multiple words, knowing some are correct, just to put doubt in their mind.
we would want Adam's clock to be restarted here.
Yeah, that's
But what is
buh. I
Adam
don't.
thinking here?
ma- And I
What
would
is
probably
he?
just something very quickly like Hug and IU and Zag.
He's thinking of playing Hub and AH, but you have to block. You know your opponent's full rack. You have to block that
Uh,
spot
yes.
to the right of Za. Is he missing IU? That what's going on? Because if he doesn't
Uh,
have IU, the only way to block is to play like Zag.
yeah, and you still can't
But
play
okay.
Vitexes because the that's to be the sixth letter there, so that's not gonna. No, a Hug is the one you want.
Yeah, I would probably go with Bug,
Actually, I was about to say I think a bug of that H.
but I don't think I think he's looking in that one. I think he's like trying to block XI. Or
Uh,
maybe he thinks reticulous is a word. You have to see that Vex and Vtex play. This
yes.
is essential. You have the golden opportunity. First of all, we should ask production to get Adam's clock restarted.
Yeah, they can't interrupt the game.
Oh, that's actually one of the rules, right?
Yeah, yeah, production team's not
Oh, it's
allowed to
only
set it.
if the opponent's rack or if the
Eh,
opponent's clock is running, I think you're
yeah,
allowed, right?
I think so.
Anywho.
If the wrong one restarts. But no,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you can't
That's
interfere
right.
with it.
That's right. That's fair. Only if it was attempted. Like
Yeah,
if Jason had
yeah,
attempted to restart the clock, then you would.
yeah. I mean,
But
Jason's
wow,
thinking.
this is crazy.
I mean, Adam's picked up 2 or 3 minutes now of thinking time towards the end of the game.
But this should
Jay,
be automatic. You should
yeah,
see Vex playing and just say, I have to block there. And based on the plays that Al's been considering, I wonder if
yeah.
he's seen this spot.
Oh, he he tips at times. He tips it, and then other times it's not. You're not sure. No, now I think
Yeah.
the clock. I think
Oh,
Adam may
there
have
it
just said
is.
something. Usually, when I play,
Oh,
if my opponent doesn't restart the clock, I'll tip them off the first time. I'm sorry, if they don't restart it a challenge, that's their fault. But if they don't hit the clock the first time after a
yeah.
turn, I might indicate to them. But the second time, that's up to them. He does block the big Zax Vex Vtex hook.
Yeah, very, very important to have done this.
Yes.
Now it's closer to an even game. And with that lack of knowledge of the hooks of reticula. I told you they're going to loom large, man. I wonder if someone's going to try reticulas, if no one's going to put an R there.
Well, you could
I feel
put
like
TED and make reticulated.
you could.
And they're just double counting. It's Jason's
Articulate itself is a word.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Jason's very methodical in counting your scores to make sure that you get it right. And it's better to do it during the game than after the game, because if it was wrong and you lose because they gave him extra points, too late.
How oh man, that's not a great draw. AAO.
Aloha.
So I think Jason's still with a decent advantage. He has nice spots for his X. Do you play Vexes and IUs and BE, or do you just play XI? I think you just play XI and
you just play
AX.
XI, yeah.
I don't think it's worth keeping the X.
No.
But what if Adam has challenged both Vtexes and Reticuli, is Jason going to play Reticuli again?
Oh, I hope not.
That's the reason you want to challenge both, even if you know Vtexes is valid. But if you know Vtexes is invalid, you have to know Reticuli is invalid too.
Yeah.
To just challenge the one.
Or do you just
lots of psychology going on?
Do you just play Vax maybe?
Vax is a decent play. I just
the
feel like it breaks up the rack. Yeah.
Yeah. You want. Oh
wow!
Now we're gonna find out if Adam knows this.
Oh my goodness! Let's see how he reacts. He's on hold again.
All right, it looks like a reasonable hook. Looks like
we know that he challenged this word because Vtexes is valid and the play came back invalid.
Yeah.
This question is now: was I right about both, or only one of the two? And if so, which one of the two is invalid? And we're seeing a challenge. Okay. Oh man, this is awful for Jason Simpson. He was in a crushing position. He's losing 2 turns in a row.
Oh. But he will never forget Reticula doesn't take an E.
And that's what I was saying. Like right as he was about to play this, he's like, "Oh, I need to know the hooks of this word."
Yeah.
And it's just coming back to haunt him so hard. You just have to laugh at this though. You're Jason, like, oh man, what have I done?
It's a hard lesson to learn. Just don't forget it now. So we're now on to Adam, who has AAA LNOH.
And he's thinking about playing Noah or AAH, making an AR at the top left vertically. That's probably the location you want to play in.
Yeah. And it's the only, looking at it, it's probably the only one that's going to give him a reasonable score, unless you want to play next to the A in Reticula and open up towards the bottom.
Yeah, but now I guess, again, he still knows Jason's full rack, so...
Yeah.
Does that N in Noah give back something big? I don't think so. But you have to see, I guess, Vex is playable for almost 50 with IUs, and XI is playable, so maybe we do want to use that A and play maybe HAO and AH. Keep two A's, but eliminate the easy XI. That's probably the right choice here.
The way Jason set up his rack, it looks like he's gonna play it right next to ER, making ER at the top, I'd say. But looks like that spot's gonna be taken away from him.
I'd be surprised if he does that.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't try reticulas and sex.
That would be
a triple bad.
not. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he knows now that reticuli is invalid. But man, this is crazy. This is how important one hook can be. That blank space right below reticula is such a huge scoring spot. You put a tile there, you just get it both ways on a double word score. See if we can get.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get the standings here on the live stream here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There.
So we see come down.
Yeah.
This is a reasonable play. It's still giving back the same options. Vax, Xi, Vexes.
Yeah.
Jason has to make a choice now. And that's a good draw for Adam. Is he going to play with Reticulus? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, and that's what it looks like now. Oh no.
Oh
no.
my goodness. Is this coming off too?
Oh no. It's the Adam's laughing.
They're both
They're both laughing.
They're both laughing. I mean, it's just so funny. It's just so funny. I mean, I guess you see if does this give me anything.
Yeah, well, he's put him on hold.
And then you don't see anything that gives you a challenge.
Yep, and there's the challenge.
My God. This is just awful now.
Strike 3. But the thing is, Adam really hasn't been able to take advantage of it with a big score either.
Oh, brutal.
But I mean, missing the.
Have you ever seen this? I've seen this in a like not a live stream game.
I've never seen this anywhere.
It's just so. I mean, I think it's just comical at the end of the day, but it is so tragic too. But tragedy is the highest form of comedy, right?
It's kind of the reverse of comedy, isn't it? I think the Greeks might disagree with you.
Yeah, sometimes. But yeah, like you said, Adam he's up 10 points and he doesn't have a playable bonus.
His opponent
doesn't have a blank.
Hasn't scored in 3 turns now. And he's got tiles to score with, but he's just not been able to do it.
Yeah, wow.
So Adam has a nice rack, but there's nothing going on this.
I remember a game. I think it was Joey Kravchik against Michael Early in like maybe 2018 or something, in a tournament game where Quadriga was played one short of a triple, and that only takes an E hook, I think. And Michael Early played the L hook, the S hook, lost his turn, and Joey played the E hook and still lost the game. So anything can happen.
Yeah, well, Quadriga now takes the S as well.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, but that may have been maybe a new hook, or it could be just a different lexicon as well.
That could be, yeah.
All right, so Adam really wants to do something to score here. Does he finally take out the AXXI hook at the bottom there next to reticula?
I mean, it's still like there's so many plays that are still good for Jason.
Yeah.
And you just want to, either if you're going to block one of them, you want to expect the other one. You can't play BO and AB because that'll give back V-texes. You can't, you can't make a play that gives back a hook.
No.
Is he thinking playing Bola and AB? That would give back the X spot. This is really difficult. And although Jason's lost 3 turns in a row, he hasn't used that much time losing those turns.
No.
And we only have a few plays on the board, and already half of Adam's time is gone.
And after one of the challenges, Adam got about another 2 or 3 free minutes as well because the clock didn't restart.
Yeah, so he should have like 10 minutes
Left.
left with 60 tiles unseen.
And he's yeah.
How do you do anything here? You're sort of just like paralyzed.
Well, how about
It's just so brutal.
something like bald? Oh, no, because you can play the S at the bottom of that as well. Golly gee. Do
I
you
was
just
thinking
play
about playing boned, but if you do that, you're just giving back so many. Oh,
something
he's
like
thinking
Jason?
about playing loaned. Oh, this is a great play. Sorry,
Yeah,
loaned making Fawn Iona. This is great. I
yeah,
like
making
this.
that's
Yeah, this is a good choice for sure. Yeah, now the
yeah,
choice, if you want to score points, if you're Jason, you have to part with your S.
yeah.
Let's see if Adam draws an R and uses the actual real hook of Reticula.
Oh,
I
you
feel like Jason
would
is
I think it
never in a
I
million years going to try a hook now.
no, he won't. And if Adam does put it there, I'm almost certain he'll draw a challenge, and then it'll probably just melt into his chair when he sits back down and say, "Oh my gosh, how did that happen?"
Let's see. What's the final tile? An N, so still no hook to Reticula
Eh,
available for either player. I think you just go with Vexes, you take a small lead and hope for something if you're
yeah,
Jason, but you've got to
yeah,
feel like if you end up making this move now, you're just going to get totally punished. You lose three
yes.
turns in a row, it just feels like nothing you do is going to work
3
out for
turns
you.
into I mean, this is the fourth time he's seen this rack. So, yeah,
Yeah. And talk about the same scenery.
yeah.
Yeah, if you don't play off your S, how do you even score
What?
any points? Exit and
Eh,
DE? Some
no.
hesitation. I mean, Jason still has a lot of time to think this
Yeah.
through, but how much more time do you want to spend on this rack? I feel like you just want to say, all right, done.
I've
Like, you could play V's, like VEES, if you want, but yeah, I think this is totally fine. Totally
yeah.
warranted.
I mean, he needed to get rid of the X and the V. He need he needed to score points, more importantly, I think.
And looking at
Eh,
this rack and what's unseen, Adam is not at an advantage here.
no.
He can overlap with LUN, for example, making
Eh,
ELXU and Ben, keeping BAIL, which is a
there it is.
decent lead. But you'd want to play through from the V. The only thing you can really do is Villa or Vinyl, keeping a U. I think Lun is very nice and restrictive.
Yes.
I like this play a lot, and he's making it pretty quickly, which is also
Mhm.
important.
Well, he's probably looked at his clock and said, "Well, I've only got 11 minutes now." And more than half the bag is to go.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Jason has IT. He hasn't turned over those 5 tiles he picked up.
Yeah, but speaking of IT, isn't Adam? It says he's an IT manager.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he likes that leave more than most. But that's not a good
Uh,
draw. Doubling the L's and drawing two R's, except
he can
he's
play in
drawn two R's for
particular.
reticular. So this is going to be very important for Adam Kretschmer because
Uh,
I don't expect Jason to ever in a million years want to hook reticula anymore.
No.
But maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
Maybe
maybe he's playing possum
he's
with us. Is
willing.
that it?
Yeah, maybe he's like, well, I know it takes something. So what's left?
What what haven't I tried? Well, just don't try the wrong ones again.
So EINOTTY is
Yeah.
the rack here. So
Should have
not great. There's still two blanks out, but guess what?
what?
Jason can play reticulation. Is he looking at this? It was
Uh,
lined up.
I don't know.
Reticulation is the engine's favorite.
It would score well.
but it would open a
Oh,
big triple.
yes.
Now, but I think entity from the E
Yeah.
is probably a better play. Oh, this is
Yeah.
so sad. I don't know. Is keeping two vowels here yeah, I mean, this is a great
Yeah.
play,
It's gonna score.
but man,
Might
why does Adam have Libra lined up? Is it because he wants to play with reticular?
I
Come
don't
on,
know.
Adam. Come on, do it.
Show us
He
the
he
way.
is he hasn't gotten a letter that he needs here. Library keeps a lone L to the Y of entity.
Yeah.
So if you play Libra and reticular, I
Yeah.
would bet a lot of money Jason insta challenge.
Ribald.
Arriba. Yeah, Ribald, there's no spot for that.
No.
Yeah, I wonder. This is a big and important turn
Yeah.
because you can't really score anywhere else with this
No.
rack
I bet
other
does
than with
Adam know the R?
reticular.
That's a
I mean, I feel like after what's happened this game, neither
they're all
player knows anything.
yeah.
Like at least they feel that way, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's just if anyone is going to be confident, it's Adam because he's
Yeah.
won 3 challenges in a row. But man, BIRR is
Sure.
40 with reticular. Opens the triple. Libra also opens the triple. And that could be some sort of worry because there are 2 blanks out.
Yeah, there's some pretty bingo prone tiles, so it pool looks a bit vowel heavy.
Yeah. Where does RIB? He looked ready to play that. It's down to 9.5 minutes. Jason has not drawn a good rack. There's still 2 blanks out. Still so much tension.
And neither one's got a whole lot of time.
Man, this is crazy. I feel like, but where
I
does your Ryball go?
I don't know. Because the R's in the wrong place for reticular.
And yeah, if you're not ready to play reticular, this is an awful position.
No.
Down 20, but 2 blanks out, just no scoring tiles.
I mean, he's probably
But
frustrated because
Jason's
he's challenged Jason 3 times, and he's still trailing. When how?
yeah, it's definitely not a good feeling for either of these players.
No.
On the one hand, Adam wants to be in a better position.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just playing
Playing
tribal.
tribal.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I saw tribal, but I was looking at the second tee, not the first tee. The first tee has a much better position.
Yeah, this is definitely a reasonable move. I mean, all the best moves are with reticular, so it does feel like that hook is just not happening this game.
No.
But Jason has Wero lined up. Is he going to? Oh my god!
There we go. If first you don't succeed, try again.
There's no way Adam isn't going to challenge this. Because he could have just played it.
He just said hold.
Wow, he has Morello's. Now through the L of... Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that. What? Such confidence. Jason Simpson.
I'm not
does
sure if it was
not.
confidence or speculation, but either way, let's try it a third time.
Yeah, 4th time, man.
Fourth. Yeah.
So funny. And Adam's probably pissed. Like,
Yeah. Oh, I could have taken that out.
oh man. But he's gotta recuperate and he's gotta find
Morello's.
one of his playable bonuses. He's got a bunch. Morello's fits to the L, but Tremolo's from the T of entity as well. And then there's a very high scoring option available. Maybe the most common word in the position.
Something is it
Yeah,
Loomers?
extremely important to
Loomer.
find. Yeah, do not play Loomers. That is not
No,
a thing.
no.
But morosely is 92 to the Y and entity,
Wow.
and a very tough find at that. But
That is a tough
as
find.
long as you find something here, you're in okay position. If you miss a bingo here, it is a huge, huge hole
Mm,
that you've dug yourself into. It was just
yeah.
perfect timing. I mean, perfect storm for Adam to miss something here, but oh, look at this. Look what he spotted now. I think
So,
he spotted Morello's,
no, no, no,
but he's
no.
lining Loomers
Yeah.
up. Please don't play this. This would just be brutal. It makes so much sense, Loomers.
One who uses a loom.
He did spot Morello's, so oh man, and he's got
And,
such little time. There's still
yeah.
so many tiles left. This is absolutely brutal. Right after losing a challenge, having to find one of 3 tough bingos and get yourself off of
Yeah.
this very word-looking word that just doesn't happen to be in the dictionary. I remember I once got away with sock jockette. What was it? Socket is a valid word.
Socket, like a light socket, light bulb socket.
Socket, yeah.
Oh, socket. Oh, like,
Socket is playable for Jason. There was some word I got away with though. It was like that. But okay, we're not seeing any of the bonuses here, but at least Adam is making this actually blocks socket. Wow.
kids.
Is making a valid move and keeping the game going.
It opens up the right
Wow.
side of the board now. There's
Yeah, Jason's gonna have a pretty easy decision
yeah.
now. Just take
Socket
that
is a
triple.
triple. Yeah.
Or maybe you play socket, maybe you just play Coke, PPST. But that's the
Mm,
first blank for Adam. Very important
yeah.
draw.
Yeah.
So at the very least,
Yeah.
ovoidals will fit
Yeah.
through the A of tribal.
No, tribal takes an S as well.
Yes. Well, that's why it
Yeah.
was just so worrisome
Yeah.
that Loomers was lined up, because we could have gotten a situation where tribals and Loomers is
Yeah.
challenged, and then Adam
You don't.
doesn't know if tribals is a word.
He's in the same position before. Adam sees dissolve. So Jason has socket, Socket, with an extra E, and it does look he's following Josh's advice to play Coke, keeping EST.
Yeah, I think Coke is just a very good play. Balancing nicely, scoring nicely,
Yeah.
taking a pretty strong lead, and despite there being 2 blanks out, the unseen letters other than the blank are not so strong. So many I's, a V, a W,
Ugh.
and the board not so friendly for bonuses.
No, there's H to the tribal, the T and the Y from entity, and hooking the M. That's no. I guess you could, if you get the W, you could play up atop, making wah.
Hmm, it's true. Yeah,
So
it's a
Coke
great
comes down.
play. 290 to 244, so 46 points. The fact that
Yeah.
Jason is in the lead in this game is honestly a miracle.
Yes. For those of you who joined us late, he had 3 words in a row challenged off, and he eventually did get to play the right hook on Reticula, though.
Another important decision for Adam, but
Yeah.
he's down to 5 minutes. Lividos is the playable 7 with
Okay.
tribals. But ovoidals will fit through the A, and a very bizarre looking live lods is a valid
Oh,
word through the L.
yeah.
Never seen that one.
No.
But if you don't play the bonus now, suddenly you're down, the board is getting closed. Yeah, it's
I think he's
getting
trying to.
harder and harder.
I wonder. He's trying to find an 8 or a 7. But I'm wondering, the second choice is how do I get rid of the V? Because that's the one that makes it the hardest to work with.
Absolutely.
And you said livitos. I always thought that was like live do, like a big party going on.
That's probably what that is.
No, it's actually a reddish discolored patch of skin,
Oh,
like
okay.
a
So it's
like a
not a
freckle
live.
or a tentigo or something.
I mean, if I had to guess whether I pronounced a word I didn't know properly, I would bet against me every time.
I watched your video with having Mac Miller mispronounce words.
Yeah, I told him like to try me next, but do not play IR. Oh my
No,
goodness.
no, he did. Thank goodness.
Woo! That's like I think that's the same spot that IR was played potentially at the 2015 US Nationals.
No,
But I'll stop nerding out, but
yeah,
I'm glad that Adam
he didn't pull
has
the trigger
realized
on
what he
that.
was doing there, but it's so it's so hard to
He's gonna
have
play
any
Viold.
confidence. But Wild is a good play. Keeping SL blank, the problem is it
Kills that.
inhibits it kills
The
so
V.
much.
The V is now killed off that side of the board.
So Adam down 20 now. Still a blank to draw. Still a W to draw for Wah. I mean, there's still
Okay.
definitely spots on this board, but see what Jason does. Is he going to try and block things? Is he going to just try and balance himself? There's a J. Out of the bag in a second S.
Yeah.
Jason thinking of just put to the left
Yeah.
of Mower. Perfectly reasonable play.
Now that Adam's done you the favor of closing off the right side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, what's great about this draw for Adam is he now has gels, Jells, or even Jello that he's lined
Yeah.
up through the EL on the top of the board, keeping,
Oh,
wow,
that's
the blank and an S at the very least.
what is that? 56 points. Bang.
So that's a huge draw for him.
Yes.
I mean, both of these, it feels like both these guys have 9 lives in this game.
At least 9. Adam Adam would almost be out of time if Jason had restarted his clock after the first challenge. Adam has taken big advantage of those free minutes. And now Jason is trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes though, a lot more time than his
Yeah,
opponent. He's just gonna
yeah,
play put or mutt in the same
yeah,
spot, both very reasonable. The M a little bit more flexible of a tile.
yeah. In a situation like this, would you play a little bit faster at times because your opponent's under time pressure? Or
I
do you
think
sit
this position is too fragile. I think you have to try and make
yeah,
your best move still.
yeah. Well, you always had to try to make your best move, but how about I rephrase it? Have you ever been in a position where you played a little bit faster than you normally would to pressure your opponent?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's
Yes,
I've
yes.
I play pretty quickly most of the time,
Oh,
but there are others. Oh, dreadful.
Euritises? Oh my god, that fits through the T of entity. So
Uh,
now Jason thinking Jello's on the board. I have an S, but there are 2 S's and 2 blanks
to come.
unseen to me. How do I deal with this? He's thinking
Yeah.
of Eng on the top right to block, but now he's down 15. Can he afford to do that?
Oh, there's still plenty of vowels to come.
This is crazy. This game,
Yeah.
I cannot believe this game.
No. Well, our first game was exciting because of the big comeback. This one's exciting because 3 challenges in a row has kept it tight.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like Jason has given himself a handicap. in this game of like 100 points. But he's still in it. There's still 2 blanks to come. The unseen letters are weird. There's still 4 eyes. He's
from
going to play
Jason's
Ang
view,
and just shut things. This is a very strong psychological play. It's blocking a lot of the best plays.
yeah.
Question now is Iritis is going to come out? Or, oh my god, there's another playable bonus. No freaking way. Sigisbei. Sigisbei through the B of tribal. I don't think anybody's finding that.
No.
Except the engine. And what a draw for Jason. ER blank.
Yeah, that's...
But does he have anything playable that easy to find? Like, this is still anyone's game, but what do you do if you're Adam? You're down to 2 minutes.
No.
Ibis. He's looking at Ibis. This is very reasonable. Yeah, this is a very good play.
It blocks up the bottom of the board and said, I'm going to take you to the end game.
But man, now what's happened is the hook onto Reticula is gone. Now we have to go all the way back, Scott, to the first play of Gazer. Because Sun Gazer now is playable, but it would actually lose the game to episodes,
which
and to the S of Sun Gazer. But yeah, no playable bingos here. I feel like Jason's in a great spot though with 4 in the bag. He can just overlap, play through the E of Wero. There's some really nice plays there. Leave 1 in the bag.
Something like Oma and making Emmy. You can make quite a few plays down there, depending on how many he wants to play.
There's a decent amount to choose from here. 5 minutes left. But first, you have to make sure you don't have a bonus.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely bonuses. They're just not playable on this board. That's
and is Wa going to actually come in clutch here? The W's still out there. The unseen tiles are WIFT. Jason doesn't know that those are in the bag. Neither does Adam, but that's what he's going to be drawing from.
So what? I would probably be trying to still keep it tight and play something with Oma and making even something like Pen or Pet. Keeping my blank, keeping the S.
Yeah, maybe you want to play just 2 tiles, just MEN, MET. Keep that E as well. Because you have good enough tiles. Maybe the timing's slightly better by leaving 2 tiles in the bag.
Yeah. And he doesn't know. I mean, from Jason's view, there's 4. What is that? 1, 2, 4, 5 vowels available, but he doesn't know 4 of them are on Adam's rack.
So MENE, MERE, maybe the most sensible given how many vowels are left, but there's also the F, the P, and the W you don't really want to draw. So I'm actually liking shorter play, just men keeping REST blank. You could just draw into a bingo with Wa, even without the W. REST blank is so strong.
Yeah, I would say that's going to be one of the strongest 5 tile leads. No, don't burn your E. And if you got the F, there's still if on the side, depending on it.
He's looking to play men, MIET, and NY, a little bit less high scoring.
Yeah.
But very sensible play. 22 points. Jason will be up 11 after this. And it's going to take us into a very complicated pre-endgame position.
Yeah.
Where I guess you want to just quickly play Poise. HES. Oh, he's going with Sweep. He's got only 2 minutes left. So this is a similar idea. Poise actually scores, I think, better than this, making HEHS, but
Disc is a lot back now. He opens up that top.
Yeah.
And you got a 5-letter
So
word starting with a high pointale. You could score it very nicely.
what is he gonna draw? The F.
Yeah.
Okay, this is. I think this might be Jason's game if he finds a good sequence like Trow's, for example. But I mean, with 2 minutes left, Jason hasn't even looked at his tiles yet.
No.
He's got some winning options, but he has to find one of them with a blank. Yeah, if he plays,
He sees twister and retwist. But
if he plays this, the I guess sort of obvious TROWS overlapping the EEP, that will just barely hold on.
that's against
This is
optimal play as well.
This is such a complicated position. You first have to make sure Adam doesn't have an outplay.
Yeah.
And then you have a minute left or less to try and find a play. This could go either way, Scott.
No, you certainly didn't want your tracking to go wrong during this game. Because you got no time to fix it at this point. So you could just play Watts, WOTS.
I wonder, I mean, does that score enough? You can sort of rest easy if you have 10 minutes. But you cannot rest easy if you have 45 seconds.
No.
Let's see what he ends up doing. I think if you lose 10 points here, and Adam does not, you will lose the game. So we're seeing worst or warts. Yeah, you have to designate the blank. I think this is probably good enough.
It looks like it should be.
IT will go out. IT will go out in a variety of places. Unfortunately, Adam does not have any outplays. Crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder if the T would have won the game for Adam. So we know the WIFTE were out.
Yeah.
Is there any hope here for Adam Kretschmer? Is there some attempt at winning?
I don't see one. He's down by 10. What's his highest scoring play? Something like of and DO at the bottom?
Yeah, that's 13. You can move that up a few
-2.
squares. That's right. This is his highest score, 16, but it's just
-2.
not good enough. As long
No.
as Jason gets his playoff in the next 10 seconds,
Don't bother
he will
tracking,
win the
Jason.
game.
Play. He's not looking at his clock. He's going to go over and possibly lose.
Oh my goodness. No.
Oh no. Oh
I
no.
cannot believe it. That's insane.
Oh no.
Wow.
Is there anything we haven't seen in this game now?
He didn't pay attention to his clock. Yeah, when the bag is empty, you do not have to track, you do not have to score, you can just play instantly. And Jason Simpson, just a moment of unawareness.
4, 8. I see 9 for oft and TI.
That's his best score. He can get 9, and he's got 9 seconds to not go over another minute.
And now neutralize the clock.
And there it is. And without the time penalty, Jason would have won by 5, but I think this is a loss by 5 now with the time penalty.
Assuming their scores match what we have. I mean, if they made a scoring error, it could be they come out.
Yeah, we can't, again, we don't want to intervene with that side of things, but we'll see based on the reaction of the players, maybe
They're checking scores, maybe.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, this is a
Yeah.
game you have to just recount, and
Yeah.
whoever loses has to try and forget. So I think we're gonna let them do that work,
Eh,
make sure that they get the right result. But if everything is in order, Adam Kretschmer on the last move has won on time, 384 to 379. I can't believe this game. Wow.
no, I can't believe either. And that's
Sort of at a loss for words, but the show has to go on, Scott.
it does. We'll find out the official result afterwards.
Oh man,
But
yeah.
it should be it
So
should be a victory to it's not did he win that game or did he steal it?
yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
There is a famous interview question in the NBA. Did you lose that game or did your opponents win? And I guess that's a relevant question here, but someone has
yeah,
to win
that's right.
unless there's a tie, and ties are very rare. So we'll take a
Yep,
little bit of a break here.
yep,
There's a morning tea break. I think, let's see, we will be back
and
um,
probably
at, yeah,
about
there might
15
be a
minutes from
little
now.
bit of a delay, but yeah, I think we'll be back in around 15 minutes while we get everything sorted and people get their tea. And I think both of these guys we just saw should get
Uh,
first dibs.
yes, they've burned a lot of brain power there. Right.
But all right.
Uh,
See you
good.
guys in just a bit for round 3 of the Australasian Open. Josh Sokol here with Scott Chaput.
Yep.
See you soon.
We have Andrew and who is it?
We have Andrew
Andrew
Bradley
and Lewis
and
and Lewis
Lewis
Hawkins.
Hawkins. Yeah, we're already back after a short tea break. So, welcome back to the Australasian Open, everybody. This is round 3, and this is an awesome format, awesome new tournament. Andrew's going to go first here and just give us a little insight into what's going on here, Scott.
And Andrew has been playing in the New Zealand Scrabble scene for probably getting on 40 years now. He started when he was a teenager, and he's now well past that. And I think with the quiz question just previously, we asked which of the two players were at the first Masters, and he was one of them. So Andrew is up in Auckland. He's a wallpaper hanger, and he's been a very strong player for years and years and years. And I've played Andrew countless times now, and I'd say he's probably got a slight edge on me. Lewis, on the other hand, he's our young superstar. He came on the scene. It's got to be about 10 to 15 years ago now, when is a youth player, and he's played in multiple World Youth Championships. And when he was young, he was strong. Then he took time off to go to high school and university, and he's come back in the last couple of years and is stronger than ever. He is our most recent Grandmaster, which means he finished in the top 10 of New Zealand after 3 tournaments. There are 3 consecutive tournaments, I think it is. So he's got a lot of potential, and it's good to see young players start and come back, as we've had a lot of younger ones come and then leave once they go to high school or university because there's just so many other things to do.
Mhm.
But he's come back, which is really good to see, and I would not be surprised if he stays around in the scene a long time.
Yeah, he's so strong. And he just became a grandmaster in the New Zealand National Association, and just
Scrabble New
became a
Zealand.
master. Just became a master under WESPA. And so, if you're just joining, if you're watching live, welcome to the WESPA YouTube channel, where we're going to try and get the best worldwide Scrabble streams all in one place. And what a better place to start. No better place to start than the New Zealand Scrabble that has been really, you guys have been doing amazing stuff for live streaming. We have some statistics here as well on screen. I mean, I didn't even know you guys had statistics. Look at this.
Neither did I. I don't know what those are, because Andrew's played a lot more than 15 tournaments, and Lewis has definitely played more than 10.
Yeah,
So
I wonder.
this may be like national. No, it's not
This is from
national.
2024
Last
onward.
year. Okay.
It says at the bottom, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that reading stuff is so helpful at times, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. But that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's great to see.
I like I misread. I really should read. I was misreading it again. I was like, oh, they both won more games than they played.
Yeah. But all that being said, we do want to mention Retreat was the opening play by Andrew. Great start for him, and he's drawn a blank immediately, so it looks like he's going to bonus twice in a row. Saw Dylan do that
In our first
in
game,
game
yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Lewis, on the other hand, has a lot of scoring tiles. And he's
crazy.
going to play crazy. So this is a little bit of a miss, I think. Carzy was 39 as well, through that same R, keeping the C instead of the K, but no huge deal there.
I think it set up Carzy as well. I think I saw K-A-Z-Y set on the side.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's good with an S as well, right? So it could be he's maybe confused. Maybe he didn't realize they scored the same, because this one triples the Z.
Yeah.
Carzy only triples the K and the Y, but all in all, not much between these two plays, but a terrible draw for Lewis. Bringing him to 39 points, but
he's not going to get Mitch next time.
Yeah. So get those scores on the screen for you guys. they're up, but Andrew has a lot of playable bonuses here. What he wants to find is a 7 ending or starting with S, so that he can hook it onto retreats.
Yep. So he says LLOOST in a blank. So there's I don't even want to start counting because I'm not very good at math at times. But yes, he should have plenty of good chances here.
Yeah, Toluols is actually the only 7 that reaches all the way.
Oh, okay.
There's also Latosol, but that doesn't quite work. I think Andrew had spotted Trollops, which plays through either of the R's of retreat, but now only through one of them.
Oh, no. There's the scores.
But, yeah, there they are. Yeah, Trollops is only 59. Toluols is 74. Does open a triple, but for 15 points, you take that. So while Andrew's looking for his best potential play, let's talk about this first Australasian Open.
Yes, it's
this inaugural tournament.
It's been percolating for probably 10 to 15 years with Howard Warder, who's consistently one of the top players in New Zealand for years, and Bob Jackman, who's also a top player from Australia. And they're talking about it, and then COVID got in the way, and so it never took off. But now, particularly with the arrival of Chris Tallman from Canada, he brought a lot of initiative to New Zealand Scrabble, and this is one of the things that he's brought in for us. Is he's got it going again, which is really good to see. So
wow, this is crazy. So it looks like Andrew decided just to score some points. Maybe not content with a 60-point bonus. He's played but that's the only thing that was going to give Lewis a great play, and he's gotten a key down for 38 to almost tie the game, keeping 3 vowels, 2 I's, but this is a big swing in Lewis's favor, unexpected. Andrew now for sure is going to bonus with something like Strolls. But yeah, more on the tournament. So Chris Tallman coming in, getting some initiative going, and starting this historic open tournament. So open meaning it is open to all. Everybody is in the same division, whether you're a brand new tournament player or one of the best in the world. And there's around 50 players, 15 rounds, so 8 today and 7 tomorrow. And 1,700 added from donations into the prize pool, right?
Yeah. So really good to see people donating generously to the prize pool. This will be the largest prize pool that I've ever seen in New Zealand. And the prize pool is $6,000 now, which exceeds the amount of entry fees. With first place taking $1,800 New Zealand dollars, so it's over 1,000 US. So that's going to be people interested in that. And ideally, this tournament will be played on a regular basis, alternating between Australia and New Zealand. Where we would like to see, when it goes to Australia, some of their top players entering as well, and New Zealand sending over some of their top players, and really get this to take off and do well.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see. And with the streaming initiatives,
yep. And if you're watching this stream, don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to like as well. Now, would you have played? I think Strolled would have been a better play here, through the E, hitting the double word.
No, I think this is better.
You want to restrict the board?
Yeah, restrict the board, score a bit more. It doesn't. At first, this looks a little weird, but I think this is definitely the right play for Andrew. But yeah, if you're watching live, we're on the WESPA YouTube channel, which the World English Scrabble Players Association. But we'll also be sharing the views with the New Zealand Scrabble channel. And if you're watching and you don't know that New Zealand Scrabble channel exists, boy, do I have a surprise for you. There's so many live streams that have already been produced, commentated, great production values, as you can see.
And
So
not
we'll be
even
shouting that out for sure.
not even 2 years we've been streaming, so it's growing quite nicely.
Yeah, I will
So
copy that link address for you guys.
Lewis is looking at AAEIINQ, and he doesn't have any real good plays.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, I'm looking at this position and I'm so confused as to how it's possible to have such bad plays available with the rack like this. QI doesn't go down anywhere, QIN doesn't go down anywhere, and there's no way to score any points after stroll. So that's just the strength of that positioning, just eliminating so much from the board. So do you play QAT for 13? Or do you exchange? Like, how do you do anything here? It looks like Lewis is considering exchanging. I think I would do that too.
I think I would too. It's just you play QAT and you're stuck with AEIIN. That's the two I's are going to constrict your possibilities the next turn as well.
Yeah, and I guess you could play Kanat to the same T in retreats just to
Yeah, he's looking at
try
AI.
and open the board on the top. Aya does fit on the bottom right using the triple, but where's your Q going?
He had Quanut for a moment.
You might be in a bad enough position that you play Aya and just hope for a U. But yeah, this is pretty bad. You don't draw a U after Aya, you're just in an awful position most of the time.
Yes.
Lewis he's very deliberate with these positions because there's so many moves that are equally bad, but maybe one of them slightly better.
And the operative word is equally bad. You'd prefer them to be equally good, but there are no real good moves.
Yeah. And I don't even know where Inia fits reasonably.
Hooking the A onto the R, that's not going to do you much. There he goes. He takes exchange.
Yeah, it sucks to exchange when you're down almost 100. I think this is the right time to do it.
Yeah.
And up to Andrew now. Does he want to open the board? He has Fujio lined up, which plays with OR, dumps the bad tiles, but opens everything. What do you do here to keep things closed? I guess a very interesting option would be to play Fice, F-I-C-E.
And just keep it.
Seeing crazy. Is that crazy?
Tight? No. But the leave is ugly though.
But Lewis is drawn to thinned, which I feel is almost certain to go down no matter what. Yu-Gi-Oh wouldn't block it.
No.
You have to have a very specific play to block both spots. I guess. What about something through the R? It's hard to imagine. So EUOI does fit here for 14, leaves everything untouched. This makes sense.
Gets rid of the excess of vowels. Doesn't create any more spaces.
Yeah, but now thinned is going to come down either on top or below retreats and give Lewis a fighting chance.
So that'd be.
If Andrew doesn't draw any vowels, he's going to be in some trouble. But this placement actually very interesting. Andrew draws a couple vowels he'll be able to underlap with if.
Something like if he gets something like roof would score nicely. So he doesn't need.
I'll have to see.
We got to see what he gets.
I mean, now there's an I in space. You could even draw an 8-letter ING bingo. Lots of potential for Andrew, but lots of bad potential too. With a rack like this, only drawing one vowel at first looks a little bit awkward, but is actually pretty good if you find the word fixive. But look at that draw for Lewis. Very good draw. We have a game, folks. But vexing plays through the N and thinned. But fixive, by far the best play through the I, keeping the M and the G for 46.
Yep.
That's not a play I would expect myself to see.
No. So Andrew has E, G, I. I'm sorry, E, F, G, I, M, B, X. He's got lots of floaters to choose from. And Lewis has A, E, L, M, P, R blank. And there's lots of things he can do with that.
Let's see if Andrew spots fixive, and a little bit more on Andrew. He's in the top 10 in New Zealand. And he won the New Zealand Masters back in 2023. Like you said, he lives in Auckland.
Yep. He's been in the top 10 for for a long time. So he's deliberating on what to do, because he's just fixive, like Josh said, is by far the best play. And it's actually quite restricts the board quite a bit as well.
It blocks some scoring. Does create some path to the bottom of the board that E would be floating next to that double letter score with 7 spots to the bottom of the board. Looks like Vim has been spotted. This is a good play too. It's just a 13-point sacrifice and a worse leave. This is definitely a little bit of a miss. A very tough find. And is Lewis going to bingo back? I think so. As long as he's sure a key takes an S. He's got Palmers, Lampers, and Parles. But he actually has 2 9-letter words available. So for those in the chat that are trying hard to find.
For the DE and the ER there?
The DE is one of them. And these are just words that you either studied or you just are never going to play. At 92 and 90 available to him, but I don't see it happening.
No. Lewis
has started studying a lot more than when he was younger, but the 9s are one of the last things you study.
Yes. 6s and 9s are not. The 6s are the unloved ones, the 9s are too uncommon for most people.
But impleter is 92. So implete is a word, but you can be someone who impledes. That's the highest score. And prelatism through the TI is 90. And prelatism is, if you do study 9s, it's somewhat high probability, but that's a big if.
There's imperiled, or not imperiled, epidermal through the DE.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's great. And yeah, if you don't see these things, I feel like Lewis has spotted resample. He's clutching onto that R. Now he spotted preamble. Very nice find. It also plays to the E of a key. Neither of these plays are great because they'll float an A right below that double letter score in the center of the board. So as long as Lewis is sure that Palmers and the keys are valid.
It looks like he's uncertain.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think holding this back from just winning everything. It's word knowledge. Andrew, he's drawn okay. He's one letter off of refixing. But depending on what Lewis does, he's going to have a big, big comeback.
Yes.
Palmer's comes down, exile is 60. Preamble comes down,
Yeah.
FAIX is 54. So it's actually somewhat important to be precise here.
He's taking his time.
Lewis probably figures there's better, but can't find it.
Nice looking at just maybe map keeping.
Wants to live to see another day, maybe bonus from the V. Yeah, he wasn't happy with 65 for preamble. This is reasonable. We kept going and played Maple, but it was a very good leave.
Very Canadian. And then the leave's worth about 30 points, so that's a pretty good leave.
Yeah, and the defense is worth something too.
Yeah.
Drawn into Hurley's. Blank S. Now Andrew with EEFGIRX. He has refix lined up. Prefix works from the P now. And given the placement of those E's in a key, doesn't open too much. Yeah, a lot can still happen this game. Would you play prefix here?
I would
a little bit shorter.
I would probably play prefix. EG is not the strongest of leaves, but it scores, gets you. I mean, it's going to score what, 35, 40 points. You're going to go up by 70 by a bingo. So if you bingos, and you're going to be on tempo again, so you're still going to be able to push it.
I wonder if there's something to be said about playing re-gift to the teen retreats, keeping the X. You're going to be able to score 30 plus with it no matter what. And both the plays of prefix and re-gift will sort of open some space, but in doing so, sort of create a situation where the board is more manageable long term.
Prefix opens the bottom, which is already a bit crowded, where re-gift really opens the top of the board, which there's not much going on there right now.
Yeah, I wonder if the issue with prefix is whether you know if it takes T or not, which it doesn't. But FE coming down, Andrew's looking at this play. I mean, it scores all right, but the G and the X combination is not so great.
No.
And Lewis has to play Hurley's here. It's his only bonus now. Got it lined up. He's got to talk himself into it, though. Andrew's drawn that end, so he's got the ING now. But yeah, after Hurley's, does Andrew have a huge play? I think not.
Instead of put an L above the triple.
It'll put the R there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It looks like Lewis again, just not sure of himself. In this particular instance, you do want to play the bonus. But he's going to play HUN for 12. Again, he's really aiming for that V and Vim with such a strong leave. But the less you score, the less you score. Oh, that's
very good. The less you score, the less you score.
Very, very wise. And now Andrew's in a weird position because if he makes any reasonable X play, they feel like all those plays are like under or through the P of map, and those just all open the board.
I mean, one advantage of Shun is he's got the S to hook it as well for Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's drawn an S, but he had the blank prior, so
yeah.
It's a nice board opening play for sure. It's a good play. But the score is still very much in Andrew's favor. Lewis is going to have some 80 pointers from the V. He's looking at Viralize. Viralay is also there. And I just don't see Andrew blocking. I mean, he could play Vernix if he wanted to. But that would open up the possibility of Vernixes, right?
Play Vernix. You could play Vexing.
Yeah, Vexing, I guess, is reasonable. It's just such an odd position to be in now after FE, where sure, the board right now is not much going on, but you can't do anything about the marginal spots that are left. So how do you continue for Andrew Bradley?
When Lewis was younger, he played very, very fast.
Mm-hmm.
He's slowed down his tempo quite a bit, and it shows in his results.
Yeah, Lewis is, I guess, 21 years young right now, or so.
He'd be 21 or 22. He finished university last year. So
so now he's got to focus all of his time on Scrabble, right? That's what you do. You get a degree and then Scrabble all the way.
No, he's got a job too, so that should take some of the time.
Well, choose your job wisely. If you're a doorman, for example, you get to study words all day. So Gawk's coming down for 34, reasonable play, but this might give back some nice underbet.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
On this particular instance, I think it was still gonna go for Viralizer, Viralays. And look at that, Andrew with exactly 10 minutes now.
Wow.
He's drawing. Oh, very good draw. Inverts. Now, inverts and Servente are going to fit regardless. Lewis's choice.
Viralize.
So, is this going to be a blank I? If it's an A, he's going to lose his turn, I think. This is only valid with the blank I. I think he's made it an A.
It looks like Andrew's accepted
this could get challenged. Wow. I mean, it makes sense to make a video viral, and kids these days. But this is a bony word apparently accepted by Andrew Bradley. He's still in a great position though with his inviters now from the I and Viralize. So might not matter, but very rare to see at this level.
Yeah.
Andrew probably thinking, well, that could have been an I as well, so maybe he's just trying to bait me.
So we'll wait and see. And Andrew has his choice.
Yeah, I think inviters. The thing about the play of Hun earlier is that the board is now pretty open on every front. So even after Andrew bingos again, goes up 80, Lewis will have some ways to get back in the game.
And here
But
comes
with
inviters.
CBGW, it's going to be hard
Yeah.
to part with everything that you don't want. So 343 Andrew Bradley, 267 Lewis. Lewis can score pretty well now. An underlap of Gox. Then what?
Yes, and what?
So I think Bo or Cow both make sense. Do you want to keep a C or a B? C and the G often are not good together, but with an N, could be fine. Yeah, I think it's between the two. Yeah, engine approving, short simulation approving of the choice of bow or bow. That's 303 to 343.
The lead with the C is only about a point better than with the B, so it's not a big sacrifice. And normally,
Yeah, and like we were saying, go ahead, sorry.
Normally the C is a better tile, but the B is better for hooking. So
Yeah, that's the thing. The C is the hardest tile to get right in Scrabble, to know when to use. It can be very strong for bonuses, but only on particular boards. B is a lot more versatile, but a much worse tile for bingo. And Andrew's drawn a Q, a W, two A's, a G, an E, and an I now. And so that's not very good.
No, that looks very similar to what the tiles that Lewis exchanged on his second turn, I think it was.
Indeed. I think just if you spot that you can play through that U of Hun, Qua for 29 is the
There it is.
easy choice here. The only issue with this play is that now that S hook on Hun is just going to stay there. How are you ever blocking that without an S?
Building into the AN is the only way I could see it, but then he would just open up more on top. So that's really, the top of the board is now really restricted unless you play down to the T and retreats.
Oh, but look, that
Jigsaw.
S immediately for Andrew, that's huge. That's the last S. So that's an incredible draw. I was about to say how that this would benefit the player behind to have such a restricted area that's so hard to block where you can bonus, but now that Andrew's drawn the nuts, he's drawn the only S.
Yeah, this is, and I would suspect we'll see Jigsaw and Shun come pretty quickly.
It's certainly not over, regardless, because Jigsaw will take an N hook. As long as Lewis knows that, he might be able to use that to reopen the board, hit the triple. But Jigsaw is a great option for Andrew now. Lewis down 69. And I guess you don't want to play through the S of inviters if you don't have to. You want to leave that E of viralize open. Just a lot of spots you want to leave open, but with so many spots to leave open, the T of retreats, the S hook on Shun, the E on viralize, where do you play? There's nowhere else to play.
No, I just checked. If there was an open R, Lewis could play. I'm going to assume it's Bong Grace, not Bong Race.
Yeah,
shade
that's
for the
a
face.
fun one. Yeah, Bong Race. You can pronounce the words however you want, Scott.
That's I mispronounced some intentionally because it helps you remember how to spell them out.
Yeah, bon grâce, which is weird because grace, the French word, is a feminine word, so it would normally be bonne grâce. But that is a word. Unfortunately, no R to come.
Yeah, so it looks like Lewis is going to play Conga, try to get access to the top of the board.
Yeah, I think maybe a better way to do that would be to play cognate through the T of retreats and keep the lone B.
Yeah.
But neither of these plays are great because they do occupy a lot of space that you would otherwise want us to leave open. Very tough turn.
Yes. Oh,
He's just gonna go and play
play
Sob.
Sob.
He is gonna block
Huh.
some part of the board, but in doing so, he's preventing high scores, easy scores through the S, and he's keeping stuff that can actually work through that T of retreats. Even something like Gynecia, the A, Gynaaecia could have been drawn. But yeah, do you play Jigsaw now? It looks so great, but it does open some possibilities for Lewis long term.
I am a bit of a gambler. There's no doubt. So I probably would have just whipped it down. Give him, let him play over the W. EW certainly makes this game a lot easier. And it looks like Andrew might just be playing EW at the bottom there, making it
Yeah, I
draw.
mean, you can draw even better than Jigsaw. That S hook is going nowhere, like
Yeah.
we said. I think this
Yeah.
is a great choice. You can draw
So
a 5-tile play ending in S, and that would really restrict the board.
yeah, starting with a
Score
J,
even more.
it's going to score well up.
And now is the time to play Cognate. Even more
It's,
of the board is restricted.
you're
You
82
need
points
that
behind
S.
now.
You really need that S.
Yes.
Lewis, little does he know he's not drawing it. And I always tell people, speaking of Jigsaw,
Yeah.
like if you're interested relatively or sort of on the sidelines interested in Scrabble, but you're like maybe a chess player, a Go player, um, jigsaw
Yeah.
puzzle competitor, you can play whatever you like in Scrabble. You can play all those words. You can't do
Yeah.
that in your sport. You can play jigsaw, you can play chess. All these words are valid in Scrabble, so might as well
So,
join the fold.
so you can play lots of games if you play Scrabble in
Yeah,
all in
every
one.
game is valid.
Ludo.
Oh, that's a terrible draw
Yeah.
unless you somehow get the board open for Aeonian. I don't think Andrew's opening it for Lewis here.
I don't think Andrew's going to do him any favors at all. And I don't think either one of us would do anybody a favor in that case either. You
I guess if
control
you're Go ahead.
you control the top of the board with that H hook. They're going to have to play an 8 ending in an A or a T or a TE something. So you're up by 64 points. Leave it to them to take the gamble at this point.
Yeah, and I guess if you're Andrew, you do want to block that T in retreats if you can, but the only reasonable play I see that does that is Jirga, Jirga. That would place an
Yeah.
I in the middle of the board for a potential 8-letter word. So it has its own issues. And he's looking at just jigs and shun now. I think all these plays are crushing, but
Yeah.
what's the most crushing? Because jigs, you expect some play maybe through the J if it's possible. I guess the one benefit to playing something like Jirga is that Lewis is not going to know that you have the last S.
Yes.
And he's
No,
going
you
to
still.
go for it, and you're going to probably win by even more. Yeah, I think here you have to play Ninja, your Lewis, and just keep something
And,
open on the top left.
and then hope.
Hope for a very good draw. But those are tiles. Andrew just drew a lot of tiles that Lewis would have wanted.
Yes. So Andrew, I'm sorry. Lewis has AAEINOO, and he really would like to get rid of an NA at least. And here comes Ninja as Josh forecast.
Yeah,
the bag,
but
there's
oh my
only
god, oh my god, untrendy. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. Oh, Andrew,
let's see if he gets it.
untrendy is 167 through that open N.
And that will be good night, nurse.
Uh,
And he's got under. I wonder if, let's see if he can get off under. No, no.
Undy is such an easy play to make.
Yes.
36, keeping
Yeah.
ENRT takes a 100-point lead. Oh, we're so sad, Scott. We're so
Oh,
sad.
no.
That's so sad. What can you do?
Win first, spread second.
Yeah. You see a play
Yeah.
that wins. You have 3 minutes left. Just do it. But untrendy would have been ridiculous.
That would have been definitely be a solid win as well.
Yeah. Instead of 167, he's got 467 total.
Yeah.
And Lewis with almost all the vowels as a favorable endgame. 7 versus 7, bag completely empty. But a very unfavorable score line.
Yes. He has almost all the vowels, and he has one of each vowel. So he is gonna. I think he is now into damage limitation.
And I guess you can't do too much. Like if you play Upa under the Y of Undi, keeping DIE, you're giving back very nice counterplay.
Yeah.
That's that triple. Yeah, Engine saying the best end game is to play OUP and YO. Go out next turn.
We've got aid. How many places does that go out?
It's just not possible for
Gonna
Andrew to block. There's literally no play that he has that prevents Lewis from going out. He doesn't need 2 spots.
No.
But wow, a very interesting game where bingos are passed up. And I mean, it really doesn't matter that that blank in the middle of the left of the board is an A, but from what we understand, it is, and it made a phony word.
Yeah.
Could have just been an I, but it didn't impact the game whatsoever. I guess the only way it would have impacted the game is if Andrew challenged it off and just won by even more points. Yeah, very good victory for Andrew. Playing very patiently this whole game, right?
Yes. Just take his time, decide what you think is best, and take it. Yeah, Lewis is showing us the scorecard.
Yeah, he's got 2 colors going. Wow. That's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
Got the red and the black.
And you can see who played what letters. I mean, if that's excellent for really deep analysis. If you. And there he goes. OUP.
Best play. Very nice.
Excellent.
Andrew, all you can do here is let Lewis go out. His best play is 15 points.
Ugh.
Keeping 4 tiles, 4 consonants. ORFE from the O of sob. The best you can do here. But Andrew will not be sobbing. This is a very, very big victory for him in round 3 of the Australasian Open. And so while we're waiting, I want to shout out again Scrabble New Zealand putting on the show, hosting this tournament for the first time, live streaming it, getting commentators, getting the likes of Scott. Scott is a very brisé commentator.
Oh,
hard to find you.
You flatter me to no end. It's more getting commentators like Josh who commentate major tournaments around the world and go doing the Causeway a couple of weeks ago as well. How did you enjoy that at the Causeway?
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. Trefa coming down for Andrew. Yeah, Causeway was incredible. Unforgettable. An idea and the game. Lewis could have extracted a tiny more out of Andrew if he didn't go out,
Right.
but 400 to
Yeah.
483 is the final score here. And Andrew with a great victory in round 3.
Yeah, so the restriction of the top of the board early on really made this game a bit tighter.
Oh, we have an overhead. Let's go.
We got a mic. Lewis is checking a
But
couple
we
of
can't.
words.
I went from like 80% to 0 when he asked me what the blank was, and I was like, well,
Yeah, but let's be across there. And
yeah, I'm in. Yeah, I just played bad.
no, you got to learn it. And I just thought, there's got to be something else. And I was like,
So those of you new to Scrabble,
Very lazy.
every player will have an anagram program on their phone.
my bad.
Many players now also take pictures of their boards
I went from,
afterwards
like,
to
80%
analyze later as
instantly
well.
0, and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I was like, wow, they wouldn't have asked him to ask what the blank was if it was.
I should know that. It's such a high prop.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they played it.
I haven't studied like 8's 2 anagram, so. That's like, oh.
Well, did you hear that, Josh? Us asking what the blank was
I mean,
made the man nervous.
I just like,
So many bullets.
I just couldn't
Wow.
pull the trigger on anything.
I guess we need to talk about the procedure then, yeah?
Now,
Yeah, we need
times
we need to wait.
We
till the
ask
play-
blank, and then somebody checks.
Yeah, let the play get accepted or challenged first, and then go with it.
Oh,
Mhm.
I mean, I didn't even know if a key takes an S, but I presume it does.
But no matter. In the
No.
fact thing this time. All right, well, we're gonna take another small break before round 4.
Yep.
But this has been great. 3 really, really good games so far, Scott.
So far,
Hopefully more to come.
yes, keep them close, keep them coming.
We'll see you guys
Okay.
in just a few minutes.
All right.
Okay, welcome back, everybody,
Hello again.
to
We're into
the
our fourth game of
Australasian
the day.
Open. Yeah, so we have Patrick Carter on the left versus Rod Talbot on the right, and a very quick Ibla.
Yeah.
Great move, great find, quick find too.
The Keebler Elves. Yep. Rod is a long time player in the Australian scene out of Sydney. I played Rod a handful of times, and my first time I played in the Trans-Tasman, he was about 10 minutes late to the game because they got the times wrong, and him and a couple other players. And under New Zealand rules, I had the right to start his clock, but I chose not to. And it wouldn't have mattered because he scored over 500 in about 10 minutes of time on his clock. He had about 15 minutes left on his clock.
Oh my goodness. And now for Patrick, a very, very weird opening rack. He plays Vav, which makes sense. Just to par with the two Vs. I just don't know where his other tiles are going next turn.
And he'd set
It'd be
Vinka
very
up
bizarre.
first. He had Vinka set up, and I thought that's what he was going to play.
I mean, the engine likes this move. I wonder what's next. A little bit scary.
It's very restrictive. The bottom of the board is going to be only accessed now through an S.
And we're seeing Bez, wow, just completely clamping down on everything. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Where now the top left of the board is totally toast at the moment. And I mean, where do you play?
Well, if you had the right
I think
tiles,
you have to.
You play Zest. You would have played if you had the right tiles. You play Zestiest, making Vavs, and that would open up that side again. But right now, that board, that right side is constricted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here you just played Jazzy, Jazzy.
Yeah.
But then what? Again, it's just like this. At least Jazzy would keep CRN blank and open a lane to the right of the Y that would be on the board.
Yeah,
but
you're not gonna score much right now. So
yeah.
Patrick's looking at ACJ NRY blank, and the only really unrestricted letter is a Q, so that's not any help to him.
He could play Trank and burn the blank. Not recommended.
No, it's a bit far too early in the game to do that.
He's looking at Jin for 12 through the eye of Kibla. This is a maybe second best play, but the difference between this and Jazzy is tremendous. Jazzy opens, Jin closes. Jazzy scores 23. Jin scores 12. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with this board. I guess Gaijin could be played at some point to Jin, but I think more likely that the D hook of the Jin will come down.
So Patrick does take the Jin.
And this does actually work out. After Jazzy, there'd be some nice plays like Ho scoring 25. Whereas now, Rod doesn't really have much to work with. I wonder if he's just going to exchange rather than open the board. You could play Eine, E-I-N-E, to the NE. That's the only play that I see that doesn't really open anything.
And then leave it to Patrick to figure out what to do then.
What a crazy, crazy early position. Look how restricted everything is.
We've had some crazy boards already. In the opening game, we had lots of plays, 2 vertical plays going up. The last game, we had the board cut off with a couple of long words across the middle. And now we've got one that's just screwed down.
It looks like Rod's considering just playing Eve through the V, which is a a play that makes sense to balance the rack, but it also acts as a concession. You're up 65 points. You have no need to open anything.
No. Enjoy it while it lasts.
So now it looks like Rod might want to exchange, keeping an H and an E, which I like. That H is going to be very nice to balance most racks and score very well. But Rod's going to play this play of, I guess, I really don't know how to pronounce these words. In a vacuum, this is a great play.
Evo, I don't know.
But again,
as you
this
said,
is,
pronunciation doesn't matter.
yeah, this is giving just so much back to bingos, to non-bingos.
There are quite a few bingos available now.
It was a very good start, defense-wise, Keebler than Bez, but I really would have liked to see what would have happened if Rod just kept the board tight. Now, Patrick's got a number of playable bonuses he probably wasn't expecting to have.
No, I don't think he would have expected that.
Yeah, the best of which is numeracy, making the blank an M through the E. That's between the two double word scores. That would be fantastic find.
Yes.
Those Y bingos are especially hard to find.
Patrick's long experience, I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls it out. Patrick is also one of the top bridge players in New Zealand, but I believe he's the top bridge tournament director in the country. He and his wife run the Mount Albert Club, and I have a friend who plays bridge down here, and he knows Patrick through bridge and says he runs very good tournaments.
Awesome. Yeah, multidisciplinary board game player.
Yeah, where he gives up playing Scrabble to take care of bridge.
And he's the only player in New Zealand that has played every Trans-Tasman challenge. That is incredible.
Yes.
How many of those were there? Like 40?
No, it's it used to be years without world champs.
Okay.
So it's not an annual tournament. It was to fill in the gap after if there were no worlds.
While Patrick is working on this, we do have a standings update. I wonder if we could actually get those up. I think the standings are complete from the previous round, but if not, I can read them out. Oh, it looks like Cyanuret is being found here. That's a great find. The anagram of Centauri, which might have been a bit safer.
Yes, it would.
But you find something, you do it. So Cyanuret is 74. I'm assuming that blank is a T. And we'll wait on those standings.
I think there are 14 Trans-Tasmans that he would have attended, with one canceled because of COVID.
That's still incredible.
Yeah.
So right now, it looks like Jane Walton is in first place. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Jane, then
that's the top 11
the top 10?
players.
11. Yep.
Yeah. So very good. A bunch of undefeateds, including Howard, Andrew. But yeah, let's get back to the game. Thanks for the standings update there. But Rod back on turn. He's up 10 points. And he could score pretty nicely with something like Oxic to the C. That looks like what he's doing.
Fairly quickly.
That's a very strong play. And now for Patrick, no E for Wormiest. There's an anagram, right? Worm site, is that a word? Oh no, miswrote.
Miswrote, yeah.
Miswrote, Wormiest.
You're getting rusty, Josh.
I'm always rusty. Work site. What I was thinking about. So if you're Patrick, you're down 50. And you might want to play from the T if you can, the T of Cyanurate. That's the blank in the center of the board. But you don't want to part with your S and play twist, I don't think.
No. It would score nicely, but it's not. It's just very early still.
But I wonder if something like Rit through the R of Cyanurate is any good. WRIT, keeping MRS.
You got an
pretty
S to
strong.
hook it.
Yeah. Meow also playable through the A,
Yeah.
MIAOW. And actually, it's going to be important to see what Patrick chooses because Rod's got Spearing lined up. Plays through the N.
And Meow would take care of that. Let's see what's he going to do. He does play Rit.
That's a very good play, but in this particular instance, the alternative option was better. And Rod's just going to take an almost 100-point lead now.
Yep. Which he's really had a big lead since the beginning anyways. Went after his Kibla and Bez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been in the driver's seat this whole time.
So it doesn't look
we
like
got an
Rod
update.
Go ahead, Josh.
No, he's spotted both. I think
Okay.
he's maybe unsure. Like Spearing plays both with EI or IE.
IE.
But if he's unsure, he probably doesn't want to try one. I'm gonna say Howard Warner will be featured next round versus Alex Gandar, which is a matchup we're all waiting for since Alex has only played Howard once and has won his game. So we'll see if revenge is sweet for New Zealand's like top dog at the moment.
Alex came on to the Scrabble scene. I know with 4 years ago with their not this year, but our previous national championships in Christchurch, and he made a video of following 3 of the players playing Lawson Sue, Howard, Dylan Early, and Laura Griffith. And I believe you can find that video somewhere online. But Alex then started playing and has moved up the rankings very strongly as well last year, in the last few years. I played him on a stream at Nationals last year, and it didn't go so well for him. I had one of my better games in that one. I played uveitis.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I played uteritis through the T. So I had bingo, and they pulled out this rack, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like rubbish." So here comes Spearing. No, actually, if it's German, it's probably Spiring.
Yeah. So Rod talking himself into it.
Yeah.
And Patrick's like, "Yep, that's the word."
Well done. Can't do anything about that.
And very tough position now for Patrick, who's down by a lot, down 95, and didn't draw another vowel after a Rit.
LMNORRS really is, except for Cyanurate, he's really been short of vowels in this game already. Speaking of which, Rod just drew 3 A's, 2 E's, and an O. Rod has not had a problem with vowels in this game.
No, he sort of does. But yeah, I don't really know how you go from here because you want to keep the S. The highest score you have is to play bronze and Jin, Jinn, the top right of the board, which would create a lot of danger. JINN taking an S, an I, and an E hook.
And
It
is
just
it
seems overly
too,
ambitious.
yeah, I was gonna say it's probably too early to take that kind of risk. Do you know what Ron's means without looking it up, Josh?
Absolutely not.
Rest of New Zealand.
Ah,
Apparently, it's an Auckland word, as far as I can tell, being derogatory to the rest of us. Like many of
yes,
these words that they
indeed.
attribute to New Zealand, I've never heard of them used.
Yeah, we have ROC
Yeah.
in Quebec,
Yeah.
rest
Yep.
of Canada.
They probably had that in Alberta as well.
Probably, yeah. I mean, with Jaffa as a playable word, I think it equals, it evens things out, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Our producer Jake
Very-
saying he's heard of Jaffa, just another F in Aucklander, but he's never heard of Ron's, and I would agree.
Oh, poor Aucklanders. Well, it's a good thing this tournament's being played
Eh,
in the best city. Oh wait, I should. No, never mind.
The best city is down where I am, thank you.
It's good to rile people up once in a while.
Yes.
So norms and writs. I mean, this is what I was thinking. Like this scores well, 28, but it's so dangerous as well. But it looks like Rod's not going to be able to take advantage of this beautiful opening on the bottom left. But I think you still want to address the spot. So AAH would be my choice of play there, bottom left. But HOA to the right of SPE or HAE, Rod has lined up, score a bit more. Instead we're seeing, okay, a little bit lower scoring HAE for 25. Now it looks like this takes out the easy lane, which it does, the lane hooking the Ovoxic, but you can still end in a T, an S, or a C. So it's a defensive play for sure. Wanted to say, since this is an open tournament, there have been some upsets in the tournament so far. I think we heard there was a 690 point difference between ratings. 696 Callum beating Howard, or beating Callum beat Lawson, I think. And Lynn Carter just beat Jason. 640 point rating difference.
There is a prize for the biggest ratings upset. So the players who are lowly rated or up and coming have a chance to earn some money by getting a big win against somebody. So it's good it's nice to see them getting the opportunity to finish in the money as well. Would you play something like Flutie here? Can you have it EY, or is it just a rugby player in New Zealand?
Flutie would be great. FLUTEY does work. Flutier is a weird word, right? FLUTEYER.
Oh gosh.
No E for that.
No. I think he's warming up fluttery, is what I'm more natural.
And I guess once you get off the fact that you have nothing playable, FY looks pretty strong at the bottom left. When you're behind, you want to block scoring spots even more than when you're ahead. And so blocking that triple seems very important. Although you have to wonder, Patrick, why didn't Rod play there last turn?
With the exact same word.
Yeah, or just anything higher scoring. Like if he had an R, if he had and
The
D
A
and
for
M. There's so many letters that would have gone underneath norms to score well over the 25 Hay got
yeah.
and be worth the points over blocking. So I wonder if you're less worried than usual about that spot. I think Rod kept a bunch of vowels, which he did.
I certainly would have taken that out.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Rife, RYFE is 46 in this spot, though, so maybe
Right.
that's a little bit better.
Yeah. I
So let's keep a
personally
good
still
lead.
like. I'm sorry. I personally still like Flutie because it gives you access to the top again with the F.
Yeah, Flutie was very nice to the right of the SPE of Spearing. I think that was the best play. Nice spot by you.
I'm done for the day now.
One more. The last
Okay.
one. Last game before lunch. Oak
Yeah.
is 32, coming down very quickly for Rod. He's got
Yeah.
a 7-minute advantage on time
Yeah.
now. And a 95-point advantage on the scoreboard. So huge steep hill, Patrick Carter to
Overcome.
try and ascend. Yeah.
Yep. And if there was another F, he'd have a flutter. Oh no, I'm sorry. He's got two L's, doesn't he? Ugh.
Fluttery, then a flutter. That would have been hilarious. A flutter and a Twitter. I love those two words. But yeah, no scoring tiles now for Patrick. And he was hoping for that, but he was hoping for a version of no scoring tiles, which allowed him to get a bonus. Now, I think that same spot Flutie was available in. Luter, Luter, looks very good there.
The problem with Luther is it only takes the F as a hook. And it doesn't push you very high up the board. And you're really going to need access to the upper part of the board or some way out to the right.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that there's even anything going on in the top left of the board after that opening sequence.
Yeah.
But if you want to keep it open, the problem is Luter actually blocks the S hook on HE and the T hook. So
But it opens up
the
the
only
C
way to
hook.
score reasonably. Yeah, the C hook's there and stays there.
But do you do something
Maybe,
speculative and something like Alu and Za just to push the right side of the board out?
yeah.
Doesn't score much, but I mean, you're down by 95. You're gonna have to start taking chances.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm thinking maybe like TULLE from the T and Cyan you're at, the blank T. Just try and open something.
There's 6 E's left at least, so that undoubling, getting rid of the 2 L's as well. There's quite a few, actually, to be honest. The bag looks quite vowel heavy. 4 A's, 6 E's, 5 I's, 4 O's. There's still quite a bit in there.
Yeah, that's 20 out of 44 vowels plus the blank. So it's a little bit heavier than usual. Start with 42 and 54. 56 if you call the Y a consonant. So that ratio is definitely heavy on the vowels. See what Patrick comes up with. He's down to only 7.5 minutes. He's going to play Alter, similar play to Luter, taking more hooks but keeping that U. But this is a very reasonable attempt by him.
So Alter, you can take an F, an H, a P, and an S.
Yeah, I'm sure that was front of mind in this decision. You're down by 100, you got to keep scoring, and then you have to bingo at some point. That W draw going with that U, oof.
So Rod's sitting on AAEEGOS. So he's got not a lot of too many vowels. He's looking at GAE.
Yeah, so he's just
Making
playing that with
EST.
est. So he's inhibiting the hooks onto alter, keeping AEOS, which is balanced. Putting the time pressure on, that's the most important thing I think
That's
that
right. Oh, and
he's thinking about.
Rod's got an extra 10 minutes to play with, so he's got plenty more time to think about what's going to happen when it comes. As he keeps drawing more fouls. Oh goodness.
Wow.
Oh
So
goodness.
he's not taking a bigger lead than he
No.
had before with these draws. So still some chances for Patrick. There's a blank unseen. From his perspective, a couple S's. We know that Rod has one of those too. But this rack is just god awful.
Ugh.
There's just nothing good here. I don't even know where to start the rack like this. You play off the W. If so, you play like Watt, W-A-T-T on the top left. You open up a huge spot for the opponent.
How about WAUL up on the top left?
Yeah,
Get
that
rid
would
of
make UG and LA.
Yeah.
Get rid of the WU combo. You keep two T's, but it's something. It just
you've got to
seems
do
so
something.
dangerous.
No. You have to do a Josh Sokol once in a while, don't you?
Probably not.
Not once in a while, all the time.
Yeah, not for the faint of heart. He's gonna go with Watt.
Right.
And he's not going to get hit as hard as you'd normally get hit with a play like this. So
No.
yeah, still in the game, Patrick. He's trailing by 59 now. And Rod, that
Yep.
it's going to be interesting to see what Patrick draws. I don't know. I guess if you're Rod, you could just play 0-0 up there, but that doesn't score anything.
No. It undouble gets rid of some of his excess vowels. That's about what it would do.
Yeah, Co's is 34 though. And I don't know how valuable keeping the S's here. You're going to score 34 points.
I mean, where's
the
the hook?
now.
You got for the S, you have Vavs.
Yeah.
And Salter, I guess, still.
Yeah. Not a big deal.
No.
I like this choice a lot. Take the points and try to run away with it.
4 more tiles out of the bag. You have a 11-minute, 10 and a half, 11-minute time advantage. Just keep it going.
And there's Ron's again.
Yeah.
Playable with Jin.
Or
Patrick Carter.
Is it time now? He's got the E.
I don't know. I prefer something like Ourn or OURN and Zo, keeping LEN. Yeah, ELN and ORU, another just awful, impossible to score with rack.
No. Non-rule is there is an A, there'd be neuronal, and that is the only 8. So Patrick's just really struggled with them, except for his bingo of Cyanuret. He's really struggled with his racks.
Yeah, I'll say. But he seems to be somewhat unflappable, honestly. Just very locked in. Not really affected by the swings. I guess that's understandable, given his bridge background.
Yeah, given his long playing career in Scrabble, he knows there are games like this.
Yeah, you could still just draw into 2 bonuses in a row. There's still time. There's still space.
Yeah.
29 tiles unseen to him. 22 in the bag. Plays off 4. Rod plays off 4.
You draw the right one out of the bag. Yep. See exchanging.
Oh, interesting. Okay, he's exchanging LOUN, keeping the best tiles he can think of.
I think your play of Orn get a few more points and provide access to the right side of the board. He really
Yeah,
wants out.
definitely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right that like the right side of the board is it's good to deal with. I guess the point of exchanging is just to prolong the game.
Yeah. Rod puts on, what did he put on? FEA, and then realize that FAE, and then realize you can't have LE.
Yeah. We've almost seen a phony 2 twice today. Yeah, there's not an easy play here, I would say, for Rod Talbot. He could
No.
exchange himself if he wanted to.
Well, I guess he could play Falter and Fouet, but why open the triple needlessly?
So he's just playing F. Very interesting. Taking out yet another hook, but if he gets bonused on now, which he's not, he might be in some danger. But
Patrick quickly plays ERN, making ZE, so he finally opened access to the right side of the board.
Yeah, but in a way that feels somewhat exploitable. And wow, he cannot find more than. Oh, there we go. Finally, 2 vowels. 2 good vowels. But I do feel like Rod's going to be able to do something defensive here, and Bonnies, etc., might not go down. Duotone. Oh, that's a great idea to play a ton of tiles.
That's right. How many tiles are left there in the bag, Josh?
Because now there's 17 in the bag. Rod, I think it's in his interest to just try and prevent 2 bonuses now. I think he can survive 1.
Yeah.
So if you play a bunch of tiles and you get hit with a bonus, it's just a matter of trying to defend the board.
Yeah.
There'll be 4 tiles in the bag after that sort of exchange. And yeah,
Rod's biggest concern would be probably drawing too many eyes and throwing a U. And just about any other move would be fine.
He knows Patrick's exchanged. What did he exchange? Was it U's eyes? Probably. So it is a little bit worrisome in that regard, but I think keeping an A looks really good compared to this pool. The duotone, a great play, I think, by Rod Talbot here.
So Patrick has 5 bingos, but they all start with a B.
And somehow, duotone did not block Bonnie's Benny's.
No.
Will still fit with 6 overlaps. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
I guess you had to play outdone. That's incredible. And look at this.
He's gonna score a hatful of points.
He's playing Benny's this way, but he just thought about it. A couple seconds, he just doesn't have any time.
No.
Wow.
And he misses the triple as well. I'm sorry, the double word. Oh.
That's too bad. I mean, this does leave the board open. It actually might be a better play. Leave more of the board open for a second bonus? I don't know.
I guess, yeah, because there are no blanks or S's will be left. So
no, actually, the more I look at it, no, you want to keep the bottom open. You want to keep those lines open on the bottom. Yeah, this is a bad miss.
I mean, you can parallel Benny's, but up on top would have scored. How much did it score up at the top there? Or would it have scored?
It was 14 more.
14 more.
So still basically needed another bonus. But there's no S to draw for earns. So this really just restricts his chances. And now looking at the unseen letters from Rod's perspective, they're so bad. There's 1 playable bonus. Oh, earn takes a D.
Oh.
ERNED. So Pigmoid is the only threat there. If you're a computer engine or Nigel Richards, you want to block that line immediately. If you're a human being, probably also want to block that line. Block the D of duotone. You can do that in a variety of ways. Try to
Pigmoid.
overlap the DUO. Something like lat, DA, and UT. That might do the trick.
So Rod's lined up dual. Probably playing next to Benny's.
Mhm.
Pat's just there, just scratching his head, going, "What can I have done?"
Yeah. Such a bad draw. 3 I's, 2 D's, and a G. Yeah, 4 tiles in the bag, so Patrick's not going to get the chance to do anything here.
No.
Try to untangle.
And Rod's
wow.
such an experienced player. He's not gonna give Patrick a chance.
He's emptying the bag. This does actually lose. Would actually lose to Pigmoids, but he's taking it back. Gonna play Dahl instead. The chances of Pigmoids coming down are slim to none, but still definitely a possibility.
But not zero. And your opponent has to draw the right tiles and has to know the word.
Exactly. Yeah, around 1%, 2% chance of Pigmoid, given that there are multiple I's and multiple D's to draw. But not this time. Bag is totally empty. And Patrick has 312. Despite having played 12 moves, or 11 moves. Yeah, very low scoring game for both players.
Yes. Yeah, Patrick's
2 minutes left.
Less than 2 minutes, so he's gonna work out.
Yeah, by far the best play here is rigid and earned.
And Obi, yes, that's you have to know earned takes the D though. Keeping DI, so you can go out first at least then.
I think it's the only play that guarantees an out. See if he spots that. He did pick up the RIGI, but he's looking maybe to play rigid to the D of duotone.
Yeah.
Which doesn't work. Just only 1 out play after that, and you're giving back so many points.
Oh,
we're seeing Dine instead. 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
Got to play something.
Yeah. He's kept himself rigid, which is not. Unless Rod plays parallel, is not likely to get blocked.
Yeah, he has to. And again, by far the best play here, Rod, is to block with Pluto and Oboe. I didn't even know Pluto was a word.
Yeah, Pluto, Plout, and what's the third one?
It's Pout. It's Polt, right?
Polt,
and,
yes, like a young chicken.
Pluot. Pluot is the weird one. The plum apricot.
Pluot, not Plout. Yes, Pluot.
There are 2 types of Pluots. One of them I like the taste of, and one of them I don't. So
if you come here towards the end of, well, actually, in our summer, you can go to Central Otago and get fresh fruit all day long.
And that is that in Auckland or somewhere else?
No, that's down inland from where I am.
Nice.
It's where Queenstown is in that area. The famous resort one. Monica is where all the triathletes go.
Yeah, New Zealand is a
Hot.
beautiful, awesome place.
I will. Having lived in a couple of places in the States, I would choose this place over either one. I may love my hometown of Chicago, but I'm not moving back. That and my wife wouldn't come with me, so.
And once again, if you're joining us a little late in this broadcast, this is round 4 of 15. 8 games today. This is the last game before the lunch break. And huge thanks to NZ Scrabble, New Zealand Scrabble, for putting on this tournament, first of its name, Australasian Open, live streaming it directly to the WESPA channel as we see Tom coming down,
which blocks
setting up a potential Hulu and blocking
rigid.
Tig coming down immediately.
Patrick's short of time, so he's just going to play tiles. Blocking Pulu.
Pulu still fits with Asp.
Yeah.
We'll see if Rod can plan that out. That'll be a good victory for him.
Yes.
Dominating the whole time.
Just grind it out. Get ahead and stay in front. It's a pretty successful strategy.
Yeah. But it does seem like he's just going to take 24 for up, but going to allow Patrick one more move to go out.
Patrick will probably just play grid very quickly. Nope.
Oh, not enough time. Not enough time.
I thought he would have seen grid once he played the Tig.
Maybe, but scoring points sometimes is better. Rod actually only has one outplay for the LU. See if he spots it. Patrick already talking. And yeah, Alu coming down. Only outplay. Rod Talbot, and that'll be a game. 423 to 358. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Yeah. It seems obviously I had the blanket to start. Oh, you did? Yeah. With JVV, when you went down. Ah, right. And it seems so natural to play VV. Yeah. After I played, I thought I could have played VINCA. Ah, yeah. And kept JV playing. Yeah, much better. Which would have been better. And also. Yeah, that's Centauri as well. Centauri, yeah. So long to find so I was out of time. Yeah, nice. Centauri would have been better. They put an A there, but both the J and the Z have gone. So. Yeah, that's right. So, that opened the triple line up. Revenge was, Revenge, yeah. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, thank you. Go.
Yeah, Patrick with a great attitude there. It's like, I saw what I missed. Maybe I should have done this. Maybe I should have done that. He saw Centauri a bit too late.
Yep.
So very nice growth mindset. I love to see that.
Your choice, what you decide to play, can certainly change the flow of the game and how it evolves. And then I think Vav really restricted the board, especially then when Rod played Bez, and it just really tightened that board up. Where if he had played Vinca, he would have had more space up on top. The bottom wouldn't have been restricted so easily. It could have evolved quite differently. But that's the beauty of the game, isn't it?
Yep. So much to think about, infinite possibilities almost. And you can always look back at a game and wonder what you could have done differently, what it would have changed. But moving forward, 4 games done out of 15. There's a lunch break now.
Yep.
I believe it's around 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's probably depends. I'm not sure what the time schedule is.
Yeah, I can double check what the schedule is here. before we go, so we can tell you when to come back.
About 1:30 to come back. 1:30 New Zealand time. 1:35.
Hmm.
Which,
Okay.
if you're in the States, that's 8:35 on the East Coast. It's 6:35
Uh,
on.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
9:35.
9:35. I'm sorry.
8:35 in Chicago.
8:35 in Chicago. 6:35 on the West Coast, where my sister and brother live. The other two are in the Central
Fantastic.
Time Zone. So, but thank you for
Very
joining
good.
us to the inaugural Australasian Open. Josh will be back
Yes.
with you this afternoon doing
Yeah, I have
the
to say bye to you already, Scott.
I know. I'm gonna miss you.
It's always a pleasure. Really appreciate your insights and commentary, and thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you, Josh.
But
It's always good to have you and your YouTube channels and your streams and everything else on Twitch, and all the work you're now doing on WESPA with parallel plays. You and Wellington. Everybody should be taking a look at that. Don't forget to subscribe to the WESPA page and like our stream. It all helps produce monetizing things, so it helps us produce these productions. Create these productions for you, and allows us to bring more Scrabble to a bigger audience.
absolutely. Super well said. There's going to be a lot of links that you guys can go to. Follow New Zealand Scrabble's YouTube channel. Maybe try to help support the stream. It's being done by so much volunteer work behind the scenes. So I'll put the Buy Me a Coffee link as well. And Scott, we'll see you next time, next production. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
And we'll be
I've been
back in
waiting.
around 45 minutes, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Okay, hello and welcome back to the inaugural, it says it right above my head, Australasian Open. And it says that right above the head of my next guest commentator here, Anderina McLean. How's it going, Anderina?
It's good. I would love to be there playing with the people, but this is my way of still being involved. I've got a lot of nervous energy today, trying to figure out all the things I have to do. So I got some dishes done. That's something.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have time to do mine. I just had some nice dinner over here, the East Coast of North America, and ready to commentate rounds 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we have a heck of a matchup coming for you guys soon, within around 5 minutes. We've got Howard Warner versus Alex Gander, and two, I guess, huge names in the Kiwi Scrabble community, Anderina.
I would say there is no bigger name than Howard Warner within New Zealand. Obviously, the Scrabble GOAT, Nigel Richards, is a New Zealander, but we don't see him playing here in New Zealand. Howard, he told me once he was going to stop playing when he'd won 100 tournaments. I think he's up to 190 odd wins now, so clearly 100 was not enough for him. He'll be able to tell you the exact number without a doubt. So yeah, he's won a huge number of tournaments, big and small. Was kind of a mentor to me when I was a beginning player. Yeah, he's a reasonably recent president of the New Zealand Scrabble Association. He's contributed heaps to the game. And I believe this very tournament was partly his idea going back a decade or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard it was Howard's idea, and then COVID hit, and then Chris Tallman came to live in New Zealand. It's like, let's do it. And this is an amazing new tournament that has been thought of, and it's 15 rounds, open format, so everybody in the same group.
Yeah.
Huge prize money.
Huge. This is quite an unusual format for New Zealand. We would usually have 1 or 2, maybe 3 Swiss draw tournaments in our year. I know there's quite a few players who don't like a Swiss draw, so that might have changed the makeup a bit of who's decided to play or who hasn't. But yeah, there are then people who absolutely love a Swiss draw. I like it because you get to play people that you wouldn't necessarily play in a rated tournament. Sorry, it's not rated, like when you're playing people of a similar rank to you.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we see the matchup statistics on stream, by the way. What's really funny about this matchup is Alex has only played Howard once before in a tournament, and he has been victorious, 491 to 459. So this is actually a very important grudge match for Howard Warner. Alex has pretty much nothing to lose in all of this. I wanted to also mention, like the open format is a great way to play people you normally wouldn't play, and there can be upsets. There can be a lot of mismatches, but there's bound to be an upset because it's Scrabble, and we've seen 600 rating point upsets so far.
More than one of those, I believe.
Yeah.
I just have to laugh at this idea that Howard Warner has played 20 tournaments. As I said, he's won well over 100 tournaments. I gather that's because these stats are only based on the last 2 years or so.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, even Alexander, I believe, would have a lot more than 10 tournaments under his belt.
Yeah, and speaking of Alexander, I mean, so to talk about his contribution, I mean, the only reason you guys can hear us talking probably is because Alexander has decided at some point that he wanted to take on streaming. And so it's really, really cool. I think that the legend goes that Alex ended a game with Zirconia.
Whoa!
And was like, where are the cameras? Where are the cameras? Why isn't this live streamed?
Let there be cameras! Wow, I haven't heard that story. I love it.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit made up. That did happen. Zirconia did happen, and then live streaming happened after that. So, I put 2 and 2 together. That's what we got to do.
I did hear someone mention the other day, earlier today, that Alexander also produced the documentary. I'm afraid I've forgotten what it's called, but a really great documentary following a couple of New Zealand players in the lead up to the Nationals, maybe 3 years ago. And I feel like that was the beginning of Scrabble New Zealand and media and the great relationship. So it does, like you say, all come back to Alexander's contribution. We were so lucky to have a media person come and fall in love with the game. We need to talk as well about our lovely sponsor, Lamplight Books. I haven't visited them. I moved out of Auckland nearly 9 years ago. So I have never been to Lamplight Books, but next time I'm up there, I am going to check them out to say thanks for their contribution.
Yeah, they've been so generous. They've donated for this one a $50 voucher and a free entry to an upcoming tournament. I mean, that's for a small bookstore. It's just such an amazing thing. So yeah, huge thanks to them. I think it's Alex's partner who
Yes, I have heard that.
yeah, who started all of this.
Oh, here's our players. There's Alexander himself.
Oh, there he is. Yes, indeed. He's
With
wearing
a
the
rather aggressive
Beetlejuice.
looking t-shirt, yeah.
Both of these guys are looking kind of
Wearing their own
punkish
colours.
today, you know? Yeah.
Sorry, what was that
I
word?
like it. Punkish.
Oh, punkish, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't quite recognize the logo Howard's shirt. It's, I think, some kind of music festival. It's definitely obviously got a music theme to it. Possibly the Marlborough Music Festival, now that I think about the letter M and where Howard now lives.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
there's a little round badge he's wearing as well. I wonder if he's been made a life member.
It's just very nice. Really, as the kids would say, both these guys are dripped out at the moment. And yeah. So Howard is on the right, but he will be going first. Alex will shake the bag to start things up. But yeah, this is definitely like we say, a mismatch. There's like 600 rating between the two, but we'll see what Alex can do.
So just confirming, Howard Warner was made a life member of the New Zealand Scrabble Association at the 2026 Nationals, which I was unable to attend, but thrilled to hear that. There goes the handshake. They're ready to get started.
Well, that's amazing.
Both with a smile.
Great. Yeah.
But as I was saying,
what
Howard
happens.
has made...
Let's see if those smiles fade at some point, right? But yeah, so Howard's rock is ADEGJOS. And so in this particular position, first thing I see is
time.
Gadjo, and yeah,
that's what I think I would have done as well. Like I said, I learned a great deal from Howard when I was he was the one that took me from being a fairly beginner player to being a more competitive player. Not intentionally, we just played a lot of games together and he imparts a lot of advice.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that he played this so quickly, confident that there's no 5-letter word starting with the J, it's just very impressive. So yeah, over to Alex with ABEEOOX. So starting with a J and an X, and the first word I'm seeing is OXO, and that would fit to the right of the JO. What are you looking at here?
Yeah, I'm looking at more vowels than I want to see. So OXO would get rid of 2 vowels, 1 consonant. Yeah, I'm not immediately seeing any better option. You know, you'd want some really impressive kind of box. I played box cars in one of my very first tournaments, and I got a prize for it.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I guess we're seeing a setup here. This is incredible. So, boa or boo? I think so. I feel like
so maybe
boo would be a
keeping the
much
X.
better version of this play, setting up AX and ABA. But this is a very cool idea.
Yeah, I'm not that bold. I wouldn't have dared to do that. But if he can get that X in that beautiful spot he's just made for it, there could be a lot of points coming his way. So
yeah, very interesting.
I can only see some of Howard's letters there. Looks like G.
So
have you got them?
Yeah, I got it. EGINOSV is the rack. So I wonder, I guess it's time to overlap. if you're Howard. I mean, it looks pretty good. It's a balanced rack, but
Oh, he's
we're
gonna
gonna
take
see
away that
very
beautiful
quick
spot.
play of Vogie.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with this play is it makes the invalid ABO.
Oh my
Who's
gosh, I
the
hadn't spotted that. You're
think-
absolutely right. I have to say that
Yes.
is the word I miss most, since it is no longer able to be used.
Oh, and it doesn't
looks
look
like
like
he might be
Alex is
challenging.
spotted.
No?
No, I think
Oh.
yeah, I think we're seeing
I
the
bet Howard
expurgated
knows it's not
word.
allowed, even if he's forgotten it just now. There's no way he's
Yes,
not.
I think both of them know.
Yeah.
But
I didn't see it immediately when he put it down. But
what year was this removed from play in New Zealand? It was somewhat
I would say
recently.
about 18 months ago.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't available on the app I was largely playing Scrabble on for a good while, but I could still play it in tournaments. But at least a year it's been out, I think.
Yeah, Howard,
There it
they
is.
both notice now. They both notice now what's going on. And I mean, you spend so many years where ABO is a word.
Yes,
It
and
just
it's so
becomes second
useful.
nature. Oh my god. Yeah, that's funny.
The reason I say that's the word I've missed most from the words that have been taken away is that you can hook in front of bow or at the end of bow or in front or either end of ab, either end of bow, you can make abo.
Yeah.
But you can't make abo anymore.
Yeah.
So going back to Alexander, he's looking at EEOOXRT, which looks like a nice combination. It would be beautiful if he could get a 6-letter word going to that triple word score in the middle, starting with E, but I don't know that he can.
Yeah, I think
I'm
he's a
sorry,
constant
don't know that
short
any of
on
us could.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be nice. Exeter only a
That was the one I
place,
came
not
up
a
with. It
word.
doesn't sound right to me.
But Vortex does fit from the V.
Ooh, I like
Vortex and
Vortex.
Vertex. And
Vortex
this
or
is a
Vertex.
really hard play to spot. So we're seeing or instead, hooking onto Vogie and keeping the X, trying to score with it later, but Vortex would have been very nice.
I would have enjoyed that.
Look at that draw though now from Howard. You kept NS, you drew CHIE blank. That's fantastic.
Wow.
He's gonna have so many different options.
Howard told me once he always relaxes a bit after he's played his first bonus word. He's always slightly on edge until he can get a bonus word down. I expect we are certain to see that happening this turn. It'll just be a matter of choosing which spot to put his many options into.
Yeah, I wonder which way he's gonna go here. So it looks like he's gonna go the defensive route. And he's gonna play Ethnics for 82. And this is the highest score he can achieve. Cheesing to the G does this. Sthenix, Fennec with ors, but this is the most defensive option because it really restricts that part of the board and doesn't give anything back in terms of floating tiles for Alex. So this is a great choice. Made very quickly.
You see an experienced player like an experienced player like Howard, who's only used 2.5 minutes total, has already weighed up all those factors that you just mentioned to get the best bonus without really having to think about it. Many players would find a play like that, but I myself would spend a lot longer going, oh, I don't know, do I really believe that? I thought ethnic was an adjective. Can I put an S on it? Perhaps cheesing would be safer.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's just knowing the word Sokol like Howard does, and just knowing, having played so many games, knowing what you want to do in a position like he was in, is like, well, the best thing I could do is play an HS word. I don't see an HS word. Second best thing would be a CS word.
Yeah.
And then you see the IC, and then you try to put it all together. So he did that within a few seconds. And it looks like Yex coming down for Alex. He has a better option here of Coxie from the C. Why is that a better option?
Oh.
Well, it scores 4 more points, and it doesn't open a huge triple score for Howard. But this is a very strong play, 44 points.
And that Yex left OIUT on his rack. As a commentator, I just have to say my best Scrabble buddy is New Zealand's famous blind player, and she's always saying that she wants the commentators to read out the rack so that she can see what's going on. I think we forgot to read out that one before Alexander's play. And Howard's rack, the lighting is not great, so I can usually see the first 4 letters and make a guess at the last 3. So,
yeah, so FILNRTW is the rack, and I guess the ideal would be to play both the F and the W and hit that Y, but I don't see a 6-letter word that does that.
I
There's
think he's going to do
flirty and there's
flirty.
wintry.
Yep. Oh yeah.
There's twirly also and flinty. So there's a lot of options, but he's chosen flirty relatively quickly. Usually the F is a little bit better than the W.
I think if I'd seen the options, I would have rather wintry than flirty. For that reason, that I'd rather have an F on my rack.
Yeah,
I mean, a shame he only had the one vowel. He couldn't really play something ending in IFY that I know he would have liked to do.
Yeah, I think I would actually have gone with twirly if I saw the options, just because that sort of that puts the I in the same spot and would set up the F potentially for a 30-pointer next turn. Like all of these plays have one issue in that that opens that second row. So if I can follow it up potentially with an F play for even just 28 points, I'll be shutting the board back down. But yeah, small margins here, and Howard's up by 109 early now. Alex gonna have to rally back to save this one. He's drawn into INOOTUZ. First thing I would look for is a play from that scene Ethnics, but I don't see a good one.
Yeah.
One letter off of cozy, stuff like that. But maybe now is the time to try and open the left side of the board. You could play off 6 tiles here with choosing to the G.
We saw with the X, Alexander was showing a preference for keeping hold of it until he could do something really good with it. I would guess he might do the same with the Z. He might be waiting until he can get a 40 or a 50.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just seeing, I hadn't realized how high up the ranks he's climbed. Alexander is currently the 29th ranked player in New Zealand. So he can't be very far behind me. I'm a little outside. I think I might be about number 15, 16. Yeah, so he's obviously been doing lots of study. He told me as well that he hasn't been playing many tournaments lately, largely because of his involvement with the tech side of things. So this might be a little bit nerve-wracking for him.
Yeah, I wonder if you're right and he's going to try and wait for a better opportunity for the Z.
I mean, another option, I think I still prefer your Taozing, but he could maybe up the top with the R of flirty, he could put in Riz, making Zex, but that leaves some fairly ugly vowels on his rack.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. They're all somewhat similar, I would say. I guess the main difference between the options is, do you keep the Z or not? I think Alex was thinking about maybe TOUN to the right of the EX of EX, but right now Zune coming down, making ON for 35.
I
under
did
the
see him
Ors.
with Zune on his rack quite near the beginning of this turn, and I wondered if that might be one he was looking to play. Oh, I can actually see Howard's tiles. It looks like DENAWE. Is that last one an N? Yes,
That's
N.
right. Yeah. So I think the play of Zune is making him a little bit happy because now he can just play Wand, and he's doing it immediately. Just keep the lone E, not open anything. Score super well. Underlap 4 ways.
Yeah.
Fantastic play. And
so he's got the lead in points here. Oh no, he's taking it away again.
Is he maybe not 100% sure the validity, or does he maybe prefer to play a little bit safer and play like Wayne or a new underneath the ZO? and just keep a stronger lead if it's possible.
Or the other thing I saw when Wand was on the board, of course, if Alexander would have an S, that's a very big opening for Swand.
Yeah.
So that might be what's causing some reluctance there.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, that probably was giving him a bit of pause. So.
And it's amazing how often a player, any player, doesn't see something like that until it's on the board. You think, oh yeah, this will be good. It does what I want with my rack. It uses up that really nice opening, and then you see it on the board and go, oh, actually, it's a bit dangerous. Have we got any S's? There's one S on the board currently, the one that Howard played himself with Ethnics. So I guess that means a reasonably high chance that Alexander could have an S, so we, of course, can see that he doesn't.
Yeah, and I wonder how important it is, because it's true that without an S hook on this board, where you can end a word in an S, you're creating an opportunity that wasn't there before, which is not something you necessarily want to do when you have the lead. But I wonder how important that S hook is, given that underlaps of the WA were quite likely as well. He's going to go with
Yes.
Dawn potentially. That's on the board. He still hasn't committed the play. So many different plays are similar.
So what's the score difference between Wand and Dawn? Do you know? It should be a little bit
Just
less.
1 point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or Wand, WANNED. Sorry. Yeah. Wand.
Yeah, the one he played first.
Yes. So this one is 4 points. Yeah.
Okay, so not a big sacrifice. Alexander's rack is AEIUTR, and he's got his thumb over the 7th one. Was it a W?
Yeah, it's a W, and this is a really, really bad situation, as we see Howard's drawn into ingenue and genuine.
Oh no.
I don't imagine Alexander blocking the spot for ingenue and genuine below the F of flirty, making FE.
Yeah.
So this is maybe going to be a big, big win for Howard, all is said and done. We're seeing Raw be played, making Wex, just trying to bonus next turn. That U is a little bit annoying, but draw a couple of good tiles, be able to strike.
Oh, that doesn't count as a couple of good tiles. He's duplicated 2 he already had. And here comes Howard with his ingenue.
Yeah, I think that was a commentator curse type situation. That's a terrible duplicate draw. 2 U's, 2 I's. And this game is pretty much over already.
So the obvious to a Scrabble player play is the one that Alexander's now got on his rack, ETUI. We love that word. It's really great for getting rid of those yucky things. Is there an obvious place to put it? Yes, underneath ingenue is perhaps where he's looking to put that.
Yeah, that's 17 points and leaves a few lines open. Maybe you could also play with Wex.
I just noticed that. It's a bold move. It would make it really open. But he's got to give himself a chance.
Yeah, and the exchange is also quite reasonable, exchanging UUI, just in order to potentially extend the game and keep the best leave possible.
Oh, yes. I just was thinking I might try. No, he's going to go there. I was thinking CUIT, where that C is, has been for a long time, which would mean he got to keep the E.
Yeah, that's a good option too, setting up a lane to and from the T.
Yeah.
Keeping that E.
So he's played etui, which is something to do with a thing you keep your sewing needles in, leaving UIR on his rack, and no doubt really hoping to draw something decent. And Howard has several R's, RRRALTM. Not as obvious as some of his previous racks.
Yeah,
only the one vowel.
A little bit of a struggle. And yeah, I guess if you're Howard, plays to consider are from the G and ingenue. Girl plays with 2 and and 3 R's, but retrol is also a great option to
Ooh,
keep that
I don't know
M.
that word.
Yeah, that's a very weird 6. But it keeps the M for scoring and really parts with as many consonants as possible, 4 of them. So I like this option a
Yeah,
lot.
and again, very fast play. Ooh, can Alexander play his first bonus? I think he can, if I'm not mistaken about it being a word. I better check that.
Yeah. Direful is
That's
valid.
not the one I saw, but
Oh,
that better be the one he
there's
should
no
play, because the one I
fluider.
saw was wrong.
Oh, I hope he doesn't play fluider. But at this stage of the game, if you see a word like that you think might be good,
Hmm.
but look what he spotted instead, unrifled through the end of
Ooh, that's
Oceanu. That's a great
nice.
find. So
So this shows
Direful
the
is a
benefit.
7
Uh,
that scores 89 with ID on the right side, but unrifled is the plan B. What were you going to say?
Howard's got
Sorry.
almost exactly double the score that Alexander has, so he's going to be
Mhm.
wanting to get the biggest one he can. I originally said that Etui play that he made seemed pretty bold, opening up that triple word score on the far right, but now we see the great benefit of it. He's made an opening, Howard hasn't used it up, and now there's a couple of places he can play. I'm
Exactly. And
worried
when you're
about
so
Fluida.
far, yeah, please don't. But when you're so far down, you have to take bigger and bigger risks. So I think play of Etui makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
Alex he's looking at Rideful. If he just switches those
Oh,
that R and D, I just don't know if he's studied that far. It's a pretty mid probability word with that F and
well, it
that
was
U in
certainly when
there.
I looked at the rack he had, Fluida was the one that came to me, which is wrong. Don't play Fluida. What I have found watching some of the streams of other tournaments, I love it that you get to see other people struggling, people that you think are infallible, still get terrible racks and many multiples and things that nobody could do anything with. And I find that quite inspiring in a weird way, that it's not just me. It's not like they're always getting great stuff and I have to deal with the yucky stuff.
Yeah, that's true. We're
Unrifled?
universalizing bad luck here.
Yes.
And good luck.
I mean,
You
the
know.
better a player is, the better he or she can manage to work their way through the bad luck. But it still happens to
Exactly.
everyone.
When I
Bonus word
started
for Alexander.
watching
Very nice. Unrifled.
live Scrabble, I realized I wasn't the only lucky player in the world. So
Chris Tallman is the luckiest player in New Zealand, we think.
yes, well, he's the luckiest player in the world, I think. Actually,
Right.
it's between him and I think. But yes, I'm glad that his luck box status has transcended his Canadian heritage.
And sorry, could you put the word unrifled in a sentence?
Um,
The
they
jewel box remained
removed
unrifled?
they removed all of the guns from my garage. I'm therefore
And left you
unrifled.
unrifled.
I mean, it says, what does it say? I mean, the meaning,
It says not rifled.
not rifled. Well, there you go.
Oh, Howard's played a smirk on the right-hand side. I don't think I even saw what his tiles were. It looks like there's a B and an S remaining on his rack from there. So
Yeah.
he's still well ahead of Alexander, but no longer double, thanks to that bonus that Alexander played.
Yeah. But Alex, we haven't seen what he's drawn yet. There's still maybe some work to do on his score sheet. But he's got a lot of time. This game's been going by in a whiz.
Yes, it has.
Very quickly.
So Alexander's drawn CTIIEOL, which do not look beautiful at a glance. It's quite a spread out board. Like, there's not heaps of places to play, but it's not one of those ones where you think there's nowhere to play.
Yeah, I guess you're down by 115, so you probably want a bonus twice to win this game. So the first thing I'd be looking for here is maybe a play to that bottom middle triple. There was something like that to open that space. Smirk actually does a pretty good job at closing space. You could play Oleic and OK to the left of Smirk.
Yes.
But that doesn't really do much to open the board, just score some points.
We
I
are
guess.
fortunate to be able to play OK now. It's arguable whether it's a word, as a 2-letter word, but it became allowable in Scrabble fairly recently, and that does mean that Howard's Smirk play is not nearly as blocky as it would once have been.
That's right. I guess at the end of the day, the play of Iotic through the D of Unrifled, scoring 27.
Oh, yes. Getting rid of that
seems
double I.
Seems okay. I don't like when I have to bonus twice. I don't actually like blocking sevens lanes with plays like Iotic. Just preventing myself from being able to reach the bottom of the board that way.
So even though a play like that would open up 8-letter word plays, you still wouldn't like it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be super thrilled just because I'm trying to maximize space, retaining space that is open, and also having multiple ways to come back, like sevens, eights, but you can't have it all. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, if Sodic weren't a word, Sodic, you could play Odic.
Ooh.
There only being one other I remaining. But
wow.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing you need to think about when you're down by 115, I guess. If you're trying to win, which I imagine Alex is still trying to win.
Well, the other thing I've learned from watching streamed games is how strategic a lot of people are. Usually I'm focused on getting the best possible score, and then my secondary focus would be dealing with the stuff on my rack, balancing my vowels and consonants or getting rid of duplicates. And then occasionally I like to think, should I block this board or should I open something else up so I can score more later? But I can't say that that is constantly in my head. Yeah, it's sort of difficult to know what Alexander's thinking. It's not a bad rack, but it doesn't immediately lend itself to one or two obvious choices. You've got to decide, what am I keeping? What am I going to put out there? And what's that going to do to the board?
So Alex was thinking about Lido through the D, I believe, of Unrifled, which sets up a better lane.
That leaves good things on his rack for next time.
But I'm a little concerned because he was picking up the LOI. So I recently played low D, LODI, and lost my turn. But good, he's doing it the right way. Yeah, this is a good idea. Setting up a big potential 8-letter word for himself.
Yeah, and leaving himself the letters that are somewhat conducive to that. Looking over at what Howard's got, he's drawn the Q. That always is a game changer, or very often it is, because it is going to cripple his rack for a bit until he can figure out what to do with it. He's also got AASB. Has he got both S's?
Yes,
and
another P.
P.
So this is I think this is really good recognition by Howard. I mean, this is already a good play, just underlapping for 31, Bap, Zap, and Da. But he's one letter off, one E off, just being able to play square on the top left through the disconnected U and R.
Yeah, wow.
And I think he's recognized that really quickly. Let's see if he's drawn one of those E's, score 60 points. That'd be fantastic for him.
Unlikely to have that play blocked. So now looking at the clock, Alexander's got 7.5 minutes to Howard's almost 16 minutes. And we're well over halfway through the game. Nothing to be nervous about, but you always kind of notice if someone's got heaps more time than you do. And Alexander's rack reads CITEHUP. And he's giving them a bit of a shuffle, trying to see what jumps out at him.
Yeah, this looks pretty balanced just besides the U.
Yeah.
You could actually consider that there might be an 8-letter word through the L or some weird IC word. There happens to be nothing here, but with 7 minutes, it's kind of hard to use your time wisely in that how long do I look for an unlikely 8 or 7-letter word?
Yeah. And that, of
This
course, is
time
the
pressure is
advantage
starting,
of
I think.
putting the time in to learn some probable anagrams. If you can be fortunate enough to look at what you've got and just know that there isn't a 7-letter or an 8-letter there, you can move on much faster.
Yeah, definitely. That comes with time, that comes with confidence, study, and just trial and error. But if you're
Yeah.
Alex here, being down 128, now there are only 11 tiles in the bag. The prospect of 2 bonuses is pretty much over. And now maybe the hope is a huge bonus. So maybe with that U, Alex wants the Q. Try and draw something big.
Yeah.
But I think maybe at some point, just try to score as much as possible. Try to draw that blank. Unfortunately, looking at the unseen letters, you can see that on the top right. There doesn't really appear to be a big possibility of Howard struggling with any
No, it
possible
has
rack. Like,
pretty much been Howard's game all along, it seems. It's a lot of things have just gone his way, which is intimidating for the opponent if he already knows that he's, so in this case, Alexander is rated a wee bit lower than Howard is, and Howard, of course, with years and decades of experience. I've been in the seat where Alexander is now and thinking, well, what am I supposed to do? Of course he's going to beat me. But of course, my advice to any player, beginner or otherwise, is don't give up. Keep on fighting for every point. I think what I love about
agree.
Scrabble is that you can beat a player who's rated a lot higher than you, as has already been demonstrated in this tournament. It depends on what they call the luck of the draw. So Alexander has played chip, parallel underneath that BAP that Howard had recently played, leaving
Yeah, and
UTE on his rack.
I think based on what production's saying, yeah, the E was drawn. We can't quite make out the full rack that Howard has. Had a little bit of
It was
a situation there.
QSSAMEO. They typed that out for us, so he was able to fit square in. An amazing play. You have to be proud of that. And I think Scrabble players tend to be very gracious. Anyone's going to admire a person that can fit that in there. I'm already admiring Josh for spotting it. I certainly hadn't.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able, when you have so much time left and you have such a big lead, just try and plan ahead. Like if you're Howard, just like, all right, well, what if I make this obvious looking play? What could I draw next turn? And he's just so quick, to see the possibilities. And yeah, he drew that E, kept MOS. So TTDYMOS is Howard's rack now, but Alex's turn with 4 minutes to go. 3 E's NTUV and 3 tiles in the bag. There is a blank unseen.
Yeah, I don't even know what to suggest for Alexander at this point. Hang your head and cry. There's not very many places from which you can open up this board. Gosh, maybe Eve on the E of oars, which would leave somewhere he could later hook his N.
That's a good option. I wonder if you really want to win at all costs and just hope that your opponent makes another blunder like playing ABO and this time you catch it. You could play like Q or Q from the C or H of chip, open that 9-timer, and just hope for some brain fart on Howard's part. Now that you know that it's possible.
Yeah, true. I've had that
it,
played against me. I was beating a player who was acknowledged to be a great deal better than me, a very excellent New Zealand player. And he determined that the only thing he could do was open up a triple-triple. So he did. And then he played a triple and he beat me by hundreds. Just didn't seem fair to me at the time. How could you do that? So Alexander has played event off the ON that was in the centre of the board, the lower centre of the board. Or has he?
Oh,
No, he's
not
taking it
yet.
back. He looked at
Sorry
event,
about
he looked at
that.
venue, and he's still thinking with just over 2 minutes left on his clock.
Yeah, maybe he didn't realize he was emptying.
That could well be
Emptying the
it,
bag.
yeah.
Panic settling in when you have 2 minutes. That's when your heart starts beating a little bit too fast and you start not being able to think properly. We've all been there.
So for people watching who perhaps aren't competition Scrabble players, it's always a bad idea, apparently, to empty the bag at the end of the game. You want to leave a tile in there for your opponent on the basis that your opponent might be able to play all their tiles and go out and you'd have lots of points taken off you. So you'll often see around the stage in the game both players picking up the bag, having a count. So he's changed his event to just an EE. Interesting. That does make another opening for him to play a bonus, or either of them to play a bonus word, and should still leave a tile in the bag. So Howard's racked TTYDSMO, which does mean that Alexander's got that blank now, and I hope it's really useful to him.
Now, in normal circumstances, if you're Howard, you know there's one tile in the bag, and maybe you want to block evaluate with the blank E through the L of Lido. But unfortunately for Alex, he put the word event on the board, meaning that there's no way for him to have drawn into evaluate because he has that
Yes,
end.
that's a shame.
So
Isn't
Howard
it?
very quickly just saying, all right, let me just go ahead and put Monty on the board. And just, I mean, there might still be, is there still a playable bonus through the L of Lido with EENT?
I'm just checking that now.
Because Aventail doesn't fit.
Yes, involts would fit.
Oh,
I think there's only
okay.
two. Eventual, which doesn't fit, obviously that would have to end in L. Involts, which presumably is to put something in a vault. Not very easy to see, and only a minute and a half.
Yeah, well, that fits now. It's actually playable. So Howard, I mean, Envault would have fit as a 7, so it doesn't really serve him to block the L in that particular instance.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Alex is able to see Envault,
it still will not win
somehow
him the
fits.
game, but it will get him over 300.
Yeah, important to play this instead of with Smirky, Mati keeping DS.
Yes.
Was playable with Smirky for 2 more points, but this blocks the better lane. So
Yeah.
slightly better. Unfortunately, it looks like Alex with 40 seconds is not going to be able to find his out bonus. What is he playing?
He's played V blank NCE through the C of chip.
Is there a word there?
I don't believe there is. No, he needed to play, I think, Vinca, perhaps. V-I-N-C-A.
Vance or Vince or Vence or Vance. None of these are valid. Howard's going to challenge.
Stop the clock.
What do you think he made the blank? What vowel?
Ooh, I'm going to guess probably A. I think A seems most plausible. What would you think?
I put it in as I.
It's got to be one of those. No one's going to play Vince.
Yeah. But yeah, you're probably right. It's probably an A.
But it's gone.
Whatever it is,
You can see that smile on Howard's face now. It's been a long time since he's been in danger of. So it was an I. There you go. It's come up on the ticker now.
Hey, let's go. What do I win?
Chocolate fish is the Kiwi small prize. So I think Howard should have an A on his rack. We can't see it, but that was what I had calculated based on what was left. 13.5 minutes. Oh no, he's got more than one letter. sad is his play for now.
It was the last tile he drew, and
Right.
this is going to put him over 500. 521 to 288. Wow. Very
Oh,
quick game.
dear,
Very
what a shame for
unfortunate game for
Alexander.
Alex. But let's listen to what they have to say with the overhead mic.
Still adding up the score for that final play. So yeah, a disappointing game. It's always a bit sad if you can't reach 300 points, and it's always a bit of a thrill to go over 500, probably even if you're Howard.
I played down here. You hope that I didn't pick up an in if you would come.
Oh, he's telling Alex that he predicted the future.
He always does.
That play.
He's always got a plan.
Just lovely, he says.
And it was a lovely game from Howard's point of view.
Alex asking about retro. Yeah. M and an R.
Oh, will he spot in
I could
vaults?
tell Alex. Yeah, I wonder, like, what's the policy? What's the etiquette? Do you tell? Like, if you saw in vaults. Oh, well, there it is.
Howard always does. And
Oops.
a lot of players wish that would not happen.
Yeah,
I
as a
never know.
commentator, when friends are playing, sometimes they ask, and then I tell them. But my policy is usually to just let them keep playing.
Yeah.
I want people to think they're playing as good as possible.
Yeah.
Like, there's only so much you can control, but if knowing you didn't miss something big is one of those things, then yeah, let the tournament continue. But huge victory for the top seed, Howard Warner.
Is he the top seed? I
521
hadn't realised
to
that.
288. I believe so.
That makes sense. I think probably only Chris would be. Just trying to remember who I saw that was playing.
Yeah, Chris isn't playing, is it?
Oh, I don't even know.
But,
so good on Howard for a good win and well played. Without hesitation, there was never really a moment where we saw him go, oh, what would I do here? He just always knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and it's a very important win for him in the grand scheme of things. Finally tying up his score against Alexander Gander.
Yeah, true.
So they're now a win apiece in their lifetime tournament games. And next round, we have a treat for you all. But since this game ended really quickly, we will take a break before round 6. But Matthew, I believe is how you pronounce the name, versus Cooper. I think 2 very young players.
They are.
Featured.
I would say they're both under 25. Mahu's definitely still at school. Cooper, I think, is a little older, but he could even still be at school. So speaking for New Zealand Scrabble, we are just over the moon to see young people taking up the game. I was one of the youngest for a long time. I started competing when I was in my 20s. And then it looked like there was going to be no one after. Very few players younger than me, but now there's a good handful of them, and the more there are, the more that feel confident to come in and give it a go. So we love our young players. I'm excited to see how these guys do it. Haven't played either of them myself, but it'll be a great match, like you say.
Yeah, and more young players breed more young players. Seeing that it's cool to play Scrabble,
Of course
we need that. So of course, I'm just saying. I'm not in the minds of the youth, but I hope that they enjoy watching their peers play.
If you walk into a room that's all full of old Scrabble players, that's not as exciting as if you walk into a room and see people that look like you. So like you said, like a maybe 5-10 minute break now, and then we go into round 6.
That's right, round 6 of 8. So 3 rounds to go today. I'll be joined with Anderina the whole way through, and we will see you guys in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. See you soon. Okay, welcome back everybody to the inaugural Scrabble New Zealand Australasian Open. I'm Josh Sokol here with Anderina McLean. Anderina, we have a very special matchup for this round 7 of 15 match.
So we are looking at Mahiu Tipole and Cooper Ashley. I was saying before I wasn't sure if Cooper might have left school. I've now found out he is only 16 and Mahiu only 13, according to the player bios that we've been provided with. So yeah, sorry about that, Cooper. But congratulations, both of you, for making it this far, and how we love our young players. And still looking at the stats here, it says 20 tournaments played by Cooper and 16 by Mahiu within this sort of 2-year period that the starter applies to. So that's a large number of tournaments.
Yeah, that is a lot. They've both been playing a bunch of tournaments. In this particular tournament, Cooper has beaten Patrick and also just won his last game.
Killer.
So that's very impressive. And I think we've seen this matchup on stream before, but I'm not 100% sure. I think in every streamed game we've seen of Mahiu's, a phony has been played and has been accepted.
That's another interesting thing about having this database of streamed games to look back on. You could, in theory, look over your opponent and kind of see, are there any weaknesses that I could exploit?
Yeah. But there they are.
Two
ready for
young faces full of energy.
Absolutely. Yeah. I like the congratulations on making it this far. I was going to say congratulations on not having made it super far and having a lot of life left to live.
Well, that too. I've been joking with Howard, who won that previous game. He's a good, better be careful what I say, 10, 15, 20 years older than I am. So I've been telling him that my star is still on the rise and you know, he's got to fall from grace before too long and then I'll shoot up and overtake him. But these are the people that are coming up to overtake my Scrabble generation. Now, I've noticed both the games I've commentated, the players have begun with a handshake. That's not terrifically common in New Zealand competition. But I'm pleased to see it. I think that's a lovely way to begin. And in my experience as a competition player, people are friendly. We're here because we love the game, not because we want to cut each other's throats. So Mahiu beginning, he's drawn ADEMORX, which looks like a pretty nice beginning, but Howard in the previous game had a J to start with, and we were saying that there was no 5-letter word starting with the J. I can't see a 5-letter word ending with the X. Remax.
We're seeing Remax, yes, an immediate phony. And yeah, remix is a word, remix is a word, remax is, I think,
Cooper, the higher rated player here, has decided to go for the challenge, and that is the right choice. And I would advise any people that are even thinking about playing competition Scrabble, challenge everything you don't know. If you're not sure about it, don't let it stay there. Don't give them free points.
So I like the reaction there of Mahiu. It's like, what? No way! I've never played a phony before.
So what the consequence of this means that Mahiu's losing his turn because he played a dud word, which gives Cooper the advantage of playing the first turn. He's played fling, leaving TL on his rack. So what I've often noticed is that young players in general tend to be faster. And there's Mahiu coming straight back playing AXED under the F of fling. We're not seeing scores at this stage. I suppose I should have enough knowledge in my head to be able to add them up.
So it's 32-26. We'll get those scores on the screen as soon as possible. So yeah, Cooper to respond being down 6 points. The L and the T was the leave. JEGRN was the redraw. And this is an interesting one. I mean, my instinct is to play the J off quickly.
Right. What are you going to play? Jingle? maybe.
Well, there's a nice spot next to
Oh,
the
so there
AXE.
is, yes. Something just like
I'm
jet or
just
something.
just a little bit concerning, right? So, like, if you play jet, you might be setting up an even bigger play to the left of that. You're making
Though, as it
EX
happens,
Zex is a
Mahu's.
word.
Oh,
Like,
true. Looks
there's
like that's what
lots
he's
of
going to do, the jet. And that'll get him
potential
a
there,
good
but
score as well.
I think you have to play it
I
despite the risk,
think you
right?
probably do, but yes, gosh, imagine if Mahu had Zaire or something. Huge score. What Mahu does have is LMMRROT, so not a great deal he can do with that. He's got nothing that'll go in front of that TE. Wow, I can't get over how fast these guys play. Looked like he was about
Yeah.
to play TEM then, and he's
No, don't do it.
stopped to think twice about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what's scary about youth players is if they slow down, they're much better.
And that's what we've seen with the young man from Christchurch, Lewis, who started playing when he was started competing internationally when he was about the age Mahu is now. And now he's finished his degree and has come back into Scrabble with a hiss and a roar and has slowed down and is an extremely formidable opponent. When he was lightning fast, you could sometimes get things past him just by thinking a little longer. So both players spending some time shuffling their racks around. Mahu very short on vowels. He's going to have to pretty much do something through the I that's already on the board, probably, or maybe the EX or the TE. I can't see any obvious options.
Yeah, this is a very frustrating turn. Just don't want to see a phony 3 get played, but OTE is a phony 3.
Ooh.
I was a little bit concerned about that, and yeah, I see the little facial reaction of like, yeah, that's probably not a word. Let's try something else. But this is such a rough position, and I understand why. I mean, you see how fast Mahu moves, but
Yes.
the fact of the matter is there's just nothing good to play.
So he's come up with Tom, which, with the board that we have and the rack that he has, there wasn't, I think, a great deal better than that. It gives the option, depending on what his opponent has, you could put an O or an E or an S on the end of Tom. Have I missed anything? There's probably others. Now, Cooper's rack, he's got OELRING, which looks great, but doesn't actually allow for any 7-letter words that I can see with my handy tool that I'm using to look stuff up on. I think he looked at re-oiling before, which will be fine, and there's a nice spot for that.
Yeah, there's 3 words in there. So re-oiling, Lagroin, and the very common religion. So religion is the toughest one of those 3 to see if you study words, but if you know the English language, that should be the first one you would imagine someone seeing. But it's not the easiest formulation of letters. And I like the play of Tom, how it does eliminate most of the high-scoring threats on the left side.
Yes, Zex is not nearly as much of a threat. Oh.
But yeah, instead we're seeing leg. And this is a good play in and of itself, keeping the IN for the G of fling.
Yes, that's very true.
But I think there was some doubt on re-oiling. And Zex coming down immediately. Let's not
oh gosh, so Mahu's rack there was ILMRRY, and he's just whacked the Z to make Zex. He'll be really wanting to pick up another vowel, but sadly he's picked up a C. And we can still only see 4 letters on Cooper's rack at this stage because he's still dealing with the paperwork from the previous turn.
Yeah, so REN the draw to ROIN, and this is not good enough. Unfortunately, doubles are good in Scrabble if you're using the scoring spots, but not if you're referring
not
to
what you
letters
want to see
you've
on your
drawn.
rack. Yeah,
2 N's, 2
I hate
R's.
racks like that.
It's just awful. So probably gonna take some time here if you're Cooper to try and sort through this mess. You do have the E hook for tome, but do you really want to play underneath that? We saw Ironer as a possibility lined up on the rack, but it's kind of dangerous.
It is. Can you do any extension on the end of fling? Like, I'm thinking maybe flingier. But I don't know if that
I
really
don't-
gains anything either.
I bet that if that comes on the board, it won't be challenged. But it's a fun word. I think the tough play here, but maybe the best play would be to play through the L of fling and play Neroli.
Oh, that's lovely. Yes.
That's such a hard play to spot.
Just looking at the shape of what's on our board now, when they began, they'd each played a 5-letter word perpendicular, and there were loads of spaces, and then just a few turns later, they've snarled it into this knot, where they've no or very little access to the premium letter scores. A little
and if
grin
you're not
coming in there
careful
from Cooper.
Yeah, Grin keeping ENOR for a lowly 5 points, probably not a play Cooper's super happy with. But yeah, if you're not careful in Scrabble, this is what happens. It's just like one of those old earbuds with the wire.
Yes,
You
I
leave
can
that in your
picture it now.
pocket, it just tangles up immediately.
So
It's
Mahu's
definitely
rack.
a two-way street. But we're seeing Millie here, which
Ooh.
I don't think is a word. Through the L of fling.
It's not a good time to be playing. I don't think it's a word either. So scores 90 to 92.
Getting by.
Wow. So I don't know what to say about that. I feel everyone should be challenging, as I said already. But nice for Mahu, who did have CRRYLIM. So he's managed to play 3 consonants and a vowel, get himself some points, and he's managed to draw the blank now. Cooper, whose turn it is currently, sitting on out earn, which is nice, and he's got the place to play it, hooking under Tom. I don't know if there might have been maybe something through the M. I'm sure there's something.
No,
which would be a reason to allow Millie. If you knew that you could play an 8-letter word through the M, you might let Millie stay on the board.
Root man, the only word through the M doesn't quite fit, but yeah, very nice find for Cooper.
So a nice open board now for Mahu with his blank. He's also got RRTUOC. I'm not immediately something like quarter, which I can't see a place for. I've noticed both these players throughout the game. They've both done a lot of moving things around on their rack. Now, I believe at least one of them, probably both, are being tutored by Chris Tallman. He's invested a lot in our young players. And Chris is quite renowned for lots and lots and lots of movement on the rack. So Mahu's played Kerr in the bottom left-hand corner, leaving himself ORT blank. It's a nice leave.
Look at this incredible pull for Cooper.
Wow.
And it fits right under the ARN of out earn, so Navoid, ADEINOV, and spotting this word, which is not the easiest to see.
Sorry, where do you fitting?
Oh no, it doesn't work. Never mind.
Not with an RA.
Oh,
what a shame. Okay, where else can you do this?
Oh man, there is no spot.
Taken me a while to spot that one. Can he do anything with any of the things he left there with Grin? I mean, even something like avoid would score quite nicely. But once you've found a bonus word, you want to play a bonus word, of course.
Or maybe you'd play it EA and just hope that he doesn't notice the avoid. That's what it was doing in my head. I thought it played, but yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, I looked there and I couldn't see it working.
But yeah, it's very, very sad. But avoid is a great option for 39.
Especially with the Z and the J already out of the picture, that hotspot that shows up on the triple letter score is not as much of a threat as it could be. Even if Mahu were to have, I think he does have an H, a 5-letter word with an H would still score very well there if you could line it up right. No H. He's got AAOPRT blank. A lot of places on this board. for a longer word. Not so great for a shorter word. Does that make parrot? No, 2 A's. Have you seen any bonuses there for Mahue?
Yeah, so it's the key is finding ANA. So NA making the possibility of ANA, and adapter
yes.
would fit there.
Of course.
But this play of Pa for 22 is a great option in and of itself. AORT blank is a very, very strong combination. So no hesitation there.
So scores are 142 to Mahue, 205 to Cooper, and Cooper's looking at donkers, DONKERS. I don't think he's really looking at that as a word by itself. So he's getting a nice balance of vowels and consonants. I feel like we're likely to see another bonus word soon.
Yeah, especially the younger generation. They love to get those bonuses down often, and what's the saying? Many and often? No, that's the same. Yeah, well, I thought I knew how to speak English, but yeah, you see when people learn the high probability words, for example, like the most likely words to come out of a bag, then you see the strategy develop with that in mind. Like, okay, keeping these 1-point tiles and really trying to build to a 7 or 8 letter word. And it's very incredible to me to see how the brain develops. You learn something and the brain just like goes in that direction
nice spot for the
immediately.
K there. So he's played KON on top of the AI that Mahue had left playing his Pa, leaving reds on his rack. And the con will take quite a few letters on the end. Do I mean quite a few? The one that leaps to mind is the D, which he's got on his rack. And I think he may also be able to put an S there on his next turn if Mahue doesn't beat him to it. No, I'm wrong about that, aren't I? It's always easier when you're not playing to just look the words up. And Mahue's still sitting on that blank. He's got AOO-RST blank. And I think he's now had the blank for, what, 2 or 3 turns, and he's been playing off 1 or 2 letters here and there. No, he's going to play 2 O's this time and keep star blank and hope that he gets his bonus word next time.
Yeah, this is just building as much as you can towards one of those words that you've learned, that you know, as I was mentioning earlier.
And that double O play will take a vast array of consonants on top of it. So he's given himself a spot to play it. Unfortunately, Cooper, having opened up with his KON, a place where he could have played his D or his S, now doesn't have a very conducive rack. He's got DRESS, and I think in his hand he's got BE. Oh, sorry, B. Is it BE or BR? Oh, BE, because there it goes. What about B-dress? Is B-dress a word?
There's no B-dress.
No, okay.
But we're seeing, yeah, you could play Deb. I think Cooper's thinking about Deb, Emo, and Bio. BE, BO, and EN.
Yes.
Was the first play on the board. But yeah, keeping DRESS is very, very strong, but you need a vowel to go with it.
He
so
could also do
avoiders. Makes sense.
If he played ERS on the end of avoid, then he's got rid of the duplicate S, which can be, S's are great, but 2 of them can be a bit overwhelming. And then that would leave an S in the bottom right-hand corner for anybody to stick their bonus word onto.
Yeah, that's a great idea too, avoiders. I guess
I love extensions. I don't know how you train for them, but I'm always trying to think, what could I extend? What's already here that I can use the points of?
Yeah, I guess the problem is, based on the last couple moves, you might be a little bit worried about what Mahue has got on his rack.
And what he's got is STORAL blank. So he had lined that up to spell Estral, which will fit. There aren't many high-scoring places, so he's using that spot he made in his previous turn. And I'm guessing that's going to be Taylor's with the blank as an I, which it's very satisfying to be able to play a bonus word that you think no one's going to challenge me on this. I'm going to get these points.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess the question now for Cooper is, how deep has Cooper studied? Because there is a 7-letter word on this rack, recetas, but
Ooh.
a little bit difficult to spot, and you have to have really studied it. But we saw Navoid found immediately. So I bet if Cooper's seen this word, it's going to appear on the rack at some point.
So the rack is AEEDRSS. And there's still lots of letters, so the second half of Mahiu's Taylor's is available to be played through. Down in the bottom corner where the BEKON are, there's lots of things that could hook on there. And the R and the I from where Cooper played Grin quite a while ago are letters that he might be able to start with.
Look how close.
It's very close to that word you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Cooper's seen it.
Has he got anything starting with R? Because there's a couple of R's there.
Yeah, no, it's the only playable bonus is the 7, so
wow.
Yeah, it's either that or bust.
Or avoiders. Bring back the avoiders.
Yeah, avoider's still a very, very strong play. Yeah.
Just happened
and
to
if you're the
glance
one to have played avoid, that's something you should be sort of aware of. Like, oh, well, I could extend that ing, ers.
Yes.
A
While
lot to
Cooper's
retain at
shuffling
once.
around, I've just happened to glance at Mahiu's rack, which is he's drawn the other blank, which is a big advantage for him, but the rest is a bit ugly. He's got QADWIV. And doesn't really look like he knows what to do with that. He's not shuffling. Perhaps wondering what he'll get rid of.
I guess Kadi to the blank I is what he really wants to play right now.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But sometimes you just have to wait for your opponent to make a move. It's difficult, though.
I mean, they both were playing quite fast in the beginning. And now, understandably, Cooper's taken a few minutes to think through what he's going to do with what looks like a really nice rack. But again, is that, like you say, a double-double is what we want to score on the premium squares, not what we want to see on our rack. So he's got a parallel play of DEAR. Still keeping 2 S's. I think I probably just would have, well, I like avoiders, but I would have liked to bang another S on the end of that to get rid of the double ups. And just as you predicted, Mahiu has played his Cardi onto Taylor's. So it's only 20 points between them. Oh no, yeah, still 20 points between them, just in the other direction now that the scores have updated.
Yeah, this is a great game, and it could go either way. Mahiu with the blank, the final blank, and Cooper with 2 of those S's. So that's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, so then after Mahiu had played, Cooper still hadn't drawn his tiles from the previous turn. And Mahiu's looking at EUOIWV blank. That's got so many Scrabble-tastic elements, you kind of don't know where to start.
It is Cooper's turn now, so ABEHSST is the rack at best. Some funny things lined up on racks sometimes.
Yes.
But yeah, I'd be looking to play Bash somewhere if I could. You're right that the second S is sometimes sometimes a problem, really slowing you down a little bit.
And they've now, I think Cooper with that deer that he played last time has blocked off quite a few of the possibilities for 8-letter words. It's more of a 7-letter word board at the moment, and it's quite open for that.
But yeah, Bash for 33 now, underlapping the ORS of Taylor's, making Dob, Era, and Ass. That is a very nice way to balance and score And again, you just
Yeah.
wonder when is the bonus going to happen? There's so much tension in the air, so many possibilities still that you on Mahu's rack might actually lead to a Q bingo as Val coming
Oh,
down very
true.
quickly, keeping EIU blank. And
Looked like
that
he had
Q
a quick look at
big.
out view previously, which
There's
he.
nowhere for that, luckily, I think.
What about? Oh, well, also it doesn't appear to be a word. Oh, they're challenging something.
Maybe oboe.
Yeah. Could you put an O on the end of bash, or am I imagining things?
Oh, you could. You're right. Yeah, that would
Yeah.
have fit, but I guess, yeah. I didn't know it. So Matthew not knowing it is no surprise.
We will forgive them. And
Yeah.
sometimes I try things when I'm desperate because it seems to be familiar. But it looks like out view isn't in fact allowed. There's so many strange words that will take an out prefix. Yeah, I could think of lots of uses for an out view.
Now a U on Cooper's rack, so queen is available right now from the Q, but that would set up some big
Queenist,
possibilities.
he's looking at.
Queenier, queen, yeah, queenier, queenies, both valid.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can play queen knowing that it can be extended so quickly and so forcefully. But yeah, queenist, not a word. That would be funny. But I wonder at this point, the board is kind of not so conducive to bonuses. Are both players
Not
going to
so
want to
much,
keep that
no.
U or the Q?
Yeah, it's hard to. Well, once you see the possibility of something like queen, I've often found in a game, it just gets stuck in your mind and you can't see anything but. Whereas, no doubt, these guys' coach will have been telling them, look at the board, find the hot spots, consider your options. So it's hard to say where's a really good spot to play on this board. There's some possibilities on top of where it's currently got deer and tailors and bash. A parallel play there could be okay. Oh, he's found an emo. That's nice. So moving out to the top left with TEE. And their score's still very close.
After this play, Matthew up by 9, with a pretty awkward set of 7. Exchanging IIU, immediately keeping EIR blank. Again, I wonder if the U is worth keeping or the Q, but that is such an incredible 4-tile leave that might be worth doing anyway.
And it looks like he's drawn quite well to go with it. Yeah, that looks nice. So back to Cooper. Cooper on 8 minutes 40 seconds, whereas Mahu's got about 10 minutes more than that. And Cooper has WINNUES. And yeah, only 9 points between them. Still doesn't look like there's anything perfect he can do with the Q. And of course, Mahu having exchanged tiles, hasn't given any new spots for Cooper to play with. I hate having W and U together. They just aren't pretty.
So we're seeing Win be played in a spot on the top left where Twin could come down and hit the triple. There's still one T left. So a little bit dangerous, taking a 9-point lead with this play.
A nice space over to the left of that. Quite a few things will hook for a parallel play going down there.
Yeah. And right now, if Matthew knows one of the many, many spellings of this dish, pierogies.
So many spellings.
To the left of Win, but that's such a hard find. And it might not even be a word Matthew knows. But this is a good rack.
He's got gripes with a blank, GRIPES, blank. So nothing he could do with the Q, which is sort of the most obvious bonus spot.
Yeah, that R and grin's still open. But we're seeing... We're just going to see PE, Peg. Yeah, Peg is a great play. Scores very nicely. 26 points, keeping IRS blank, overlapping the play that was just made. And I feel
I
like
was a bit
Cooper's in
worried
some
by
trouble. That
PE.
second U. Yeah, PE would have been very dangerous, but EFINSUU on Cooper's rack now. And maybe now the Q is a lifeline rather than a possibility. It's going to be
Yeah.
hard to score enough to overcome this, even just 17-point deficit with 2 U's.
Even just something like FEEQ would achieve, FIQUE, would balance out what Cooper's looking at a bit better.
Yeah, FIQUE, there's 6 tiles in the bag. That would leave 2, which is pretty good. But FEU, again, just Cooper trying to potentially bonus from that Q. That's the play for 13.
Scores are very close. Mahiu's got way more time, almost 10 minutes more. But Mahiu's rack, now that it's his active turn, he's got EIIYRS blank, which is much less attractive than what he'd had previously. And in case you're wondering, you cannot put a Y on the end of bash. Bashy sounds like it might be all right. And we have, of course, seen Mahiu play a phony word previously.
Just seeing the Y potentially hit the board, making U for 6 at the bottom left. He again just very, very close to a bonus. And this is an interesting play. Could have put that on the end of Daub in the center of the board for a bit more.
And with the scores being as close as they
Kings.
are, do you really want to play a 6-point turn?
Man, wow. Okay, so
We've given
we're
up on that
seeing the
cue.
U get played. This is an interesting play to leave 1 tile in the bag.
Of course. And Cooper had a nice rack there, NAESIC with the U. So Mahiu has now played Q blank ISHIER, Quishia, we presume. And good on him. I mean, why wouldn't you?
I mean, if this is a word,
unsurprisingly, that is being challenged. I like it. I don't think
it's
it's going to be allowed, but I enjoy the thought of it.
What is it? It's 119? I think that's what it is. But it's going to be 0, unfortunately.
And that's a bit of a shame. And of course, once you've been had a bonus word challenged off, it means Cooper's in no doubt now about exactly what's on Mahiu's rack, and he can play accordingly. You don't have to think he might have this or that.
Not a lot of time left. 6 minutes 43, but time hasn't been restarted yet, so Cooper might have some extra time before Mahiu realizes that the clock hasn't been restarted. This is a little complicated. If you've done your tracking right, you know there's 1 tile in the bag. You've seen Mahiu's 7 tiles, so if you've done it right, then
you
the
know
T
what's
is
in
what
there.
you're expecting to draw.
Ooh, which is quite
you wanna
tempting with the combo that he's got.
Yeah,
So Cooper
I feel like you want to try and set yourself out for an outplay next turn, right?
Yeah. So the letters on Cooper's rack at the moment, AIIECNS. And as we've been saying, he knows exactly what Mahiu's got. So it's just a case of taking the 6 minutes that aren't currently ticking because the clock hasn't been restarted after the challenge, and making it work for him because he can tell what is in that bag if he works on it. In New Zealand competition rules, for a long time, it's perfectly legitimate to cross off the tiles as they're played. It's called tile tracking. So we expect both of these players have been giving that a go because at this stage in the game, if you're not lucky enough to have had your opponent reveal all his tiles to you, it's very valuable to know what they are likely to have, or, for example, whether they might be out of vowels or they might be stuck with a power tile that you might be able to stop them from playing.
It's just such a tough position, though. If you're Cooper, you know Matthew's tiles are very good. That
Ye-
H to score, lots of 7-letter words that just don't happen to play. Are you worried about avoiders being played? That's such a high score. You're only up 2 points. It's really, really tough.
Yeah.
I don't know what Cooper is going to decide on. Very, very complicated position.
I just have to say it is blowing my mind that Mahu's tiles are upside down. It looks like he's just turning them up the other way now, but he's had them sitting upside down on his rack for, minutes and minutes, and my head can't deal with that. So both players with quite a good rack and 2 points between them. I think I'd rather be in Mahu's position with the blank and all that time up my sleeve. Cooper's still got 5 minutes, which is plenty of time to utilize what's realistically only going to be a couple more turns. So you were talking about fishing for that T. What would you do to achieve that? Would you get rid of one of the duplicate eyes?
Well, I think getting rid of one of the eyes is paramount. It's
Is there
just
some way you could do that, still leaving more openings? Maybe you could play high underneath bash. Would that leave you enough room for a 7-letter word under there, maybe?
well, you could just play off the eye, and if you play QI, for example, Cineast will actually fit making vows and bet.
Yep.
And Acetons, I think, fits with a grin.
A grin. Oh, didn't know that one.
That's a valid word. Yeah. But you have to know a grin, you have to see Cineast, you have to. I feel like a longer play is what I would think to do here. Something like Ice and Dobe, ICE and DOBE. That way you draw into Saint, and there's a couple of spots for that.
So the goal being to be able to play out in just a couple of turns, rather than to set yourself up for a bonus.
Yeah. It's very, very complicated.
Yeah.
Ear takes an E hook, an N hook. Bash takes that O. Vow takes the S. So many hooks in play. So little time for Cooper. A lot of pressure in this live streamed game, round 6.
And of course, it would be good if we could ignore it, but having played my share of games on stream, that does add a layer of nerves. You know that people are watching you. You know that there are people, in this case, you and I, Josh, talking about what you ought to do, and you don't want to look like a fool on stream. And none of our players have either. I have to emphasize that whilst when you're playing, it's very nerve-wracking knowing that people are watching you and perhaps judging you. No, that's not what it's about. It's about seeing how the game is played and the way that different people approach it. But I'm sure that's no comfort to Cooper right now. I'm sure he's feeling very much under pressure.
Yeah, and Matthew, with 15 minutes, 48 seconds, really is just sitting there and waiting to see what Cooper does, because it's going to be just a reaction. Whatever you do, if you're Matthew, is going to be a reaction to what Cooper does. And I wonder if Matthew's tracked. This would be a good time to track, if not.
That sure would. Yes, because he doesn't know what his opponent has out of the 8 possibilities.
But with 2 minutes left, pressure is certainly on Cooper Ashley. And CINES has been on the rack multiple times. And if you play that with vows, which I assume is what's being considered, that does open a big triple, but maybe you'll have enough when you go out next turn with the T. This is really complex.
If you put the C there, though, and you know that Matthew's got the H, nothing else will go next to that C except the H. The time pressure will certainly be.
It's again like you put something on the board and you see what
Yeah.
it gives back, and you're like, oh no, I don't think I can do this. But you have to make sure you don't go overtime.
Well, here's an option we haven't
So
discussed.
difficult.
Still looking at that Q up the top of the board, CINQ would also work. He's gone with ICES, though he still hasn't stopped the clock. He's thinking about it. ICES, where if was on the board, making ifs. And I think this is a really good example. It's great to see him putting it there and still thinking about, does it work for him? So he's stopped, given the clock over to Mahiu with 57 seconds left on the clock, which will be enough for. It's a surprisingly long time when you've only got 4 tiles on your rack.
But is this enough? Because now 6-letter word from the C and ICES
Oh, there's
score
the
a lot of
avoid.
points, but
Yeah.
avoiders is what Mahiu has put on the board, but this keeps the H. So I think this is a
Oh.
losing play.
Yeah.
There was only one way to win for Mahiu, and that would have been to place that H on the double letter score 2 spots to the right of the C of ICES. There are two words that did that. Chayer, Chier, and Coair, Coheir, both extremely difficult finds.
Yeah.
And those would have been just enough to win. But now with 12 points to give to Cooper, as long as Cooper goes out and scores 6 or more.
And it doesn't go over time.
But unfortunately, something like antes or something to that S is only going to score 6. With 10 seconds left, Cooper needs to go. And I think we're going to have a tie on the board here.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
We have to see what scores these two have, but let's listen to the overhead mic. This looks like a tie game, guys.
Wow. Avoidant. I thought about that one.
And then you played errors.
Oh, so Cooper said he was planning on playing avoidant to get out some of those last few letters he had.
Do you read 382 to 372? 10 points? Yeah.
Alright, ready?
Oh no.
Sounds like their scores aren't right, and we don't do recounts.
Oh no.
So even though we've got it as a tie, there sounds like there's a 10-point difference in what they've got.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. They must have both made the same 10-point mistake.
What's the bingos?
Oh, this
One bingo each. I wasn't sure about that. I wanted to challenge, but you drew your tiles already.
Oh. Why is nothing hold?
Because you already drew your tiles. It was too late. When I look closer. So it's 382.
It's not about when you draw your tiles, it's about when you say hold.
It would have been a tie if you went over 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I played.
Huh?
That's why I played. I was like, I calculated that I could win. I was looking for a better spot, but I wasn't going to go over. There's no way. Because I knew it'd be really
So if you've just joined us, the scores on the screen are tied at 382, but the players have scored it differently, giving a 10-point win to Cooper.
Chili?
And they were just saying that
we got one bingo each, right?
they thought Millie was wrong, but it didn't get challenged because the draw was too quick.
Good game, man.
Wow.
Yeah, what an exciting
Such
finish.
craziness. Oh, we thought it was a tie, but they just have the scores wrong.
And the way
Unbelievable
that
stuff.
works, I didn't notice if they were doing it because we can't usually hear the audio from the game during the game. You just verify your score with your opponent now and then. Some players will do it after every turn. And you're free to, if someone says that was 25, you can count up their turn and say, no, I think it was 26, or I think it was 36, or whatever. But if it doesn't happen, if you agree, then that's the score that stands, which is, they do seem to be in agreement, and they're going to hate it if they ever go back and watch this. Or Mahiu in particular is going to hate it, because I think he's just taken a loss.
Yeah, I guess Mahiu can rest easy knowing that Cooper did have some winning options on that final position, but wow, yeah, this was a win for Cooper on paper. So crazy game. We've seen some insanity so far today. The Australasian Open. Wow.
Yeah.
We have a matchup for next round, but before that, let's remind everybody of who is sponsoring this beautiful tournament. It's Lamplight Books.
Who are on Parnell Road in Auckland. So if you are an Aucklander or in the greater Auckland region, do pop in and buy their books, spend money, and tell them that you heard about them through Scrabble. They'd love to know that. Yeah, I've not visited them myself, but I have met the lady who has been liaising with the New Zealand Scrabble people, and she's a very, very nice lady. I'm not going to name her because I might get it wrong, and that would be a shame. But yeah, they have put forward this prize of a voucher. If you choose to follow the link that you can see on your screen now and contribute anything that you're able to contribute to go towards the not inconsiderable costs of a production like this. So yeah, every few dollars in the kitty will help, and every contribution will go into the drawer. Now we're looking at the standings.
Well, yeah, just a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube Live right now, I just put the link, in the chat. Buy me a coffee link is where you can go to support these stream endeavors that are just so incredible. So much footage, so much content. But yes, after game 5, so we've just seen game 6. After game 5, Jane Walton was in first place. And Val Mills in 5th, and all the men between them.
Yeah, that's it's a bit surprising. So that was game 6 we just saw. So we were one game behind where the players are at now. And I saw Jane was in first place a couple of games ago. I would not have picked her as the strongest player in the field. I know a couple of Janes, and I'm not sure which Jane is Jane Walton, so I'll not comment too much on that in case I've got the wrong Jane in mind.
Well, this is why open tournaments are so interesting, right? You can start off seeing people that just destroyed their opponents, potentially lots of mismatches, and we'll see if Jane can hold on. But that's an incredible total spread, which is the difference between all of her games. 805. That's an average of over 150 points win.
And incredible as well, that's 5 players who, after game 5, had not yet lost any games. That's got to be a great feeling, whether you're Howard, used to being at the top of the table, or anybody would love to be undefeated. And then just looking down the standings a bit, Dylan Early, the last name we can see on the screen, he's been the New Zealand national champion at least once. I think he's been the New Zealand Masters champion. Yeah, so he's a very, very good player, and I expect we'll see him much further up the top as the tournament goes on. It's only Saturday afternoon, and they've yet to play all through Sunday as well. So in fact, these standings I think are maybe a third of the way through. I think we're looking at 15 games in the whole tournament, give or take.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, 15 games total. So 8 today, 7 tomorrow, 2 left. We're going to take a short break while we get the next matchup going. That's Cicely Bruce versus, let me see, John Holgate. Yes, that is the next matchup for round 7. They caught me. They panned to me right as I was doing the little old man, like, I can't really see. But yes, that's coming to you guys very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. More Scrabble to come. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Australasian Open, the first of its name. Josh Sokol here with Anderina, McLean, and our next matchup, Cicely Bruce versus John Holgate. What can you tell us about these two guys?
I'll start with John because there's a lot less I can say about him. He's one of the Australian players. I believe we've got 11 that have made the journey across the ditch, which is pretty darn good. Thanks, guys, for coming. I have certainly played John in several of the recent Trans-Tasman matchups, but I can't honestly remember very much about him at this point. It may all come back to me. Cicely, on the other hand, is someone I've played very often. In fact, the shirt that Cicely is wearing today is the one that was designed when we all went to Perth for the World Championship in 2015.
Wow.
A lot of us went and played over in the Open tournament, so I've got that T-shirt too. So Cicely and I are usually very close in ratings, so it is very common for she and I to be playing the last game of the tournament against each other. And looks like Cicely is starting, and she has drawn Q-U-O-I-L-R-E, recoil in the French style.
Yeah, so this is a good-looking opening rack. So you'd want to be looking for a way to double the Q, and there's one way to do that, and she's already lined it up.
Yep.
Wire.
That'd be easy money, though it does leave itself
Easy
open
money,
to some
yeah.
hooks.
Are there any extensions? 3-letter extensions. So there's Squire, Squire, Esquire. But
Yeah.
I wonder. Yeah, we do have a lot of information about both Cicely and John in our
Excellent.
player bios. Thank you for to the production team for providing us with those. But we'll talk more about that when there's a lull in the game. AAIMORT for John Holgate.
Looks like he was hoping
And
Cicely would play a C.
no C. I guess you could try to play this with the Q, but I don't think that'll go very far. Although it'll make the same sound. But Korma does
Ooh,
fit from that
yes.
Q. A nice Q without U word. Those are very important.
Yeah.
Which is probably the best play here. No S for Squire, no D for Quired. No real good way to overlap. No 4-timer through the U. And John has spotted
Yep,
it.
I'd say that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah, so John, like you said, an Australian player, rated 5th in New South Wales and 13th in the whole of Australia, living in Sydney at the moment. Played in tons of tournaments, founded the Sydney Scrabble Club in 1980. Wow.
The year
That's
I was
incredible.
born. So, okay, he's played more Scrabble than I've had hot dinners.
And started playing in 1979. So started playing, I was like, all right, well, we got to start a club now. Incredible.
Got to get one in my state. Yeah, he's obviously seen the Korma play and is just thinking through the other options. There it goes. So again, a nice little 5-letter word starting with Q, played perpendicularly. So at the moment, there's heaps of letters for Cicely to play through. She's drawn the blank. And a bit of an abundance of vowels. Cicely's letters are A-A-I-O-B-L blank. The blank is the most desirable tile for any Scrabbler.
Also the most difficult to use properly because it can represent any of the 26 tiles in the alphabet.
I found a bonus word.
Oh, tell me.
I want to play abulia, making the blank as a U. Can't remember
Very
what
nice.
it means. It's obviously the absence of some bodily function or other with the A prefix.
Yeah, maybe lack of bile or something.
Yeah.
But looks like Oba, which is a very good play. 22 overlapping the M and the A of Korma. Abulia was there, but there was also an incredible 94-point play of Mailboat available.
I do love me a compound word.
which is just incredibly hard to spot. Very, very
Yeah,
difficult.
I think that's why I like compounds so much, because they're difficult to spot, so you feel like you get extra geek points if you do it.
That's my favorite type of mail, is boat mail, but it's a mail boat that delivers it. No boat mail.
So John's rack has a lot of vowels on it. A, I, E, W, T. This is what I like to refer to as a Māori rack. It's just crying out for a Māori word like waiata. There's one A short of that.
Mhm.
The only thing that could make that rack look more Māori would be the letter K. But lots and lots of words in the Māori language that are allowable in Scrabble that would utilise that kind of combination of vowels and consonants. So even the word that he's got pushed over to the left there, he's got WAI, that's Māori for water. Don't really know what that's doing in the Scrabble dictionary, because no one in New Zealand that I can think of says, can you please get me a glass of why? Kai, the KAI for food, that is used all the time. Let's go get a kai. But yeah, why is also a very common prefix for place names. A lot of place names in New Zealand start with Y because it relates to the water. And now he's played that next to the OBA that Cicely played previously.
Yeah, this is a good play, balancing the rack, getting rid of the duplicate A, duplicate I. Could have seen... Oh, you see the clock has reset. Hopefully they get that back. There we go. Good thing it was at the start of the game, but no, everything good. Keeping the AEIT, and you could have played oh wait, put the A and the T on either end of Y for 6 more points,
yes.
but creating an S hook this early with no S's out, I think would have been a little bit unadvisable. So Cicely now, with her blank, kept AIL and the blank and drew an F, an O, and a Y, and lined up foamily. And I think that's a word, but will you pull the trigger on that?
Though, yeah, it's early
now
days.
It plays with weight. Oh my goodness, you can put the F on Y.
Oh, ooh, I like that one. Are there other 7-letter words in there as well?
Not that I see. Not that I see. The engine telling me there's one more bonus available, and it's through the R of choir. Dilatory. But it looks like
giving the
foy.
formally a go. No, not giving it a go. It's a nice score though. And then again, a nice leave.
Nice score, nice leave, but very dangerous. I have to say, putting the Y right on top of that triple word score.
Yeah. So Cicely left AIL blank, and then over to John, he's got AEIIPDT. Sorry if you find it annoying me always reading out what's on the rack. It's because we have a blind player in New Zealand who likes to watch the streams, and she's always asking for the commentators to say what's on the rack. And we're all about accessibility if we can. So I think John was maybe hoping for lipidate. That looked like what he was looking at there, but there are no L's on the board for him. And now he's sort of just got all these vowels and not a lot to score with.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you see the rack is hard to see right now. We'll try to work on that as best we can, but we might have to rely on a little bit of help from our production team. We don't want to disturb the game. So pitied is lined up, which plays so nicely. That's how dangerous the play of foy was. Waif takes S hook and a T hook, and pitied with waifed OI and YE, keeping a lone A, is going to score 64 points. And that's the danger of opening such a big spot.
And John so far has the highest individual score in this tournament. In round 5, not so very long ago, he scored 596 points. I'm jealous.
Yeah, that's nice.
And there's a
Looks like
challenge
Waft
going
is
in here.
being challenged. Let's see if we can get that rack adjusted in the meantime. But I wanted to say that apparently Sicily has never lost on stream.
Wow. Oh, I think they've made the wreck worse from our point of view. Hard to tell when there's no tiles on it, though.
We can do our best. But 6-0, so a streak to try and maintain here.
That's
There we
more like
go.
it. Now we can see John's
Nice.
tiles.
And yeah, we're gonna restart Sicily's time now after that little challenge. So 5 extra points will be going to John for the play of pitied. And are we gonna see seal like come down? That is a word somehow.
Wow,
Seal like to the
Sis-
Inquire. But Sicily already playing a little bit safe. Didn't play foamily last turn.
And I wonder how much she's
Likeable.
regretting that. Likeable.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, that fits in very nicely. Blow the board wide open with plenty of other tiles. I like words and I like able words, possibly because, as I was saying, I like compound words, and they both tend to loan themselves well to those. I'm always trying to find some obscure thing. I once played the word, I think it was ant-like, quite early in my career, and it wasn't allowed at the time. And I was furious. I could think of all these things that would be ant-like, but it has since come in. Which means I feel like I could never quit playing Scrabble because I'm still waiting for particular words to become available.
Oh, instead we're seeing leaf-like. Interesting. I believe this is going to be an F. This puts the blank on the double letter. You need to have that blank
And
designated.
keeps that the double letter score right next to the A, which would be very nice if John happens to be holding a Z. Oh, he's got the J, I see.
Yeah, so JOGSSAX is the 6-tile pull to the A for John. And where do you start here? Do you play the J? Do you play the X?
Yeah.
JO plays to the left of the AF of leaf-like. And that looks pretty good. But what do you do next?
I think if it were me, I would be playing the J because I usually find the X easier to play. I would not want to play them both in the same turn. I'd want to get the maximum score that I could wring out of each of them. So I would say most likely for me JO, because there seems likely to be an opportunity to play the X elsewhere. There's another spot for JO next to Korma that was played previously. Same score. No, slightly more because of the blank and leaf-like.
Yeah, you could play one more point for Joe or JA to the left of the OR of Korma, but that seems very dangerous.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
What ends up happening a lot, and for those that are a bit newer to Scrabble, I find this is part of the beauty of the game. A lot of the scoring spots you use give back equal or sometimes even more dangerous scoring spots to the opponent. And the relationship between those spots is something that you can master and really do a lot with in your games.
Though I also often tell myself, you can't play your whole game worrying about what they might do. Sometimes you just have to go out and get the best thing you can get, because they might be about to change because they've got no vowels or something. And so you talk yourself out of a good play. There's the JO as expected. Which does kind of change the shape of the board. There were so many tiles there that could have been played through, and now a lot of those have been blocked off. Not all of them, though.
Yeah, this is going to make things a little bit more constricted. John needs a couple of vowels here and does get them, an A and an I. And Sicily, drawing 7 tiles, has drawn 3 E's, but a nice PHON combination.
Yeah.
I wonder if she's thinking about earphone, being close to earphone or something like that.
Mm. Or like an electronic phone where we got email, let's have an e-phone.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I
of
think
course they inquire, but I don't know that that's really worth it. It doesn't gain much from her point of view. Like you say, I don't think there's a 3-letter extension that'll go on the front of choir.
yeah, ver choir, right?
Verchoir.
So it took me this long to spot it, but I think that one's good. I think what's more interesting here, I mean, Sicily's up only 31 points, so it's anyone's game, but with no S's on the board, the S hook on choir for Squire is probably somewhat of a big deal
Yes.
in Sicily's mind. But again, like you said, you can't go through the game just trying to prevent your opponent from doing anything. You have to
Yeah.
balance what you can do and what your opponent can do. And a play like heel, Heel, making JOE, balances the rack nicely. It's a decent idea, but I guess Sicily looking at that play and wondering, do I really want to set up an X?
Yeah, which she really doesn't, knowing what we know.
It definitely doesn't. Yeah.
But the flip side is she's got 3 E's. If you have to have 3 of something, E's probably the thing you'd most want to have.
But look at this find instead. I love this. Elope
Yeah.
through the L, doesn't set up an X spot, balances just as nicely.
And you could yet
I think
play
this is the best play.
antelope. Because I'm all about the
Antelope,
extensions.
Yeah.
Love me an antelope. I remember once
So
that I
go
think I
ahead.
was playing in Australia or with some Aussies at a championship somewhere, and we were all kind of saying about what we tell people when they say, "What does that word mean?" So Howard, who we saw on stream a few games ago, he said he always says, "Oh, I think it's an East Indian tree," and it may or may not be. There are an awful lot of East Indian trees in Scrabble, but my default is I think it's a kind of antelope, because if you look up how many
many.
antelopes, and they're quite an array of different kinds of words. So always trying to play antelopes.
Yeah, the best thing to do is answer that question confidently and quickly, even if you have no idea.
Yeah, I'd go for that. So back to the game at hand, we've got John a little bit, he's used a wee bit more time than Cicely has, but they've still both got plenty. And John's rack is AXISSAG. So 2 S's, 2 A's. Like you say, the S that will hook onto Squire is very valuable to him. And he's going to want to score with that X. So it was lucky that Cicely didn't put, well, not lucky, skilled. She saw what heel was going to open up and moved Elope out to the other side instead, and she'll be grateful for that.
No, this is the first time I've ever seen this word become important, but I think the best play here is an incredibly difficult find of making 2 4-letter words, first hooking the S onto Joe, and then playing the newly added SEAX.
Yes. Oh, that's lovely.
It's a nice score. It's 38, I think more than you can get with anything else, but I'm relying on my engine to find this. I would never see this word. It's such a weird 4-letter word.
Is the SJOE playable in your lexicon?
Well, I play exclusively CSW now,
Okay,
but it is definitely taking me a while to adapt to some things. This one, yeah, SJOE not being playable in North America if you're watching from there.
So SJOE, I can tell you this one. It's a South African interjection. I can't pronounce it very well. It's something like "sho." Dylan Early is the player who will tell you all about that. But I also know a number of people from South Africa who I've heard them speaking English, and that interjection comes in there, and they don't really understand why I get so excited about it. So John has played Axis, making Squire, kind of taking that spot out of the running. And is hoping probably to draw a vowel or two to go with his SAG. Over to Cicely, she's got VHENUMB, which is unattractive. There's some good scoring consonants there, but they're not a great combination together.
Yeah, that's really hard to. You want to play 3 of those 4 if you can.
So
The M, E,
VEHM looks tempting. I like that one.
Yeah, that play is on either side of the A of axis.
Yeah,
Probably safer to play on the right side, not to open any triples. But what's interesting is you do have the M hook now for maxis,
true.
but it does look like we're seeing just VUM, which
I
gets
like
rid of
that
the
one too.
VU.
It gets
Yeah,
for my
the
antelope as
VU.
well.
Oh, unfortunate.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
actually, wow,
probably did that.
that was already axis.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought it still played, but yeah, this makes sense. You could have played it for more with maxis, but that opens a triple. Getting rid of the VU is very sensible here.
Yes. And so on John's rack, we see TUNNAGS. And that he's
Certainly
still,
hoping for an E on the board somewhere, but tonnages will not play anywhere.
yeah,
But there is a 7 here.
a 7 in there. Goodness me.
It's a very weird word I'd never seen before, but yeah,
Some
John
kind of
is
nut, no?
potentially able to find this. Again, he's probably seen this word at some point, but such an obscure one. Tan guns.
Yeah, no, that's unfamiliar to me. I'm seeing with our two more senior players, I'm not suggesting either of them would be old, but in our previous stream game, we watched our two teenagers at play, and there was a great deal of movement. They were always shuffling the tiles around.
Yeah.
These guys seem a bit sedate in comparison.
Yeah, it's great to see the different personalities, the different energy levels. I mean, the 2-time world champion David Aldar is known to be very emotive and moving
Right.
a lot over the board, but there's no right way to play. You know?
So John got down half of 10 guns. He's just played GUN, making UG and AMU next to Sicily's VUM, and leaving the very attractive STAN on his rack.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're hyperactive, that's okay. There's a place for you in our community. And if you're sedate and demure, as some might put it, come by. You can play however you want, as long as you're able to put plays on the board, score points.
I've talked to a few older players who got into Scrabble because they were no longer able to participate in a more active hobby. So one lady had been a ballroom dancer, and just as she aged, arthritis and so on made that not possible for her. Looking at Sicily's play, she had on her rack HENEABL. She actually had the word Hennibal, which I don't believe would be all right. And she's played ALB, making La and L and Jab in the top of the board.
Yeah, this is an attempt to score and also block that L, which is a little bit dangerous. Floating up top for potential 7-8 letter words. Sicily still with a decent lead. I do wonder, though, now that Squire's on the board, that E-hook can prove itself to be important, and she had a really nice option of just Nabe, Nabe, making Namu, Axe, Spy, and Esquire. And I think it's just hard to spot, but once you think about Esquire, you think, okay, can I move up? Can I continue the overlap? And actually, John doesn't have an E for Esquire, but he might also want to play there with Nag, Namu, GI.
Yes. I would say Sicily would have had the majority of the E's in this game. In fact, I wonder if John's had any E's apart from pitied. So what John's got currently is NATSGRN, and he's about 50 points behind Sicily at this point. So not really, really under pressure, but obviously he would be wishing that he had at least maybe one more vowel, maybe not the double N.
Yeah, we have to be careful here. We see what's lined up. Regnant is a word, but does
Yes, but it
not
must be an
pluralize.
adjective. Yeah.
So this would almost certainly get challenged off, but John is considering it through the E of elope. Worth mentioning that Sicily is drawn into phonetic from the P of elope, which would be really, really nice should that hit the board.
So I once wrote a little story for the New Zealand Scrabble magazine with an idea that I was referring to as unhooked words. So you were saying regnant that John's looking at. And regnant is an example of what I consider an unhooked word. We're familiar with the word pregnant, but we don't usually think about regnant. And so I kind of made this story where I dropped all those front letters off in the hope that it would help me to remember them. And of course, I'd completely forgotten regnant until you mentioned it just now.
Oh, that's such a cool story. You should show it to us. I mean, there's been so much. The thing is, like, we're trying to internationalize Scrabble with these live streams. That's basically the point, right? We want community, the worldwide community, to come together. We want to attract new players, and I think the thing for me, having been sort of just contained in the United States as a tournament player for so many years, realizing how vast, deep, diverse, and just like all these media exist everywhere in the world as NAG is coming down. I would love to read more articles from the New Zealand Scrabble. I mean, you guys have a newsletter, so many things.
We've got the Journal of the New Zealand Association of Scrabble Players, which has been running for 30 or 40 years now, I think, roughly 4 times a year. We've just changed to a new editor. I can't find the link right now, but I promise you if you go to scrabble.org.nz and look for the magazine title is Forwards, Forwords, and there's a lot of back issues there. I was co-editor with my good friend Olivia up until would have been about 2014 for about 3 or 4 years. And then after we did it, the new editor was Val Mills, who is playing in this tournament. And it's just been handed over to Howard Warner as the current editor, just putting together his first issue now. And Jennifer Smith, also playing in this tournament, is also a previous editor of Forwards magazine. And we're really proud of it. It's a great little mag. Back to the game. Sorry, folks. It is currently Cicily's turn after John played his nag. And Cicily's got, what was the cool word you found for her? Phonetic.
Phonetic. Yeah, it's almost phonetic. But it is phonetically phonetic.
H-E-E-N-T-I-C.
There's some really ridiculous words here, by the way. And I want to shout out, as Techie comes down, I want to shout out the people that have donated to the Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much, everybody. Again, like, so much volunteer work is being put into these streams and these tournaments, so everything goes towards that. Techie is a great play. There was Thenage through the NAG, Inage, Elenkai from the EL. I just want to shout all these plays out because they're so cool.
Obscure words, that's what we're in it for.
Yeah.
It
would have been a little bit better maybe to play thence in the same spot.
Yes,
Thence
on her rack.
Just to double that H, but yeah.
John over there is still a bit troubled by a lack of vowels and by double ups. He's got 2 R's, 2 S's, T, N, and a blank. So Sicily's now provided a few vowels that might work out for him, plus the existing E at the end of elope that's been there for a while. I'd love to see something go through the LA up the top, but 9-letter words are always a bit more difficult to find.
Snorters actually fits now.
Snorters.
What a great word. Just a nice little 58 would actually put John at a tie score.
Yeah, that would totally even it up. And letters like that, like, yeah, it's a shame that he doesn't have an actual vowel to look at, but there are vowels on the board, and the blank is, as we've said, a very powerful tile. So it's good that he's taking his time to look at it. He may yet find snorters. Anything through the I of Kiki? Any INGs? No, because you need to use the blank as a G. Maybe
Not
something like
quite.
strainers. No.
Yeah, that's definitely where you're looking when you have the rack like this with no vowels and only the blank to use as one. We'll see if John's able to find this. He is actually starting to get somewhat low on time here.
Yes.
7 minutes left with around a third of the game to go. So having been stuck with the blank for just one turn so far, he might start having to play a little bit faster. He's played Sir, but has not hit the clock. I think he tried to. Sir
Yes, when
making
you're
Joe's
already
an
low on
OR.
time, you don't want to have it ticking. And Cicely already with her play lined up. So she had WUDELNG. She's just put the WUD onto the end of elope, which again gets rid of that very unattractive WU combination that no player wants to see. Takes that very wide open spot as now a little bit less easy to access.
Yeah. John has
It
drawn one
looked like-
vowel. He's drawn that I. I think he's drawn another R. Might be his last tile there. Yeah. So he will be able to bonus again. This time he can do an ING of stirring through the I techie. So INRRST blank. You can play stringer, sprinter, a bunch of things through the E of techie that don't hit anything good, but stirring high score for 66. I'm hoping he finds that somewhat soon.
Because I don't believe he ever did hit his clock. I think Cicely played her turn on his time. It was quite a quick turn for her. But yeah, like you say, his time is ticking down.
Yeah.
So is there anything he could do through that LA up the top? We got to have a look, don't we?
Yeah, I'd love to see something like that. Almost non-legal now for Sicily through that LA. I'll keep my eyes peeled for it. For you. But more, I guess, more on John says his favorite word is WAI, WODES. So perhaps part of why he played WAI is thinking of his favorite word. It's a very fun word that I'm not even going to try to pronounce.
No. So did he have the one with 2 W's in it? Was that the favorite?
Yeah.
Because you can also have a V in their word. I presume it means the same thing. He started to put tiles on the board, but I'm not quite sure where he's going with them at the moment.
Yeah,
so he didn't see the ING, he decided not to use it. I shouldn't assume he didn't see it. Trainers, by the look of it. Through the E of
it's something.
With
you have to do something.
We can just about see what he recorded the blank as, but the focus is not quite right. By the way, if you're watching and you're wondering why we can't really see John's rack, what happens is the crew have it fixed in place, and they tell the players, don't move your rack because the camera's trained on it. But it isn't until you're actually sitting on stream that you realize how much you move your rack. And so it's just been bumped a little bit out of alignment, and we're sorry about that, but we don't want to interrupt the game to fix that because that's very disruptive for the players.
Yeah, it's the making sure that the game gets played is much more important in a tournament like this. But
and the cameras that are trained on the racks are actually quite a long way away from where the players are, because obviously we don't want the cameras being knocked either.
That is what's been happening, though. But it is. Oh, what a great draw! Though I'm seeing DAESTC and maybe another E. That's a very good draw for John.
So his previous bonus word has evened up the scores a lot. He's now 305 to Cicely's 312, but she's got 3 times as much time as he's got. And she's the letters on Sicily's rack now are NNOOELG. I don't really know what you do with those. And now the pressure's on her a lot more with that score suddenly much closer than it was.
Definitely, like, you want to keep playing quickly just to try and use that time advantage.
Yep.
But there is nothing clear here. If there was maybe a play through the T, Gen 2, GENTOO would be nice.
Ooh, is that a type of
That's
penguin? I feel like that's a penguin, which is not quite as cool as an antelope, but it's still pretty cool. Oh, the software I've got isn't giving me definitions at the moment. I'm going to claim it's a penguin. Yes, that would be beautiful in terms of getting rid of things she doesn't want and opening up the board. So she's going to utilize the spot that she made when she played VUM. Every Scrabbler knows that you can put an O on top of VUM, and she's played Loon doing exactly that.
Yes, and we have the final letter as well. ACDEFST is John's rack, so decaf with an S and a T. And this play of Loon doesn't open too much, but it does give John a somewhat easy target if he wants to just play quickly. He can play Fad, making AL and DO in that spot.
That would be a nice leave for him. And he's really got to think about playing quickly because there's still quite a few tiles in the bag and not a lot of time left for him, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's important to mention for those unfamiliar that there is overtime in Scrabble, so you are allowed to go over your allotted 25 minutes. But every minute you go over, you lose 10 points. We actually saw a game where that 10-point penalty per minute came into play. A player would have won the game by 5, but lost by 5 because of the time penalty. So it can be very, very devastating.
On
John's
the other
still
hand,
sitting there.
Because it's only 1 penalty per minute, I don't go over time terribly often, but in a position such as perhaps John is now, where you know you're running low on time, sometimes when you get to that final second, when the flag falls and you haven't managed to play, it can feel like a real relief because now you've got 59 more seconds to play with, because the penalty will be the same if you're 1 second over or 58 seconds over. It's only when you go into the next minute that you'll be penalised another 10 points. So yeah, I don't know if that's what John's aiming for here. I would find that rack difficult. Most of the letters are really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've all been there before. Now he's put them on in a funny order. I think that the pressure is starting to tell here.
Yeah, definitely. This is a good play. Acted for 33. Lots of options were available, but again, he hasn't actually committed.
Oh no, yeah.
The time, which is very unfortunate.
Now it is. That's good. Cicely with 10 minutes more than what John's got, so she won't be feeling that kind of pressure. Cicely's rack spells thingy with a double E on the end, THINGEE, which was the name of my dog when I was a teenager.
Thingy?
Well, I didn't name her, and none of my family named her. We inherited a dog from someone else whose name was Thingy. You were saying she had a bonus. I can only see 18, but I can't see anywhere to play it.
Yeah, no, you can.
Oh, there's at least trainers there. Yeah.
Yeah, you can play it through the E of acted now, making RE and AN. That is a ridiculously hard spot. And again, Cicely being ahead on a tempo. She's down 9 points, but it's her turn, which means she does have a slight advantage score-wise. Because it is her turn. It's really in her interest to continue to try and score and put the time pressure on. And so just playing HE like this looks very, very good. I was just about to mention 33 points. Fantastic combination of 5 tiles. And I think for John now, he's got AEFORST, if I'm not mistaken. And that looks really good, but there's actually no playable bonus through that E or
that he
D
played
of
and
acted.
could have been made use of. He could have played a forecast through a C. I did wonder when he played acted, I would have wanted to get rid of my F. I know there are more two-letter words you can play with F than with C, but I think in terms of bonus words, a C is a much more useful tile. So yeah, he's now dumped the F with a waff up the top on the W of Sicily's wood. Oh,
Yeah,
and for
this
those of
is
you that have been keeping an eye on the standings, we've just had some intel that Jane, who has been holding the top spot, has lost her first game so far this weekend. We don't know by how much, but Jane had a loss to Andrew Bradley, who was also way up there in the scores, which is what you get in a Swiss draw. You end up playing whoever's ranked up there with you. So it looks like the camera has completely gone off on John's side. We'll see if we can
I think
rectify that.
it was the aesthetic was making me, you know, it was putting us right in the panic of having only 1 minute left. Just like everything is just spinning. So yeah, I think John has drawn a Y and an N. So maybe
yep.
not exactly what he wanted.
And Cicely, who is the player whose turn it is now, she's got VEETING. So would be perfect for devoting if it was an O instead of an E. But nothing leaping to mind with that double E. V is many Scrabblers' least favourite letter. It just doesn't combine well with lots of other things. So yeah, we can't see the camera feed onto John's rack now, but the production crew have been able to put the letters up so that we can all see them, and we'll get that fixed up in time for the last game of the day.
This is crazy, though. This is such a tense moment. Genitive does fit through the eye of trainers, which would potentially instantly win the game. But Sicily's going to actually fully empty the bag here. There are 3 tiles in the bag, playing veg for 26. Maybe somewhat worried about the possibility of zesty and wafts at the top right of the board, but she's actually going to draw that Z. And John now, with an end game where he doesn't have playable bonus, he's just 1 letter off. He's down 32 points. It's going to be really difficult for him, especially with no time.
I think waff is in fact an Australian term. There's a lot of Australian slang that we're allowed. So has he just made a... Oh, nasty must be the top player. I thought it might be hasty. So he's put down NASTY from the rack that he had, which would leave RE. But
sadly, with time running out, John has created a big, or has abetted a big spot for the Z.
Yes.
With Zaya now being playable ZEA to that A of nasty, which is one of, I think, only 2 winning plays for Sicily.
Yeah, just like our previous game, the previous game that we were commentating, to have the bag empty and only 5 points between the scores, like usually, often, not usually necessarily, you can tell that someone has the game in hand by sort of halfway through, whereas this is still either player's game. But my money's on Sicily, I think, with, like you say, that big score she can get if she plays the Z there.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to win here, just scoring 45 for ZEA, but the other winning play only wins by a point. And it is to play Ditz and Squired, which is really not easy to spot. Doesn't hit any huge squares, but getting the 10 points for the Q and being able to use that that Z in a lot of her tiles. So this is very crazy. I just want to mention John, if he had enough time last turn, had the possibility of tying the game. If he played NYS, I think, in the same spot, that was a way to tie, because TAER is going to score really well on the bottom of the board with Taser or Reset. So it's crazy to think that we just saw a game that was supposed to be a tie, where the players had a different score, and we had to let them go with that because it's up to them, not up to us. But Zaya now going to come down, and that's going to be a winning play for Cicely Bruce. Wow.
And John just wants to get this over and done with. I don't even know that he wrote down her score before he played out.
Yeah, so he's going to play per for 13. And unfortunately, yeah, 418 to 433. I really feel like this was a time-induced loss for John, but a crazy close game. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
There we are. It's done that. Oh, thank you.
Time pressure there.
Just heard John say time pressure.
It was a bit tricky.
Well, this was tricky too. I'm sure I had a while when I played this one.
I figured you were struggling for them. Not struggling for S's though.
Well, that stops back from there down there.
Yeah.
I had played 20th trains, T-R-A-Y-N-S.
Yeah, a little bit hard to hear, but John is saying he's struggling with consonants, and Cicely well says, yep, but not for S's. It's a nice little quip there.
I think this was probably
Trains with a blank, wasn't it?
I had to blame this. I had the 2 R's.
Anyways, very tough game. But Cicely will take it. Oh, I'm hearing that you guys can hear it a little bit better than we can. Oh, that's good. That's good. But 433 to 418. Every game has been super interesting. And we have one more to go, Anderina.
We can do this. And sorry, we know who's in that game. We've been told. I just can't remember. I thought it might have been Andrew Bradley.
Yeah, and Stanley
Gundi. There they are, coming up next. Both doing very well here. Andrew's got a few rating points on Stanley, but only 100 odd. So Stanley, Andrew Bradley has been playing Scrabble in New Zealand since I believe he was in his 20s or maybe even younger, and is now. I can't comment on people's ages. He's done a good 30 or 40 years. Here are our standings. So Andrew currently, after game 6, we've just had game 7, I believe. And Andrew in 5th place, and Stanley in 7th place after game 6. So they'll both obviously be wanting a win. I'm not sure. I think I read that Andrew had won game 7.
I think he just beat the leader, Jane.
Of course, yes.
So potentially, maybe not by enough to overtake her, but definitely enough to stop her winning streak. So it's getting a little bit more interesting, of course, as it does when tournaments keep going.
I believe Andrew and Stanley have both won game 7, so that'll put both of them on 6 wins, the same as Jane, and we don't know the outcome of Howard's game 7 yet, I don't think. Yeah, so it's still anybody's tournament, especially with the way the Swiss draw works. If you're winning, you're going to play someone who's also winning. You're not going to be playing someone who's feeling disheartened. You're always playing someone who's in the similar kind of range to you. For today, not necessarily overall.
And that's in terms of how you're doing in the tournament rather than your rating. So you'll sometimes see someone who's having a bad tournament with a good rating play somebody who's having a good tournament with a lower rating. And the person who's lower rated tends to be like, wait, why am I playing you? I'm doing so well, but not well enough to be playing you.
Yeah.
There's always this back and forth at these open events. But we're gonna get the cameras fixed. We're gonna get the players set up and take around a 5-minute break before the final game of the day. So we'll see you guys very, very soon, Anderina.
Thank you very much. See you then.
Welcome back to the final round of day 1 of the inaugural Australasian Open. I'm Josh Sokol here with Anderina McLean, who couldn't make it to the tournament, but this is the next best thing, getting to watch the live stream games.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting experience. My first go at commentating, so I've done 3 games now. I'm practically an expert, but not as much as my co-commentator here. Big shout out to the whole team. You never know, either as a player or as a person doing the watching the thing live from YouTube, you don't realize how many people there are behind the scenes making it work all the time. So I love the team, love working with Josh. Encourage anybody else who's watching. Hello, New Zealanders. I know you're not all playing. Give it a try. They're really supportive and it's actually quite fun. So if you can't make a tournament, have a go at commentating. So here we have 2 New Zealand players. Stanley, clearly not born in New Zealand. He's a native of Nairobi, Kenya, who has been in New Zealand now, I'm sure we've got some figures somewhere, but off the top of my head, I'd say about 7 years. He's got some young kiddies. They had a baby a year or 2 ago who was super cute, and I'm sure the others are too. And I believe he was fairly recently made a New Zealand citizen, so that's cool as well. I might just be making stuff up. People might watch this and go, what's she talking about? And yeah, Andrew, not a young man anymore, but has been playing New Zealand Scrabble since he was a very young person. So he's done a lot of years and played a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I think what you said is right. I mean, we see that in the bios that Stanley lives in Wellington from Kenya. He's a grandmaster, number 12 in New Zealand right now. And we already saw Andrew earlier, prior to lunch. I think he won his game. And he'll be starting here, going first, drawing the first 7 tiles. I think this is going to be a great matchup. Both players at 6 and 1.
Yeah,
With that opening draw of A, B, G, G, I, O.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not the prettiest one we've ever seen.
Yeah, do you try to get rid of both G's? You could play Giga, or do you play something like Gobi?
I would want to get rid of one of each of my double ups. I just despise doubled up tiles, and I think my play is weaker because of that. I'm obsessed with getting rid of double ups. Biog maybe, but that's bound to leave a vowel next to a double letter score. Yeah, Gobi looks pretty good actually. Certainly better than Biog. Looks like maybe some of our sound is coming through. I'm not sure.
Yeah, some sound. Something's happening.
Andrew is unfazed. He's just focused on his rack.
Yeah, so that's the crazy thing. If Andrew were to play an A, Shekalim would be playable for Stanley, who's holding EHILQS blank. So this isn't. I think he's spotted the possibility. But after Gobi, that won't fit. We're seeing Gobi with the eye on the star, interestingly, opening the possibility of a double-double through the G, but not wanting to float an S hook. I always find it interesting to see how players open when they don't have an S.
Right.
People are a little bit afraid of floating an S hook into a dangerous spot, which in this case I think is a good thing.
Because Stanley has
an
S and a blank.
I think now we're just going to see QI, most important word in Scrabble, both ways. And it's almost as if the opening play was QI, vertically.
Yes, and I myself, if I'm starting, I will invariably play vertically, mostly because I think it unsettles my opponent some of the time. Most people seem to prefer horizontal, so I'm going to be different and do it vertical. Of course, now Stanley's got a U because that's how it goes. You play the Q. But a nice looking rack there. Whereas Andrew on the other side, he's got A, I, E, O, J, G, P. No really obvious J words. I think
Yeah.
I've been wrong before. You can have, is it JAGGS, but you can't have it without the S? Am I thinking of the right
You
thing?
can.
You can.
You
Okay.
can have JAGG, yeah.
Oh, you can too.
Yeah. So that's a play.
There's
To
definitely
the
something
G
I've
of
done with a
Gobi.
J that you can't play without the S.
JOUGS.
That might have been it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Andrew
that's a good
doesn't have
play.
any of the obvious things that will go on the end of the QI. That would, an N or an S would go there, and he can't utilize that, so he's going to have to be looking towards the left of the board, whatever it is he chooses to do.
Although the first thing I saw was AJI, which fits with AI above the I of QI, but
Oh, yes, that's nice. Yeah,
I
of
don't
course,
like
it doesn't
keeping
have
the
to hook the
G and the
QI.
P together and opening the double lane. So I think Goji or JAGG both look pretty good here.
Yes.
Yeah. But Puja suggested as well through the O, making
Oh, I like that
tripling the
too.
J, keeping that G. But the G, as we come to learn in Scrabble, is not as good as we think it is. It's only really useful when you have an N with it. Even then, you need a spot for the ing and all those plays. But
Okay, so
no
thanks to the
N's have
person
been
in the
played.
chat that spotted Puja, because that's apparently the one we're going with, or the one that
Yeah.
Andrew's going with.
Now, will we see a double through that A? That's the
It looks
that's the
quite
problem.
plausible, doesn't it? Stanley's rack, LUCHES blank, and he's got an A to play either as the second or third letter if he wants the double.
And look how quickly he spotted launches through the
Oh,
A,
yeah. Yep,
making
that
the
would
blank
do
an
it.
N. Yeah, I don't
I feel
think
like that's the
there's much
nicest rack
more
we've
to
seen
think
for a long
about.
time.
Yeah. There's the crazy Schauchle, SHAUCHLE. He wants to be
Wow.
fancy if he knows that word. I have never seen that word.
Oh, I'd
You
forgotten
could
the H
also
would
put
go
the
there. That's nice.
yeah. If you put the H on Puja and you play something like Huckles or
Or
Lunches,
was what I.
but Huckles would double that C.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he never saw launches because this scores a lot less and sets up a G hook. Is there more than just glunches? Oh,
I'm
this is
only aware
very
of
interesting.
lunches. Unless that's an R, it could be lurches.
Oh, if it's yeah, it could just be lurches. Oh, that would be much safer. Yeah, we're gonna need to know from production what that blank is.
I do like the H on the end of Puja. I hadn't thought of that, but like you say, launches would have scored a lot more.
Yeah,
And I think a
launches
rack like that, it
98.
would have been good to spend a little bit more time. It seems very likely that there'd be at least one double in blank. It is lunches, so
Oh wow,
Andrew's got
okay.
the G. Andrew's got 3 E's and an I, a D, a G, and an R.
So
So
this makes his rack far more appetizing, where
it really does,
edgier now
doesn't it?
fits with glunches. He sees that hook. That's 45 points. Way
So
more than he would have gotten elsewhere.
glunch is one of those silly words that only seem to exist for Scrabble. Every Scrabbler knows you can put a G on the front of lunch, or in this case, lunches. Nobody really
You know some
uses
good
that word in real
players.
life.
You know some good players.
Yeah.
I took a long time before I learned that word, but yeah, GEED is possible with glunches too, but it looks like Andrew is passing up on the hook, not seeing it, maybe not being sure of it,
Yeah.
which is a huge miss at this stage of the game.
So Stanley is in the lead on points. He's got 115 to Andrew's 44. And it's now Stanley's turn, but he doesn't have as attractive a rack as he's had. He's now got VLLETGO. Yeah, that's doesn't immediately lend itself to a bonus play, so he's got to decide what he's going to do with that, to either get rid of some of the things that don't match. He's also got the G. He could still play glunches. He could play something like glot.
Oh, there's no glot.
No glot. Okay, well, he
wanna
should
do
do that
that.
then.
But Goel, Goel, would fit there. Keeping pretty bad stuff, ELT, but would score more than Gov.
Yeah.
41 instead of 27. So I guess both players not aware of your geoc. I
Okay.
guess not everybody knows the word in the end. But Andrew certainly knows the word on his rack, kernels.
Oh yeah, not the easiest one to see either, but nice spot you could put it, making the QIN word, Scrabble's second favourite word. Is that the only spot it will go in? It looks like it might be.
Yeah, just that area. KI also, but
Oh yes.
no need to do that. But yeah, I think playing with QIN is the safest option. If you play with QIS, A gets strung in a very dangerous position.
Yes.
So we'll see if Andrew spots this word.
So again,
And
we see what we noticed with our teenage players, all that moving the letters around. I feel like that would really help Andrew at the moment, whereas he's just got them lined up in perfect alphabetical order. But he might miss it.
Yeah.
And that would be a darn shame.
Yeah, it's probably, he probably saw this rack and was like, looks like there might be something here, but a lot of players, they don't shuffle their rack much because they rely on their pattern recognition. They rely on having seen the combination of letters before. Yeah, kernels is important to spot here, but it looks like
remains
loon
unspotted.
instead. Wow.
Yeah.
Surprising miss here.
But again, this is the thing, when you're playing, you often realize that you're missing stuff. It's easy for us in our omniscience and our word checkers all over the place. We can look at it and go, oh, why didn't they play glunches? Why didn't he play kernels? But no judgment on the players at the time for missing things, because that, I still think that's one of the great things about the game, that a really good player is still fallible. On a good day you might see it, and on an ordinary Tuesday you might not see it, and that means that everyone always has a chance.
And also worth mentioning, midday, you're probably a lot more fresh than the 8th game of the day. This is 8 hours of Scrabble already been played, so misses will be more likely
So
later
Stanley
on.
has played Tuille, hooking a T on the end of loon, and the remaining letter on Stanley's rack is an F. I don't think we called that one out before. I didn't know you could hook a T there.
Yep.
So
this is a nice hook. It's a nice way to score with only 1-point tiles, but Stanley leaving his only high-scoring tile on his rack. Very interesting. There are lots of plays there. He considered a lot of options, but this would make sense.
yeah. I mean, there's also the...
Seeing a challenge.
Ah, so I'm not the only one that didn't know that. Unless it's twill being challenged. I believe that word can be spelled with either 1 or 2 L's. One of which is a biscuit and the other one might be a fabric, but again, I might be making these things up.
I'll figure if both or one word was challenged and which one. Probably LUNET was challenged.
Yeah.
Andrew playing
I would have challenged that.
LUNE.
Yeah. So looking at Andrew's rack, he's got MERAKSY, like screamy with a K instead of a C. It's almost Yarmulkes, which is one of those words I just love to play. Well, Yarmulke would be the easier one to play because that would be 8 letters. Yarmulkes would be 9. And funnily enough, there was not a UL on the board waiting for Andrew to play through.
Oh, for some reason, didn't see any phony 2s get played, but did see a phony 3. I wanted to mention, I mean, the word kernels contains some high probability letters, the LENRS, duplicate E, and a K. But for those wondering, there's, I think, around 80,000 7 and 8 letter words in Scrabble, all sort of ranked by probability. And I imagine that even in all the years Andrew Bradley has played Scrabble, the likelihood of him having played or had kernels played on him is actually not that high.
Yeah.
It could be that he's never seen it played. Could be that he's never played it. And that's That's
And you were
sometimes
talking, I think it
what's
was in our
really
previous
interesting.
game, about the word religion, which is a perfectly ordinary word that any English speaker is likely to know, but is harder to see in Scrabble. So he's played yak, because yay, animals, Y-A-K on top of Stanley's twill.
Yeah, it's basically an antelope, right?
More or less. But so now Stanley's got fox on his rack with also F-A-S-S. I noticed before he
Oh
had
my
fossa,
goodness.
which is also an obscure animal. It's a really weird looking mammal.
Oh, really? A fossa is an animal?
Yeah, it's like strange to describe. It's kind of long. It's a mammal. I saw it in a zoo a couple of years ago and just had no idea what it was. How can there be a mammal I've never seen before? And it was a fossa. But Stanley's come out with the fox making okay. And that'll score him not too bad. And he's still in the lead on his score, and he's also got a few more minutes up his sleeve than Andrew does.
Yeah,
Actually,
he's doing
Andrew
really well
is
here.
traditionally a very fast player.
He's getting outsped.
Yeah.
Getting outsped, potentially even getting outplayed here. Down 92 points. Are we just going to see the extension? Foxy, F-O-X-I-E. Is a nice, easy 30 points.
Or Foxier if you want. Although if he just played the IE and kept his RS, then he's got the option to do Foxier or Foxies. A Foxy is a fox terrier, because I'm all about fox and yak.
Oh, he's one letter off of Mirepoix.
Wow.
That's really cool. Yeah, another really crazy option here is biome through the B of Gobi and the E of lunches, making O-I, J-O, and A-M.
And that
That
leaves
is a really tough
RISE on
play.
his rack, which would be just lovely. So I don't know if we said Andrew's letters are I-I-O-E-R-S-M. So yeah, I actually really like Foxy as a play. If you don't see biome, my kids would see biome. They're Minecraft obsessed, and so they knew the meaning of the word biome before I ever did. So he's done mix with the fox, which I like the letters he's left there. They look really probable in terms of coming up with a bonus.
Yeah.
And Stanley
Andrew
not
definitely
giving
needs
him
a
any time
bonus
to think.
soon. Yeah, just the easy FUD, 24 points, keeping both S's and a D and an A.
Yeah, and keeping the time pressure on.
Yeah, it's been a pretty nicely flowing game for Stanley. Can't really think of any play that wasn't somewhat nice and balanced.
And Andrew's
Andrew
rack
now,
now, a lot of vowels. O-O-I-E-U-R-S. I mean, one of the things that players that are looking to study for Scrabble, that they will often learn words that have a lot of vowels. Boo! Right where biome could have gone last time. So getting rid of that doubled up O and leaving U-R-E-I-S and not taking up very much time. Can't see Stanley's rack right now because it's obscured by the hand he's writing with.
he's got A-D-I-M-S-S-T actually, and this is a big moment. He has a bonus playable.
Dismast, is it?
Yes, nice find. That's a really tough one.
Yeah.
And,
see, some days I'd see amidst.
Look
That's
at it.
nice.
He's found the 6, and that's sometimes that's the key to finding the 7. Because if you think about this rack and maybe you think about amidst with an S, it might jog your memory into thinking about dismast if you've studied it, but I don't know if Stanley's going to play this or see this. It's a pretty obscure Scrabble word.
Oh, he's
and
found a nice spot
so
for
many
his
points.
6-letter word, amidst down the bottom, making OKA, Oka.
And he could score 6 more for admits in the same spot, but that would float an S in a more dangerous location. Could be purposeful that he didn't do this, or it could be just not thinking, scoring a little bit more.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it still
very good
has
play.
Made the board very open. Andrew's got, among other things, IES, so if he had the right stuff, he could do a lovely triple word ending in IEST. What he has got is IIRRUES, so it's not nearly as good as it sounded to begin with. He's gonna close it off again. No,
He's making a very quick play here. He knows he's in really bad shape. He needs some help, but
Stanley's
yeah,
coming back just this week. So Andrew's play was Iris, and Stanley's played a bonus utilizing a blank. He's played DENN blank TS. I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, that's a blank E. That is a word.
It is. Oh, good on
him. And Andrew has every incentive to challenge this if he's not 100% sure.
Yeah, Andrew already 100 points behind. You say if he's not sure. Sure is what Andrew currently has left on his rack.
So maybe he is sure.
But Stanley's drawing,
Doesn't look
so
like
I guess
there's a
he hasn't
hold.
challenged.
Yeah.
Yep.
But man, what a crazy scoreline. 343
Yeah.
for Stanley to 163 for Andrew. And he's drawn into Euriters at least. URETERS. Which is not the easiest find either. And at a deficit like this, you're just feeling awful. You're feeling just like nothing could go your way. But you can get out of that, snap out of it, and find the 7-letter word here. You have a very small chance of coming back in the game. See if he spots it this time. Oh my gosh, Stanley's drawn to wannabe. Are you
I just
kidding
noticed that.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, imagine playing that. We'd have to sing. Do you sing?
Which wannabe song are you thinking of?
What do you mean, which one? Is there more than one? I was thinking, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
That is the one. Yeah, you're right to call me out on that. Just, sometimes I'm not sure.
Young.
Generations and, like styles of music. Yeah, you're right. Wannabe is
several places for wannabe if you can spot it.
Yeah.
I had seen actually the more obscure wannabe is the only one with the letters that he had. I was looking at Borneen, which I did happen to know, and I wondered if you could spell it Nean, but you can't. So yeah, wannabe. I'm not sure. I think I would try it. In fact, I think if you ever read the player bio about me, it even says Anderina loves playing words from song lyrics. Yeah. But back to Andrew with his slightly unattractive looking combination of vowels. He hasn't seen the bonus word that you saw, which to be fair, I wouldn't see either.
Yeah, this is rough if he doesn't see this. It doesn't seem like Stanley, though, has seen wannabe. He's lined up Nawab.
No. Oh, he has too, yeah.
Which is really nice on the left side of Gelid. But wow, yeah. Oh, this is rough for Andrew.
Yeah.
Not seen this one. But at least he did block Nawab. Is this going to make Stanley find wannabe?
Which is what we want him to do.
89 points to the right, to the left of the DEN.
Yes.
Of Dennett's. But
no,
Stanley doesn't take a single moment.
Oh, nice African word from our African player, though. That's lovely. Buana.
Yeah.
That
I'm
features
pretty
somewhere
sure I
in the
remember.
soundtrack.
Yeah, I remember learning a song with Buana in it, but I forget what it means.
Yeah. I think it is possible it's even a Kenyan word, which is where Stanley's originally from. Did you ever play the World Champs? I was there in Nairobi. That was my World Championship debut.
I played in when it was in North America, yeah. Oh, it means a master, sir. Okay.
Buana, yeah. So Andrew really on the back foot here. He's got 181 to Stanley's 372. He's got 10.5 minutes to Stanley's 1744. And he still doesn't have a very attractive rack. He's got Raise, R-A-I-S-E, which is a nice combo, but then he's got a second E and he's got the Y. So yearlies would be a beautiful thing to do if there was an L available, but there isn't. So it's hard to know what he's going to do, and you can see his body language there is kind of starting to telegraph that. It's not the look of a player who knows what to do next. I mean, with the Y, he's got options to score. Where Stanley's just played Buana, he could do something like AYE or EYE. That would score points, but it would close off some of the places that he might want or need to play through. That QI has sat there virtually since the start of the game, where you could have put, either player could have played an N or an S, and neither of them have so far because there aren't really scores around there. So there's Andrew in the top right-hand corner with AYE. Perfectly solid play for the circumstances, but he's got to be feeling
there's nothing good for the circumstances, you have to say, but it's a good play for sure. 30 points, good leave. He's got to wonder, can I ever draw into something he doesn't realize that he has a few times?
So
This
Stanley
is such
with
a good combination.
ZOEEAWN. So lots of things he could do with that Z.
Yeah, so just the simple ASO, it's coming down as I say it.
And he's really keeping the time pressure on Andrew.
Oh, and look at that. RRN draw.
Well, that's cruel.
I don't know if Andrew's going to make it to 300 this game. But he does have at least plays through the ZA now. Riza and Rizas are a nice score.
And
he's going to go with Riza.
And he's
but
going to
that blocks the QIN and the QIS and further constricts the board.
Possibly to Andrew's advantage, actually, if even though he has the N and the S, he really doesn't want Stanley getting another bingo at this point.
Does open that double-double, it's just that with one vowel, Andrew's not likely to be able to hit that.
So Stanley's got on his rack, he's put aside AWEE, but he's also got ENT, and he's just having a wee bit of a think about it. But there is an obvious place where he might play that. Well, my husband doesn't do dad jokes. If there's going to be dad jokes in my house, it falls to me. So, and shout out to my granddad who's no longer with us, who in my mind, there's no such thing as a dad joke. It's definitely a granddad joke. He would have been all over these puns. And looks like Stanley's settled instead on EWE.
Yeah, so this is a little sloppy. He could have played EEW to the left of the NN blank of Dennett's. But again, he's just playing. This is his MO, just playing fast, making decent plays. And now 4 tiles in the bag. Andrew.
And they're still
looking. He's gonna check. It's still looking bad for him. How do you bonus to win this game? Or not to win this game, excuse me. There's no chance of winning this game. That's long gone, but
to get yourself
you still want to try something.
Preserve some dignity. So
what about ERR to the R of Riza? So EENPRRS. ERR would keep PERNS. 3 points for that, but setting up the S hook that Stanley can't have, and setting up a potential through the E of ERR.
It's hard when you're already 200 points behind to take a 6-point turn. And I see your argument, but I don't know if I could bear it. I'd be trying to get the biggest score I could. The way he's got his letters lined up, he's trying to spell Preeners, but there's no extra E for him to go through. He's got PRENERS. So both players with a double vowel and a double consonant on their rack. Stanley's got AAERTTN. It's hard to say what Andrew could possibly do. There isn't really anywhere he can get a score if he doesn't want. I was going to say if he doesn't want to give away his S, but what's he going to do with his S? Nothing to score with, even if he does.
Well, if Andrew doesn't do something about that double-double lane, Tartane, TARTNE, is 82 for Stanley. And it also plays to the right of the T of True, so it's just not going away. This is this is awful. He's gonna get 500. Is Andrew even gonna reach 300? We know that the unseen letters now There are 4 tiles in the bag. CHOV are the 4 letters
Oh no.
in the bag. So if you draw that V, you might not be very happy.
If Andrew did something crazy and made an E available, Stanley's got another amazing animal.
That's actually my favorite Scrabble game story at a national tournament. I once played Anteater and then drew a triple Anteater through the A of Anteater.
You played 2 successive anteaters.
Yes.
I love that.
And I
I
was
bet your
losing my
opponent did not.
mind. My opponent didn't love it, but I thought that she would like find the humor in it and like be in a crazy, hilarious state. But she just like sat there and was like, "Oh, I'm being attacked by anteaters,"
Anteaters. There's
which was very funny. I was expecting like her, fall on the floor. Like I was ready to just like, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
Crazy.
I've heard of
Yeah.
the same word being played twice in a game or twice in succession, but yeah, not something as obscure as that. There's a New Zealand animal which is commonly called the tuatara. It used to feature on our 5-cent piece, which we don't have anymore. So Andrew's played PRE on the left side of the board, doing what he can to keep things open and no chance for the anteater. Anyway, the tuatara, Tuatara, has a variant spelling that nobody ever uses, as far as I can tell, outside of Scrabble, which is Tuatera, tuatera.
Right.
And I have played that word quite frequently and been challenged, I think, every single time. So that's one of my favorites. He found the tartane and he's throwing that down for the double. That's really got to be painful for Andrew.
And Andrew's drawn both the C and the V. I mean, the V would have potentially left Stanley stuck. I think only one spot available for it now that was just created, but oh my goodness.
This will put a huge hole in Andrew's spread. He's been up there in the top 5. I'm not sure where exactly the current standings are at. But yeah, he's about to lose this game by 250 at least. It's always a terrible feeling, the position Andrew's in now, where the difference between his and Stanley's score is greater than Andrew's whole score. Now he may be able to make that not quite the case by the time the game ends.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. You hate to see it. Definitely rough go for Andrew Bradley here, and Stanley just drawing gold.
Yeah.
This whole game, and so this is a great win
big
for
cash
him.
prizes at stake as well. So yeah, who wouldn't want to win? There's a large amount of money if you can be on the podium by the end of tomorrow. So Stanley will be thrilled to have this huge win.
Yeah, like we said, 1,800 New Zealand dollars, upwards of $1,000 for the first place in this
And I
inaugural
understand
event.
a fair amount of prize money donated by players and people associated on both sides of the Tasman. So there was a big prize pool in the first place, and then it's been boosted. So thanks to those generous contributions.
Yeah.
So Andrew, with 3.5 minutes left on his clock, only 250 points, nothing left in the bag. He's got COVERNS. And he could play something like Covet onto the T of Tartane. Nothing he does really is going to make any difference. Nothing can make a difference to the outcome of this game, and there's not really anywhere he can get a big score. I suppose he might do something like Coves, making ST at the start of Tartane. That would score probably a little better than Covet would.
A little less, actually. Yeah, Coves is 30, Covet's 33.
Okay.
And a little bit of endgame math will tell you that makes Covet a 1-point improvement. One measly little point over Coves because Coves plays one more tile, which will give Stanley 2 fewer points after he goes out next turn.
He doesn't have to worry if he uses up all his vowels because he's not getting another turn. Stanley only has 1 tile on his rack.
Yeah.
And as you predicted some time ago, Andrew's not even going to make it to 300.
Yeah,
Who's-
it's
yeah,
rough. Rough to
that's
see.
very rough. A player of Andrew's caliber, it always hurts to not get to 300.
And yeah, the best spot for the H, the blank E, and 540 to 283 is the final score of the final game of day
Whew.
1, the Australasian Open. Let's listen to the overhead mic, and we'll give some thanks after that and say goodbye for the night. Maybe not much to say, though.
No, what could you possibly say? Andrew just commenting on not good to do it on stream. And we feel for you, Andrew. We've been there.
Okay. I won this morning. It happens to everyone.
Yeah. I think it's a G or something.
Lunch? Yeah, probably.
It's a G and a C.
Oh, you were right. There is more than one for lunches.
So when you played your G, when you played jelly, don't like, does it? So when I played Go, I wanted to play it, but I was like,
Yeah, probably. Yes, I didn't have it when you played it.
Yeah.
I didn't see the front booklet down to say it. I know it's
Yeah.
That was the start of the downfall for Andrew.
But they did
Not
both miss the
spotting
lunches.
that. Yeah,
I think
definitely.
maybe Stanley said that when Andrew didn't put the G there, then Stanley lost confidence in it, so that's why he didn't do it.
Yeah, it's good to put the blame squarely on the other player, right? When you
Yes.
talk yourself out of a word. I mean, the logic is sound, but yeah, wow, we had so many great games today. That one was a little bit underwhelming, anticlimactic, but that is Scrabble. After 7 rounds, we have 8 rounds finished on stream, but after 7 rounds, Howard Warner, the only undefeated player, we'll see if he wins
Wow.
his final game. The standings are pinned in the live chat if you're watching this live. If you're not watching live and you're watching either on the New Zealand Scrabble channel or the WESPA YouTube channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. We do this for you. But yeah, crazy stuff happening.
See, looking at
Inaugural
Andrew
tournament.
there, he had 6 wins as he went into that game, and he just lost by, did you see it? It would have been 250 odd.
257.
So that'll make a big hole in his spread and knock him down. Some of those people who are on 6 wins on this display we're looking at now would have also probably just won game 8. So yeah, that one's gonna really hurt Andrew's standings, but still plenty of time for him to redeem himself tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Still 7 games left. It's all that matters is what happens tomorrow. As long as you have a decent record today, you can make it to the finish line. We're going to see the excitement starting at, I believe, 8:40 again. Tomorrow we're going to have Anand and Ed, I believe, as commentators on the morning session. And then myself and Evans Clinchy as commentators for the end of the tournament.
Well,
Yeah,
thanks
8:40 is
very
the
much,
start.
Josh. I've really enjoyed
Well, thank you.
my
What a
chance to give it a
pleasure.
go. And I've learned a lot from you, not just today, but in the past as well. And thanks to production team behind the scenes, Jake, and I believe Chris is still doing lots of stuff as well. And I'm sure there's others whose names I don't know, but we can't do this without those guys. And
Yeah, for sure. There's so many people to thank. We'll thank more people tomorrow. Anderina, what's going on with you in your Scrabble life? Is there a tournament you're looking forward to before
I
you head
just
out? Let us
received a
know.
notification a day or so ago that the Wairarapa, I think they're calling it the Open tournament. So I'm on the west coast of the North Island in a town called Wanganui. So Wairarapa is within range for me. That's one that I hadn't thought of that I'm now thinking about. And I'm hoping for the Trans-Tasman, which is in Brisbane in, I think it's September. I haven't quite qualified yet. They're looking for the top 12 players, and I'm sitting at about number 15 or 16. So a couple more no's, and I might make it. That's why I'm not playing this one, actually. I couldn't afford a whole lot of flights. So I've put my eggs in the Trans-Tasman basket. And I hope that I'll still get the chance to do that.
Oh, it would be great to see you in action again. But if not, it would be great to see you in the booth again. It was such a pleasure. Love your commentary. Love your energy. Everybody, yeah, let us know what you thought. I think Anderina did a fantastic job. We want you back. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, with all that being said, I think we're going to just close this one out for the evening. Don't forget, once again, a lot of this is volunteer run. So if you can donate to the Buy Me a Coffee link that is in the live chat and will be in the description of the video that you're watching.
That donation will put you in the draw to win the $50 voucher from the beautiful bookshop. Yeah,
or any, I guess, any tournament, like any free entry to the tournament, right? Something else that's being given away.
Yeah.
So lots of stuff to gain. New Zealand Scrabble is bringing Scrabble very, very far ahead of what was ever deemed possible, honestly, a few years ago. So huge thanks to everybody behind the scenes. It's a whole community that makes this happen. And yeah, thanks, guys. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more Scrabble for the exciting conclusion of this inaugural Australasian Open Championship 2026.
See you in the morning. See you. Bye.